Chapter 2028. Hee, Immortal Mingjian is really a genius. It's a pity that he can only use this method to drive a flying sword. He doesn't dare to split a trace of his primordial spirit. Xiaohua endured the pain of his primordial spirit and secretly laughed. He doesn't know the ghost cultivator's soul-splitting technique. Every time he splits his primordial spirit, I'm afraid it's not just half of it. If he is like Senior Li Xiubai and splits his primordial spirit into 9, then wouldn't his primordial spirit be smaller? The other primordial spirits would easily devour their masters, right? I'm afraid this is also the reason why Senior Li Xiubai didn't dare to try. Subsequently, Xiaohua closed his eyes and adjusted his breath, waiting for the pain in his primordial spirit to lessen slightly. With a wave of his hand, he took out the jade bottle containing the green python's venom. He used a secret technique and took out a drop of venom from the jade bottle. He used a secret technique to divide it into 9. Then, he calmed his heart and once again waved his hand, taking out the roots of the beauty-retaining grass from the space. Since the beauty-retaining grass, which was already dead in the eyes of Qin Yi and Chun Kuei, was thrown into the space by Xiaohua, the beauty-retaining grass didn't have any movement at first. Xiaohua even looked at it before entering the ink cloud black forest, and he basically didn't have any hope. However, after Xiaohua was trapped by the black sand and desperately used a secret technique to temper his true essence and push his cultivation to the middle stage of foundation establishment, there were some changes in the space. Because of these changes, the beauty-retaining grass also changed. It seemed to have lost its vitality long ago, but it was slowly recovering. However, it was only recovering, and its vitality was still being strangled by the beast poison. However, in the space behind Xiaohua's head, the beast poison seemed to have some restrictions. It was not as fierce as it was in the outside world. Therefore, when Xiaohua entered the secret place of the ink cloud black forest, he didn't look at it. Xiaohua only wanted the beauty-retaining grass to suppress the beast poison with its vitality, and then he would remove the beast poison himself. However, after coming out of the ink cloud black forest, Xiaohua looked at the space several times. The vitality of the beauty-retaining grass was really weak, and it could only compete with the dormant beast poison. If he wanted to suppress the beast poison, it seemed impossible. Therefore, Xiaohua simply took action today. If he succeeded, he would get a beauty-retaining grass, otherwise, he would give up. When Xiaohua took out the roots of the beauty-retaining grass from the space, the beast poison immediately launched a counterattack as if it had awakened. The already slightly dim black threads suddenly swelled up. Go! Xiaohua had long since made preparations. Without hesitation, he waved the spell he had already formed and a portion of the green python's venom flew into the beauty-retaining grass. Xiaohua had already saved 4 stalks of beauty-retaining grass in the burial flower manner, so he was very familiar with this method of fighting poison with poison. However, this stalk of beauty-retaining grass had been poisoned too deeply. Xiaohua had to use 2 drops of the green azure python's venom and use the time of a meal to clear out most of the beast poison. Haha. Xiaohua saw the pitch-black color of the beauty-retaining grass gradually fade away, and his heart was overjoyed. This kind of rare spirit grass was the favorite of female cultivators. If he could find the pill formula for the beauty-retaining pill and cultivate a large amount of beauty-retaining grass, then wouldn't he be able to easily obtain large amounts of spirit stones? Carefully putting the beauty-retaining grass back into the space, he drove the puppet to open up a medicine garden for the beauty-retaining grass in a separate place. Xiaohua frowned, because in the burial flower manner, the beauty-retaining grass was made into a medicine garden using the best quality spirit stones. Presumably, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth poured into it was also extremely rich. Maybe there was some special cultivation method. Xiaohua prepared to casually plant it. Who knew whether it would work or not? It has to work even if it doesn't. Xiaohua curled his lips. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in this young master's space is abundant. Could it be that it still can't raise this insignificant beauty-retaining grass? Mother! Goldie's voice sounded, still extremely sleepy. What happened just now? The sky shook and the earth shook. Huh? Goldie, you woke up? You actually know that the sky shook and the earth shook? Xiaohua said in pleasant surprise. No, mother, I'm still sleepy. Boy slept a little longer. Goldie blinked and then narrowed his eyes again. Oh, Xiaohua responded, then suddenly asked, you slept for so long, when did you wake up? Did you grow a little? Boy just fell asleep. Goldie was confused. The boy feels like he grew a little, then there was no more sound. Little Silver. Xiaohua didn't care whether Little Silver could hear him or not, and instructed, you absolutely can't touch this spirit grass. Little Silver straightened up in the medicine garden that he could eat at will, and very skillfully extended his two little paws, cupped them in front of his chest, and bowed up and down to indicate that he understood. Heh, this little guy is becoming more and more sensible. Xiaohua smiled and looked elsewhere in the space. Although he had already taken out the spirit storage bag and could take Goldie, Little Silver, the Ice Worm King Egg, the Water Butterfly and the others there, he also knew that this space was a little strange and would definitely be extremely beneficial for the growth of these spirit beasts. Therefore, he didn't touch anything other than putting the mighty strength centipede into the spirit storage bag. Of course, given Xiaohua's current cultivation, the mighty strength centipede really didn't do anything, so he just left it there. Forget it, let this guy go back to the space too. Thinking this, Xiaohua sent the mighty strength centipede back into the space. What about the water in the pool? Xiaohua thought it would be fun for a moment, and moved some of the deep pool water in the hidden area of Ink Cloud Black Forest into his space. He didn't know what to do with it now. The water butterfly grows in the swamp. I'll put its eggs and the rainbow epiphyllum into the pool. As Xiaohua thought about it, he took out a few stalks of Aeolian bamboo that had already recovered their emerald green color, as well as a dozen or so new stalks of Aeolian bamboo, and placed them beside the pool. Unfortunately, there were no Aeolian insects here, and the Aeolian bamboo was just bamboo. Afterwards, Xiaohua took care of some things before withdrawing his primordial spirit from the space. Xiaohua didn't drive the puppet to do these things, but only relied on his primordial spirit. The pain gradually disappeared, and the faint movements gradually became more and more skillful. The primordial spirit in the space is like a hand. At first, it can carry things, but now it can work. After it's proficient, it can think about how to control the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and use the incantation in the space. In this way, it can set up restrictions in the space, and put all kinds of things in different categories. Xiaohua somewhat understood. Moreover, that nascent soul cultivator was able to turn the spiritual chi of heaven and earth into a big hand. It should be the same method. Thinking of the nascent soul cultivator, Xiaohua thought of Chang Yefeng. Chang Yefeng's clear sky mirror sounds familiar, but it doesn't seem familiar. However, since it's related to this young master's origin, then I'll go to the rock border sect of the Lian country in the future. Alas, everything is meaningless. I'd better hurry up and improve my cultivation. Xiaohua almost lost his life in the Black Forest, and his heart had long been confused by the realm and cultivation. He couldn't wait to immediately go into seclusion to cultivate, but thinking of Xue, Xiaohua's heart was sweet. I'd better accompany her back from the seaside. Moreover, refining the Ling Lei pill isn't something that can be done in a day. It's best to go to the seaside and find a place with elegant scenery to refine the pill in the morning and accompany the beauty at night. Thinking of this, Xiaohua was suddenly shocked, and his face changed. Damn it, this young master is a little selfish. This young master's enemy is so powerful, I'm afraid it can compete with the Imperial Thunder Sect. This young master joined the Imperial Thunder Sect, and they didn't stop me. Maybe they don't care about the Imperial Thunder Sect at all. This young master and Fairy Hong Xia duel cultivated. After all, the situation at that time was forced, and this young master didn't know it. Now that this young master knows that he's in a dangerous situation, how can I drag Xue into it? He should just peacefully and steadily be a disciple of Sun Lei Palace, and walk as far as she could on the path of cultivation, free and unfettered? It's better than being taken advantage of by this young master's enemy after dual cultivating with this young master. Wouldn't that be harming her life? But how can I explain it to Xue? Xiaohua's face was cloudy and uncertain, and he was really hesitant. Thinking of the changes Xue had made for him, and thinking of the good Shui, Xiaohua really didn't know what to do. Forget it, this is all for later. First, I'll help Shui build her foundation and send her back to the Imperial Thunder Sect. Xiaohua sighed. Let the Imperial Thunder Sect protect her first, and after this young master beheads my enemy, it won't be too late to dual cultivate with her. Soon after, Xiaohua used the sky-stealing sun-swapping technique to conceal his cultivation level, and he still looked like an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Only then did he fly out from his hiding place and fly towards Haoming City. Xiaohua had only been flying for half an hour, but he had already met many other cultivators along the way. However, their cultivations were all below the gold core stage, so Xiaohua was too lazy to pay attention to them. Only when those aura-refining cultivators respectfully bowed to him did he show a slight smile. It seems that the auction in Haoming City is going to be very noisy. Many people want to find things that are useful for their cultivation here. Xiaohua sighed with emotion. There were already many things in his space, but there weren't many that were useful for his cultivation. Like those cultivators, he also wanted to follow Hua Furong to the auction that nascent soul cultivators could participate in to see if there were any strange items that he needed. Rumble, rumble. The sound of a fireball exploding rang out less than a few miles in front of Xiaohua. Xiaohua scanned with his divine sense and couldn't help but frown slightly. A few miles away, there were 3 qi refining cultivators, all of whom were in the 11th layer of the qi refining realm. 2 of the qi refining cultivators were in a group and were confronting another cultivator. The lone cultivator was holding a stack of fireball talismans in his hand, and he was the one who threw the fireball. The other 2 cultivators were also holding yellow talismans in their hands. However, one of the cultivators wasn't wearing an ordinary Daoist robe, but a kind of armor. The style of this armor was similar to that of Shang Qinghe, the guard of Haoming City that Xiaohua had seen before. Needless to say, this cultivator was a guard of Haoming City. Xiaohua didn't frown because of this. Instead, there were several foundation establishment cultivators in front of him, and one of them was even in the late stage of the foundation establishment realm. These people only scanned with their divine sense, and when they saw that there was a guard of Haoming City, they immediately withdrew their divine sense and continued flying forward as if they hadn't seen anything. Chapter 2029. At this moment, the city guard of Haoming City clapped his hands and took out a rope-like magic tool. He muttered something in the air and was about to cast it. The cultivator on the other side was quick-witted. Seeing that something was wrong, he immediately threw out a pile of fireball talismans and flew toward the nearest middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator. He shouted, "Senior, save me, Junior." Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, the foundation establishment cultivator flicked his sleeve and accelerated his flying speed, ignoring him completely. The cultivator was slightly stunned. However, seeing the 2 people chasing after him, he didn't dare to hesitate and flew toward Xiaohua again. However, although he flew early, his cultivation level didn't seem to be as high as the 2 people behind him. Moreover, the city guard had already cast out his magic tool and caught up with the cultivator in the air like a fish. Before the cultivator could ask for help, his hands and feet were bound by the rope, and his whole body fell from the air. Hee, fellow Daoist, why do you have to do this? We just got the news and made a deal with you in advance. We won't owe you any spirit stones, so why do you have to be so stiff? The city guard said with a smile. I don't want to make a deal with you, so what? The bound cultivator was still cursing while being held in the city guard's hand. I want to exchange for foundation establishment pills at the auction. What's the point of giving me those spirit stones? Slap. The city guard slapped the cultivator's face and scolded, "By Fengyang, you're just a small individual cultivator. How can you be so ignorant? How can you cultivate to the 11th layer of the aura refining realm with such a rude temper? In my opinion, you should have been killed long ago." Hee, senior martial brother Lu, you don't know. Another cultivator said with a smile, "This guy is really stubborn. I heard that a disciple of a sect invited him to join, but he refused." Is that so? Senior martial brother Lu asked curiously, "Which sect is it?" Why does this guy have such high standards? I only heard about it, so I'm not too sure. The cultivator was a little embarrassed. It seems to be some heaven something sect, right? Huh? Heaven devil sect? Xiaohua's eyes and ears were outstanding, so he had heard everything. He subconsciously swept his divine sense over. Senior brother Lu's interest was piqued. He stretched out his hand and a yellow talisman hit Bai Fengliang's body. Bai Fengliang's body twisted rapidly as if he was in extreme pain. Fellow Daoist Bai, I'm very curious. Can you tell me about it? Senior martial brother Lu asked with a smile. It's nothing. However, since you're trying to intimidate me like this, how can I tell you? Bai Fengliang said through gritted teeth. Blood had already seeped out of his teeth. It's good that you know how to show off your strength. Senior brother Lu sneered. I offered you a toast, but you refused to take it the hard way. Now, I won't give you a single spirit stone. As he spoke, he raised his hand and was about to pull out the small storage bag from Bai Fengliang's body. Seeing this, Xiaohua shouted in a low voice, urging his body to fly to the three people's side. The city guard of Haoming City was a little surprised. It wasn't that he didn't see Xiaohua, but there were a few cultivators nearby who pretended not to see him, so he was a little bold. Junior Lu Qing greets Senior. That city guard was very respectful and well-mannered. He didn't reveal his identity, only mentioning his name. Junior Li Minji greets Senior. Another cultivator also bowed and saluted. Get up. Xiaohua waved his hand and said with a smile, I've seen what you've been waiting for. It's just some things for cultivation. Why do you have to be like this? What you've done today can certainly satisfy your own needs, but what about Bai Fengliang? What will he think? Do you think he'll let you go if he succeeds in his cultivation in the future? Lu Cheng's voice was obviously not directed at Xiaohua. He glanced at Bai Fengliang and said respectfully to Xiaohua, It's not that I don't want to give fellow Daoist Bai face, but since he obtained the Ruiming Gold, fellow Daoist Li has been negotiating with him. He has always refused, saying that fellow Daoist Li gave too few spirit stones. That's why fellow Daoist Li came looking for me. We pooled together some spirit stones, added other spirit herbs, yellow talismans, and so on, but he still didn't agree. Don't you think he's making fun of me? Senior, don't listen to his nonsense. Bai Fengliang was very happy to see Xiaohua standing up for him. He shouted, The Ruiming Gold is a material used to refine flying swords. It's extremely rare. I'm a loose cultivator, and it's not easy to obtain this material. Of course, I want to use it for something important. What do I need the spirit stones and spiritual herbs they mentioned? I just want to use this Ruiming Gold to exchange for a foundation establishment pill. Fellow Daoist Bai, I don't want to criticize you. This Ruiming Gold is indeed rare, but it's not worth a foundation establishment pill, right? Li Minji couldn't help but refute. If senior martial brother Lu and I didn't really need this Ruiming Gold, who would look for you so many times? I'm willing. What can you do about it? Bai Fengliang scolded again. You want to curry favor with the newly appointed city guard captain of Haoming City? But what does that have to do with me? Seeing that Bai Fengliang was so bad-tempered, Xiaohua also frowned slightly and said coldly, Bai Fengliang, since I'm here, you should speak honestly. If you continue to be so stubborn, I'll leave in a huff. Yes, I know I'm wrong. Bai Fengliang saw that Xiaohua was angry and quickly shut up. Lu Cheng and Li Minji looked at each other with a worried expression. Put him down. Xiaohua grabbed with his hand, and the rope that bound Bai Fengliang was immediately shaken off. Bai Fengliang's figure shook a few times, and he activated the flight talisman to stand in midair. Hiss, Lu Cheng was slightly shocked when he saw Xiaohua easily shackle his magic tool. Xiaohua said again, Lu Cheng, as a city guard of Haoming City, you bullied an aura-refining disciple near Haoming City. It's quite damaging to Haoming City's reputation. I don't dare. Lu Cheng quickly bowed and said, I can't go far from Haoming City, so I can only intercept Bai Fengliang here with fellow Daoist Li. Moreover, I don't dare to abuse my authority as a city guard of Haoming City, so I intercepted Bai Fengliang outside the city for this reason. The other foundation establishment seniors don't care. I'm afraid they don't care about us or our refining disciples, right? Seeing that Lu Cheng was so clever and didn't use too fierce methods when fighting just now, Xiaohua felt that what he said should be right. He couldn't help but sigh at the way the foundation establishment cultivators before him sought advantages and avoided disadvantages. This old man doesn't care about your previous dispute. However, this old man has a matter to discuss with Bai Fengliang, so I have no choice but to extend my hand. As Xiaohua spoke, he turned his head and said to Bai Fengliang, if you agree to this old man's matter, this old man will have Lu Cheng and the other person release you. You should know that they won't give you any chance. Chapter 2030. Bai Fengliang's expression changed slightly. He thought for a moment and shook his head. Senior, please explain the matter clearly first. Otherwise, I won't agree. Then he looked at Lu Cheng and the others. If they can kill me, I'll just suffer for a while. But if they can't kill me, I'll definitely kill them in the future. This is much better than Senior torturing Junior for the rest of his life. Ha! Xiaohua patted his own forehead. He was really laughing for this somewhat stubborn cultivator. Take out your Weiming gold. Xiaohua laughed and said. This. Bai Fengliang hesitated. So troublesome. Xiaohua waved his hand and used the great confinement technique. How could Bai Fengliang resist? He watched as Xiaohua took the storage pouch from his waist. Well, there are a lot of things. Unfortunately, only this Weiming stone is worth some spirit stones. Xiaohua said with a smile as he opened the storage pouch and scanned it with his divine sense. Bai Fengliang was terrified when he saw Xiaohua imprisoning him so casually that he couldn't even speak. However, his eyes were burning with anger. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't speak, he would have started cursing. Well, Lu Cheng, take out the things you want to exchange for the Weiming stone. Xiaohua looked at Lu Cheng again. Lu Cheng naturally knew what Xiaohua wanted to do. He didn't even look at Li Minji. He reached out his hand and handed the storage pouch to Xiaohua. He smiled apologetically and said, Senior, thank you for your help. This is what I want to exchange with this guy. Senior, you'll know what I said is displeasing. Good. Of course, Xiaohua had looked at it very carefully. He nodded and said, although you are a guard of Haoming City, you have never bullied others. What you did today is indeed inappropriate, but I won't make things difficult for you. Thank you, Senior. If Senior needs anything in Haoming City, please let me know. Lu Cheng bowed and said. Xiaohua didn't pay any attention to him. He took everything from the storage pouch and handed the Weiming stone to Lu Cheng, saying, okay, you can wait. Lu Cheng took the Weiming stone with a happy expression on his face. Together with Li Minji, he saluted Xiaohua and urged the flying talisman to fly in the direction of Haoming City. After Lu Cheng and Li Minji flew far away, Xiaohua looked at Bai Fengliang, whose eyes were about to spit fire. He waved his hand, took out a foundation establishment pill, and said, look carefully, this is a foundation establishment pill. Finished speaking, he placed the foundation establishment pill into Bai Fengliang's storage pouch. With a wave of his hand, he removed the restriction on Bai Fengliang's body and threw the storage pouch into his bosom. Bai Fengliang's face was naturally filled with joy, but he was somewhat puzzled. Senior, you are... Xiaohua looked him up and down and said, what do you think of this ending? Bai Fengliang scratched his head and smiled apologetically. Of course it's the best of both worlds. However, Senior used the foundation establishment pills to exchange for those spiritual grasses and spirit stones. I'm afraid it's a loss. However, what if your life is included? Xiaohua said with a smile that was not a smile. That was all because Lu Cheng used his power to bully others. Bai Fengliang said somewhat angrily, if he hadn't intercepted this junior with Li Minji again. Those who are too strong break easily, those who are too soft are undefeated. Bai Fengliang, presumably you also understand this principle. Xiaohua said patiently. Seeing Xiaohua being so amiable and approachable, Bai Fengliang couldn't help but sigh. This junior naturally understands. However, this junior's temper is like this. If others were to be soft, it would be easy to negotiate. However, if they insist on being tough, this junior would rather die than submit. Naturally, this junior. Alas, no matter what, this junior has to thank senior today. Not only do I have to thank senior for saving this junior's life, I also have to thank senior for giving up this junior's heart to help this junior. Today, a foundation establishment pill was able to save your life. If you don't change this temper of yours, next time, there won't be a foundation establishment pill that can save you. Xiao Hua flicked his sleeve to let him stand up. Bai Fengliang nodded silently and said again, "Didn't Senior say you had something to do just now? Senior, please instruct me. If it's within this junior's power, this junior will definitely not shirk." "Oh, you don't have to be so concerned," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "Just now, I only used it to give a reason, don't take it seriously." Bai Fengliang was even more surprised and looked at Xiao Hua very strangely. Alright. Xiao Hua looked all around and said, "Come with this old man." After waiting for the two of them to find a secluded place, Xiao Hua set up a silent barrier and asked very calmly, "Just now, Li Minji said that a disciple of some sect specially came to look for you and invited you to join that sect." This old man is a bit puzzled. "You're a loose cultivator and you don't have any cultivation methods or medicinal pills. Why? Aren't you tempted by that sect? Could it be that that sect is too small?" "Oh, this matter." Bai Fengliang suddenly understood and said with a smile, "Senior is talking about the Heavenly Demon sect. It's a sect that has just risen in the last 10 years. This old man really hasn't heard of it. I'm afraid it's an extremely small sect, right? Where is their sect?" Xiao Hua nodded slightly and asked again. Bai Fengliang shook his head. "Senior, please no. This junior also doesn't know where the Heavenly Demon sect is located. Their disciples are very mysterious." Last time, the disciple who wanted to invite this junior to join the Heavenly Demon sect was a loose cultivator that this junior had met a few times before. In fact, to be honest with Senior, it's not that this junior didn't want to join the Heavenly Demon sect, but that loose cultivator was really bullying. He wanted this junior to hand over rare spiritual herbs or precious refining materials before he was willing to introduce this junior to his master. You also know this junior's temper. A few words were inappropriate and this junior had a falling out with him. Now that I think about it, this junior also has some regrets. It's all because this junior's temper isn't good. "Oh, do you know anything about the Heavenly Demon sect?" Xiao Hua asked with interest. "And according to that fellow Daoist, their sect master's cultivation is very high and the cultivation methods he grasps are also very many. Just by relying on different cultivation methods, they are divided into several branches." Bai Fengliang thought for a moment and said, "Moreover, the Heavenly Demon sect's way of recruiting disciples is different from other cultivation sections. They don't need too complicated of a selection. Knowing that you have some qi refining cultivation, they can accept you into the sect. In particular, as long as you cultivate to a certain realm, they will definitely give you the corresponding medicinal pills and spirit stones. Senior, think about it, this kind of good thing for loose cultivators like us is really like spiritual herbs falling from the sky." "Oh, right, I don't know if Senior knows that the former Heavenly Forsaken was an organization set up by us loose cultivators." "I've heard of it." Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. "What? Is Heavenly Forsaken still there? Wasn't it disbanded long ago?" "No." Bai Fengliang shook his head and said, "This Heavenly Forsaken has never been disbanded. According to that fellow Daoist, the founder of Heavenly Forsaken and the sect master of the Heavenly Demon sect reached some kind of agreement. The loose cultivators of Heavenly Forsaken can join the Heavenly Demon sect at will, and all the cultivation methods of the Heavenly Demon sect are open to the loose cultivators of Heavenly Forsaken." "Ah?" Xiao Hua was stunned. He hadn't been a loose cultivator for many years. He originally thought that this Heavenly Forsaken was disbanded because of Qing Fengmin's death, but he didn't expect that it would be accepted by the Heavenly Demon sect. Xiao Hua was suddenly shocked again and secretly said, "The loose cultivators of Heavenly Forsaken are all over the country of Xi, and even the country of Meng and the country of Lian. The Heavenly Demon sect has swallowed up Heavenly Forsaken, the power of the Heavenly Demon sect. Isn't it stronger than the ordinary cultivation sects? But then he shook his head again. The sect master of the heavenly demon sect is only at the early stage of foundation establishment. He is outstanding in heavenly forsaken, but compared to the cultivation sects, he can't even compare to a little finger. Even my imperial thunder sect's shocking thunder palace can completely annihilate a heavenly demon sect. That's not right. Soon after, Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. The demon that we saw earlier was already at the early stage of the foundation establishment realm. Those two strong men were also at the early stage of the foundation establishment realm. They weren't much worse than the demon sect master of the heavenly demon sect from several years ago, right? Could it be they have a new sect master? Although Bai Fengliang's temper isn't good, he's not a fool. Seeing Xiaohua specifically ask about the heavenly demon sect, and with an extremely interested appearance, he couldn't help but secretly ponder. He whispered, I wonder if Senior has any grudges with the heavenly demon sect? This old man doesn't have any grudges with the heavenly demon sect. Xiaohua raised his head and said, I'm just very curious about this heavenly demon sect. Oh right, you still want to enter the heavenly demon sect, right? Although Junior has obtained a foundation establishment pill from Senior, Junior still doesn't have any confidence in foundation establishment. Bai Fengliang slightly nodded and said, Fellow Daoist of the heavenly demon sect has already said that cultivators at the 11th and 12th level of Qi refinement like Junior are the most popular in the heavenly demon sect. As long as I enter the heavenly demon sect, I'll definitely have the corresponding Senior's special guidance, as well as the corresponding pills and secret techniques provided to ensure that I can build my foundation. That fellow Daoist covets Junior's pills, that's why he threatened me. Good. Xiaohua clapped and said, since that's the case in this old man's opinion, why don't you enter the heavenly demon sect? While you're at it, help this old man inquire about the heavenly demon sect. Bai Fengliang's gaze flickered as he looked at Xiaohua and said with an apologetic smile, since Junior has entered the heavenly demon sect, then Junior will consider the heavenly demon sect as my sect. Senior, there are some things that Junior may not be able to do. Don't worry, Xiaohua said with a smile, this old man won't make you make any hard oaths, nor do I need you to make any promises. I definitely won't give you any threats. This old man only wants to have a chance to meet you in the future. As long as you don't violate the heavenly demon sect's rules and you're willing to talk to this old man about the heavenly demon sect's situation in detail, that's all. But, Bai Fengliang bitterly smiled again. The heavenly demon sect isn't a sect that Junior can enter as he pleases. This old man knows. Xiaohua thought for a moment. Then with a wave of his hand, he took out some spiritual herbs and handed them to Bai Fengliang, saying, that cultivator of yours from the heavenly demon sect will probably recommend these things to you. Good. Bai Fengliang saw the spiritual herbs and raised his eyebrows. He was slightly happy in his heart and reached out to receive them. There's also these. Xiaohua took out some pills for Qi refinement. Chapter 2031. Xiaohua took out some medicinal pills for Qi refinement, including several foundation-building pills, and handed them to Bai Fengliang. These are for you. With these medicinal pills, I'm sure you can cultivate to the 12th layer of the Qi refinement realm. As for whether you can build your foundation, that's not something I can give you. Soon after, he thought of something and took out even more spiritual plants. And there are also these spiritual plants. Take them too. If you have the chance, exchange them for some spirit stones and things you need. Senior. Bai Fengliang was surprised and happy, but he still hesitated. Junior still doesn't know Senior's name. Moreover, Senior doesn't ask for much from Junior. Junior doesn't dare to believe it. Ha! Xiaohua stuffed the things into his hands and laughed. You don't need to know my name. As long as you have the chance in the future, you can answer my questions. However, don't worry, I won't force you. I'll only ask if you're willing. Saying this, Xiaohua waved his hand and tore down the silencing barrier. He turned around and was about to fly away. Senior. Bai Fengliang suddenly shouted, what if Junior doesn't enter the heavenly demon sect? Up to you. Xiaohua didn't look back. Then, I congratulate you for having the confidence to cultivate to the foundation-building realm. After Xiaohua finished speaking, his figure gradually disappeared. Bai Fengliang looked at Xiaohua's back with a complicated expression. It was unknown what he was thinking. Don't enter the heavenly demon sect? I don't believe it. Xiaohua had already flown away. He wasn't worried that Bai Fengliang wouldn't enter the heavenly demon sect. Without the guidance of a foundation-building cultivator, how can an ordinary Qi refinement realm disciple cultivate to the foundation-building realm? My Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples have to go through a lot of trouble to reach the foundation-building realm. You, a loose cultivator, can easily reach the foundation-building realm? Besides, even if you don't enter the heavenly demon sect, I'll just lose some spiritual plants. It's nothing. Heavenly demon sect, I really want to see what kind of sect you are. Xiaohua secretly schemed against the heavenly demon sect and Zhang Qingxiao. And Zhang Qingxiao? At this time, in a bustling town, a handsome young man in a brocade robe was sitting in a tea house. He was looking at the people coming and going on the street with interest as he tasted the fragrant tea in front of him that was emitting a mist. Who else could it be but Zhang Qingxiao? Qingxiao, why are you sitting here in a daze? A series of light footsteps sounded from the stairs, followed by a concerned and soft voice. What's there to see here? You should be spending your precious time on cultivation. Otherwise, when would you be able to cultivate to the nascent soul stage? When will you be able to take your revenge? The corners of Zhang Qingxiao's mouth curled into a smile as an incomparable allure flashed from her eyes. Below the tea house, a group of women who were originally walking peacefully suddenly seemed to have sensed something. Many of them abruptly raised their heads in an attempt to capture the source of this allure. Unfortunately, what they saw was only a lonely back. The face that could bewitch all living things had already turned towards the female cultivator who had appeared from the stairs. Yutong, you're here? Zhang Qingxiao stood up with a smile and walked to the stairs. She stretched out her hand and said, "Come and try the fragrant tea of this tea house. It's really beyond my expectations." There's actually a fragrant tea in the mortal world that can compare with spirit tea. Furthermore, this fragrant tea actually has a kind of astringency that spirit tea doesn't have. The female cultivator who had walked up to the tea house was actually the sword cultivator who had been missing for a long time, Zhang Yutong. Seeing Zhang Qingxiao's outstretched hand, Zhang Yutong didn't seem to be shy at all. She stretched out her own hand and looked around with a smile. You really know how to enjoy life. You actually chased away all the customers in the tea house and enjoyed it alone. How can those mortals compare to you? Such a beautiful scene should be accompanied by a beautiful woman. We definitely can't let filthy things spoil our fun. Zhang Yutong enjoyed these words very much and pursed her lips into a smile. I can't win against you in an argument. I might as well not say it. If you're having a hard time cultivating, it's fine to take a break for a while. Come, Yutong, sit here. Zhang Qingxiao pulled Zhang Yutong's hand and had her sit next to her. She personally poured a cup of tea and gave it to Zhang Yutong. She then pointed at the street below the tea house and said, "Drink this tea first and look at the people below. Tell me what you see." Zhang Yutong seemed to be obedient to Zhang Qingxiao. She looked at Zhang Qingxiao affectionately and obediently drank a mouthful. Then she closed her eyes slightly as if tasting the bitterness in the tea. She then opened her eyes again and stared at the people on the street. After a long time, Zhang Yutong was puzzled. She turned back and said, "Qingxiao, what's there to see? They're just a bunch of mortals. They're like ants in the eyes of us cultivators. In the eyes of your heavenly demon sect, they're even worse than pigs and dogs." Yutong, you're wrong. Zhang Qingxiao waved her hand and said mysteriously, "Although they're mortals, what kind of people are the most common in the entire Dawn Rain continent? It's them. We cultivators also come from them. Just look at their faces and you'll know what they're feeling and what they've been through. Cultivators like us need to cultivate and experience. But where do we get our state of mind and Tao attainment? Generally speaking, one has to come out from the sharpening of one's mind. Generally speaking, one has to throw oneself into this tainted mortal world. Only then can one stand out and emerge clean. Wonderful. Qingxiao, I didn't quite understand before. In the Dao sect, we cultivate the 1,000 layers of mortal qi. In the sword cultivation, we cut through the worries of the mortal world. Now that you've said it, I've been enlightened. Zhang Yutong was shocked and said happily, no wonder your cultivation improved so quickly. Your talent is really something I can't compare to. Not at all. There was not the slightest complacency on Zhang Qingxiao's face. She only smiled and said, I just happened to see such a laborious mortal in the world. Thinking about their lives and then thinking about our cultivation, I was slightly touched. As for the speed of my cultivation, isn't it all because you let me practice with your own understanding in some of your books? That's why I've gained so much. Zhang Yutong blushed. She obviously liked Zhang Qingxiao's words. She replied, aren't I repaying you? If you didn't take the risk and fight with your heavenly demon sect master for the task of looking after me, and even used your life as a guarantee, I wouldn't be so free. Would I be able to continue cultivating by your side? Even if you came out this time, you could still bring me out. I wouldn't have to be trapped in a secluded place. What's more, those books of mine are nothing. With your beauty, you'll be the best in any sect. Furthermore, for the sake of your master, your senior martial brother, and for the sake of taking revenge for you, I am willing to tell you everything I know. Chapter 2032. Thank you, Yutong. With your help, I believe that I will be able to kill those nascent soul cultivators. I will let my master and senior brother smile in the underworld. Zhang Qingxiao held Zhang Yutong's hand and said sincerely, sigh. Zhang Yutong didn't pull her hand away. She looked at the people below the tea house and sighed. These ordinary people don't have a trace of magic power or cultivation, and they don't have a long lifespan. But they have no grudges, no vendetta, and no separation of father and daughter. We see them as sad, but they feel that they are very happy. If we look at it from this level, we can't compare to them. Back then, you enjoyed the kinship of your sect. Now, you are willing to risk everything to take revenge for that kinship. What about me? Now, I know how precious kinship is. Yutong. Zhang Qingxiao held Zhang Yutong's hand and smiled. Don't be anxious. Sect Master probably has some arrangements. Since he doesn't want your life like before, you can live. Since you've survived, you'll still be able to see your teacher and your sister. It's only a matter of time. I think you should cultivate well and master the great Yin-Yang 6 Directions sword spirit. If you see Zhang Yuha in the future, you should give her a big surprise. Okay, Zhang Yutong smiled with satisfaction and said softly, previously, I was obsessed with the way of the sword and only believed that the sword could sever the threads of love. But after meeting you, I know why I came to the 3 kingdoms. It's not for the way of the sword or the sword spirit, it's just to be able to meet you. Now, to be honest, I don't hate your sect master. If it wasn't for him, how could I know you? I think so too. To be able to meet you is a gift from the heavens. Zhang Qingxiao nodded and agreed. Then she said, my sect master is also a person with a hard life. He seems to have a lot of things that he can't help but do. By the way, Qingxiao, is there any news about Yuha? Is there any news about the sword cultivators of the Huan Kingdom? Zhang Yutong asked again. I haven't been back for so many years. The Huan sword sect can't have no news? Oh, Qingxiao, don't say anything if it's difficult. I'm just worried about my sister. Zhang Qingxiao thought for a moment and stared at Zhang Yutong. Actually, I didn't want to tell you because I was afraid it would affect your cultivation. What's wrong? Zhang Yutong was nervous. Zhang Yuha did not return to the Huan sword sect, and the Huan sword sect also sent 2 sword cultivators. One is called Duan Yuming, and the other is called Wang Shuyao. They came to Meng country to look for the 2 of you. Zhang Yutong smiled bitterly. Your heavenly demon sect is really powerful. I didn't even know that I was still in Meng Kingdom all these years, so how could they find me? Moreover, where did Yuha go? Did your heavenly demon sect? When Zhang Qingxiao heard this, she hurriedly waved her hand and said, Yutong, don't worry about this. I've already asked the sect master. He absolutely didn't send anyone to capture Zhang Yuhe. Besides, the sect master's intention was to incite a conflict between the Dao sect and the sword cultivators. How could he possibly place all the blame on the heavenly demon sect? Your sect master is a little delusional, Zhang Yutong said bluntly. How could the conflict between the sword cultivators and the Dao sect be so easily incited? A few years ago, I told you about the sword cultivators and the Taibai sect's Daoist bright sword. Isn't that a good example? Senior Li Xiubai died in Meng country without knowing why, but the flame bamboo sword sect didn't mention anything about it. Sigh, I'd rather let the sword cultivators attack the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. That way, my blood feud can be avenged in the fastest way. Zhang Qingxiao sighed. It's okay, Qingxiao. Even if the sword cultivators don't fight with the Dao sect, as long as you cultivate well, there's still me. I'll also master the great Yin Yang 6 directions sword spirit as soon as possible. Call you a 2. When the 3 of us are pregnant, we'll go with you to take revenge. Zhang Yutong held Zhang Qingxiao's hand and said with concern, and if the Dao sect and the sword cultivators fight, who knows how many people will die? How many people die every year when the sword cultivators fight with millions of Meng mountains? But that's different. Zhang Yutong retorted, if the sword cultivators don't stop the soul cultivators, not only the Huan country, but even the 3 kingdoms of cultivation will have more people dying. Sigh, Yutong, didn't you say before that the sword cultivators will always fight? The sword cultivators and the Dao sect will always have disputes. The sect master's arrangement is just one step ahead. Zhang Qingxiao was about to say something when she heard a cough coming from the stairs. Zhang Qingxiao looked up and said to Zhang Yutong, forget it. It's not easy for you and me to come out. Let's not talk about those boring things. I know. Zhang Yutong nodded knowingly. She also looked at the stairs and said, I'll leave first. Go on with your work. Then, Zhang Yutong quickly walked down the stairs. A short foundation establishment cultivator with a thin face came up the stairs. It was Lan Li Sek's Yin Meng. Yin Meng stared at Zhang Yutong, making Zhang Yutong's hair stand on end. Zhang Yutong's cultivation was not much worse than Yin Meng's, but she still lowered her head and quickly walked down the stairs with a red face. Hee. When Zhang Yutong was far away, Yin Meng walked up to Zhang Qingxiao and said with a smile, Sect Master Zhang, oh Sect Master Zhang, this old man really admires you. This female sword cultivator is your enemy. She was captured by you with your own hands. She should have a deep-seated hatred for you. Who knew that she would actually have such deep feelings for you? From the looks of it, even if you killed your way to the Huan sword sect, she would still clean your sword for you. Zhang Qingxiao was not at all bothered by Yin Meng's lack of respect. She only smiled and said, how can this Zhang's actions be compared to Vice Alliance Master Yin's plan? Vice Sect Master Yin is shouldering the hopes of the devil cultivators over there. Alas, speaking of this Yin is really ashamed. This time I went out to search for the whereabouts of that thing, but I still didn't find anything special. Although Yin Meng was ashamed, he didn't mean to be ashamed. He sat down and ignored Zhang Qingxiao. He raised his hand to pick up the teapot and poured a cup of tea. However, just as the tea entered his mouth, he spat it out again with a pew sound. He frowned and said, Sect Master Zhang, what kind of tea is this? It's so bitter, is it for humans to drink? Oh, Vice Sect Master Yin, Zhang Qingxiao said with a smile, this is tea used by mortals. How can it be compared to the spiritual tea that Vice Sect Master normally uses? No wonder. Vice Sect Master Yin, this Sect Master is a little puzzled. I wonder what Vice Sect Master has been looking for all these years? It's so mysterious that even with Vice Sect Master Yin's ability, you can't find it? Zhang Qingxiao asked with interest. This thing? I'm afraid Sect Master Zhang has never heard of it. Even if this old man said it, it would be useless. Yin Meng replied with a smile. Zhang Qingxiao's expression didn't change at all as he said, Vice Sect Master Yin, why don't you tell me? Perhaps this Sect Master has some good ideas? Yin Meng pondered for a moment and nodded. Forget it. Since this old man is going to represent the demonic cultivators of the Cultivation Alliance to cooperate with the heavenly demon sect, I can't let Sect Master Zhang know about this. Then this old man will tell Sect Master Zhang about it. This Sect Master is all ears. Zhang Qingxiao's face revealed a thirst for knowledge, while Yin Meng's face was filled with disdain. After Yin Meng drank another cup of tea and felt that he had shown off enough, he smiled and said, I wonder if Sect Master Zhang has heard of the Grand Universe Teleportation Token? Ah? Zhang Qingxiao's eyes lit up as she said enviously, from what Vice Sect Master Yin is saying, the Grand Universe Shifting Token is a famous divine item from ancient times. Although I was born as an itinerant cultivator, I still know about it. Then he revealed a puzzled expression and asked, could it be? Vice Sect Master Yin is looking for this item? However, according to this sect master's knowledge, this item has long been lost on the Dawn Rain continent. Why are you looking for it? Haha, that's because Sect Master Zhang is ignorant and inexperienced. Yin Meng did not conceal his disdain for Zhang Qingxiao at this time and said with a smile, Sect Master Zhang is a rogue cultivator. Although you received the inheritance of my demon sect in the early years and secretly assisted Qing Fengmin of Heaven Forsaken, taking over the entire Heaven Forsaken after Qing Fengmin met with an accident, you have not been influenced by my orthodox demon sect master. In terms of knowledge, it's indeed somewhat shallow. Zhang Qingxiao put on a rather ashamed look and said with a smile, it's exactly because I feel that I'm not capable enough that I invited Vice Suzerain Yin to be the Vice Suzerain of Heavenly Demonic Sect. He even gave me advice and suggestions to grasp the direction of Heavenly Demonic Sect. Alas, this is also because Sect Master Zhang's feelings are hard to refuse. Yin Meng sighed and said, otherwise, with the current situation of Heavenly Demon Sect, this old man will definitely not get involved in this muddy water. Zhang Qingxiao smiled and did not say much. He asked again, Vice Sect Master Yin seems to have not said why you are looking for the Grand Universe Teleportation Token? Sect Master Zhang, you are wrong. It's not that it's impossible to use, it's definitely there. Yin Meng said proudly, that Grand Cosmos Shifting Token was originally this old man's possession. However, because this item was already damaged, this old man got someone to refine it and there was a problem. That's why this item was accidentally missing. Ah? There was such a thing? Zhang Qingxiao was shocked and anxiously said, Vice Sect Master Yin, you are now my Heavenly Demon Sect's Vice Sect Master. This matter, you should at least let this Sect Master know about it, right? Sect Master Zhang misunderstood. This matter happened before this old man became the Vice Sect Master. It's not that this old man wants to hide it from the Sect Master. Yin Meng smiled. This Sect Master has admired the other demonic cultivators for a long time. Vice Sect Master Yin, please tell this Sect Master in detail. Zhang Qingxiao almost smiled apologetically. Even if Sect Master Zhang didn't say it, this old man would have said it. This matter involves the cooperation between my Heavenly Demon Sect and the demonic cultivators of the Cultivation Alliance. In the future, this place will have to rely on Sect Master Zhang. Yin Meng smiled and said, actually, it's very simple. There are indeed very few Grand Universe Teleportation Tokens left in my Dawn Rain continent. The demonic cultivators of the Cultivation Alliance only obtained a damaged one. To come from the Cultivation Alliance, one must use a long-distance transfer array. Without this Grand Universe Teleportation Token, even nascent soul and spirit severing cultivators don't dare to use the transfer array. Chapter 2033. If we fiendish cultivators want to cross the millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountains and arrive at the Three Kingdoms, we can only rely on this Grand Universe Teleportation Token. Yin Meng explained, so I've been looking for this item for the past few years. Vice Sect Leader Yin, you used this Grand Universe Teleportation Token to come to Xi? Zhang Qingxiao asked thoughtfully. This. Yin Meng's eyes turned slightly, and he hesitated for a moment before replying, yes, but because there was a problem with the transportation array, the Grand Universe Teleportation Token was also damaged. Therefore, I have been working on this matter. Then, Zhang Qingxiao asked again, but before he could finish, Yin Meng cut him off. I can't tell sect leader Zhang the location of the teleportation formation for the time being. Zhang Qingxiao's expression changed slightly, but he immediately laughed. I'm not asking about that. I want to know why I haven't found it yet. Is there any place in the 3 kingdoms that my heavenly demon sect can't go? Sect leader Zhang feels great. Yin Meng laughed. There are indeed many places that my heavenly demon sect can't reach. Could it be the 3 sects of Shi? The 4 sects of Meng? Zhang Qingxiao asked curiously. That thing is so important. How could it fall into their hands? Yin Meng's face seemed to be slightly red as he answered. Just as sect leader Zhang said, I asked someone to refine and restore that thing, but something went wrong and it fell into the hands of a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. That disciple wasn't captured by my disciples at that time, and then, that disciple returned to the Imperial Thunder sect. Even though I had some backup plans, I couldn't succeed. There was a time when I almost met him, but because I didn't know his true face, I let him escape. Speaking of which, sect leader Zhang was also present that day. Imperial Thunder sect? Zhang Qingxiao was extremely sensitive about the Imperial Thunder sect. When he heard this, he couldn't help but feel surprised. He had a hunch in his heart, but he still played dumb. It's related to me? I really didn't know. Sect leader Zhang, did you forget? Yin Meng smiled and was about to speak when another voice came from the stairs. Sect leader, there's an urgent message from Lord. Zhang Qingxiao glanced at Yin Meng and said with a smile, please wait a moment, Vice Sect Master Yin. Bring it up. Following Zhang Qingxiao's instructions, a disciple quickly walked over with a blood-red messaging charm. Flying blood message? Yin Meng was also slightly taken aback when she saw this. She asked curiously, the heavenly demon sect actually has someone who knows this kind of communication method from the devil realm? As he spoke, he waved his hand and forcefully took the communication talisman from the disciple's hand. Vice sect leader? That disciple was shocked. It's fine. Zhang Qingxiao's face did not show any surprise at all. She waved her hand generously. You may leave. Vice sect leader Yin is the vice sect leader of my heavenly demon sect. Naturally, she has the right to look at the communication talisman. Yes, disciple understands. The disciple bowed his head and slowly retreated. Why is there nothing in this communication talisman? Yin Meng's demonic senses scanned the communication talisman and said strangely. Really? Zhang Qingxiao was also stunned. She did not reach out her hand and asked, which devil cultivator sent it? There's nothing in it. I can't tell. Yin Meng was a little embarrassed and handed the communication talisman to Zhang Qingxiao. Zhang Qingxiao frowned slightly. Without looking at it, she flicked her sleeve and hit the communication talisman. With a crack, the communication talisman was smashed into pieces. Since Vice Sect Leader Yin can't see anything, how can I see anything? I won't look at it. As Zhang Qingxiao spoke, she narrowed her eyes slightly. However, in just a moment, a trace of shock flashed in her eyes. It was as if she couldn't believe it. It was also as if she was lamenting. Sect leader Zhang is really big-hearted. Yin Meng was surprised by Zhang Qingxiao's actions. He praised her and said, I was also impressed by sect leader Zhang's open-mindedness for the first time. I joined the heavenly demon sect without hesitation. Yes, it was that time. Does sect leader Zhang still remember those disciples in Lingpei Mountain Villa who were not from the Lanli sect? Them? It seems to be 3 or 4 of them. Zhang Qingxiao said thoughtfully. That day, Vice Sect Leader Yin had just revealed his demonic cultivation method. I didn't know if Vice Sect Leader was a friend or foe, so I didn't dare to be careless. Since Vice Sect Leader killed them, I naturally had to let them go. Could it be? It's that guy. Xiao Hua of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Yin Meng said regretfully, I didn't know at that time. I only found out later. Alas, fate really makes fools of people. So it was me who ruined Vice Sect Leader Yin's plan. Zhang Qingxiao was a little panicked. She raised her teacup and said embarrassedly, Let me toast Vice Sect Leader Yin as an apology. Hee, the ignorant are not guilty. Yin Meng smiled and raised his cup. I know that sect leader captured Xiao Hua and forced him to tell me the whereabouts of the Grand Universe Shifting Token. Alas, what a pity! Zhang Qingxiao's tone was filled with endless loneliness. I'm afraid Vice Sect Leader Yin will never find Xiao Hua. Ah? He died? Yin Meng was shocked. Where did he die? Even if he died, his storage pouch must be found. There might be a Grand Universe Shifting Token inside. Xiao Hua died in Inkcloud Black Forest. Moreover, his corpse can't be found. Zhang Qingxiao waved her hand. A few disciples of my sect happened to be there. They sent news a few days ago. If Vice Sect Leader Yin didn't mention this, I wouldn't have known that Xiao Hua was so important. Xiao Hua died in Inkcloud Black Forest? Yin Meng was dumbstruck. He said in exasperation, why did that guy go there for no reason? A little aura refining disciple really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Now that he's dead, what should I do? Sect Leader Zhang, where is his specific location? Mo Bao. Zhang Qingxiao spread out her hands. Not to mention us, even if nascent soul cultivators died, it wouldn't be strange, right? Their corpses have long become Mo Bao's food, right? The things in their storage pouches became the prey of others several years later, right? Alas, if it were somewhere else, the storage pouches would be easy to deal with. Yin Meng was extremely regretful. He said dejectedly, but in Inkcloud Black Forest, storage pouches will corrode, and the things inside will be scattered in the Black Forest. How can I find them? If this matter is important, I can order my disciples to be careful in Inkcloud Black Forest in the future. Zhang Qingxiao said with a smile. What's the use of your aura-refining disciples? Yin Meng snorted. I have to go and see for myself. Zhang Qingxiao was not angry at all. She took out a jade slip, wrote something and handed it to Yin Meng. Although this location is at the edge of Inkcloud Black Forest, Vice Sect Leader Yin should still be careful. Chapter 2034. All right, I'll take my leave. Yin Meng hurriedly bowed and quickly left the tea house. Zhang Qingxiao looked at Yin Meng's back and a faint sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, it was shrouded by sadness. He looked up at the gloomy sky where dusk was rising and half a red sun was hanging on the mountain top. Little junior brother, you still went. Sigh, you're just a little foundation establishment cultivator. Why did you go to Inkcloud Black Forest? Damn it, I only wanted to scheme against those two sword cultivators, you and the sword cultivator. Sigh, I know, isn't it your stupid flying sword? You want to get the sword spirit. You can tell me if you want it. I have the complete sword technique of the sword cultivator here. You can nurture the sword spirit again, you can even cultivate the flying sword again. Why did you have to go to Inkcloud Black Forest? Sigh, you're gone, you're going to leave so carefree in this world, there's only junior sister left. What's the point of me living? What's the use of me scheming against the demon cultivators, the Daoist sect, and the sword cultivators? Even if I killed those 3 nascent soul cultivators, who would be able to laugh with me in the end? Little junior brother, why didn't you stay in the Imperial Thunder sect to cultivate properly? Why did you run out? The last time I saw you, you were still a chi refining level 12 disciple. Who would have thought that in just a few years, you've also built your foundation? Do you know how happy I was when I heard that you've built your foundation? Although I don't know if you have anything to do with Master and Senior Brother's death. But you're still my little junior brother, I'd rather believe that you're innocent. Do you know how upset I am now? I only have you as my little junior brother in this life. There will definitely be no Shang Huaming in the future, and there will definitely be no junior brother. I was still thinking, the next time I see you, I'll scare you and let you see my cultivation. Do you know? Little junior brother, I'm now in the late stage of foundation establishment. I'll be able to condense my core soon. It was actually a peak late stage golden core cultivator in my previous life. I never thought that on the day I met you, that bullshit condensed knowledge treasure was actually refined by me in my previous life. As she spoke, Zhang Qingxiao casually stretched her back. Her cultivation at the peak of the late foundation establishment stage was comparable to an early golden core cultivator. I've prepared a lot of good things for you. I also want you to quickly build your foundation. Zhang Qingxiao retracted her arm and withdrew her aura. She was once again a simple mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Apart from junior sister in the 100 Herbs sect, Shang Huaming only has you and me left. Who else can I dote on if not you? Little junior brother, you? What should I say to you? Even if you've built your foundation, it's nothing in my eyes. I have 10,000 ways to make you steadily improve. But you were actually killed by Dao Master Brightsword's flying sword. I can't save you even if I want to. From now on, I will be the only one in this world who will avenge Master and Big Senior Brother. I will also be the only one who knows the true reason behind Shang Huaming's destruction. I can't accept this. Zhang Qingxiao thought and muttered. Her eyes were filled with endless loneliness as she looked at the setting sun. It was as if there was only loneliness in the entire world. Although Zhang Qingxiao had unfathomable devil cultivation secret techniques and could quickly obtain news about Xiaohua with Zhang Jihao's clone, she still couldn't know that the grieving Xiaohua had already flown to the front of Haoming City. She stopped in midair and carefully observed the entire city. Senior. A voice sounded in front of Xiaohua. It was a cultivator wearing the armor of Haoming City's city guard. Xiaohua raised his head and looked at the city guard. The city guard hurriedly saluted. May I know how I can be of service to Senior? Is that so? Xiaohua smiled. This was the first time he had entered the 7 major cities of the state of Xi and received such a high level of courtesy. Yes, the auction in this city is about to begin. The city lord is afraid that seniors who come from afar don't know the rules of our Haoming City, so he specially sent us here to wait. We will welcome any seniors who are above the foundation establishment realm at any time. The city guard replied respectfully. Well, let's talk about the rules of Haoming City first. This is also my first time here, so I don't want to offend Dao Master Yao Hong. Xiaohua said with a smile. The city guard also smiled. An approachable cultivator like Senior won't offend our Haoming City. Then, the city guard briefly explained the taboos of Haoming City and said, Senior, as long as you don't kill ordinary people and don't attack at will in Haoming City, these taboos are nothing. However, Xiaohua frowned. You mean, in Haoming City, cultivators of different realms have fixed areas of activity? Cultivators of lower realms can't cross the boundary without the permission of cultivators of higher realms? Otherwise, if they are killed, won't your Haoming City take responsibility? Yes, Senior. In Haoming City, we, the city guards, naturally have to ensure the safety of all cultivators. However, if those low-level cultivators cross the bottom line of our Haoming City and offend high-level cultivators, our Haoming City naturally can't guarantee the safety of such cultivators. The city guard answered patiently. Moreover, according to the number of cultivators in our Haoming City, the designated area of activity is sufficient. If someone crosses the boundary, it must be intentional. Well, what about the ordinary people in Haoming City? Xiaohua asked thoughtfully. Senior, you should know that those ordinary people are just doing things that we cultivators don't want to do, such as earning some hard-earned spirit stones. It's impossible for them to affect any cultivators. Such people are not few in our Haoming City. We naturally have to protect them from the harassment of unscrupulous cultivators. That's right. Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, From this, we can see Dao Master Yao Hong's generosity. I agree very much. Thank you for your understanding, Senior. The city guard smiled apologetically. Senior, if you want to lodge a complaint, you have to look for it yourself. If there really isn't one, you can find a city guard like me for help. The city guards and I are very happy to serve Senior. Well said. Xiaohua nodded. After thinking for a moment, he asked, I want to send a message to a fellow Daoist. She's an Qi refinement disciple, but she should be with a nascent soul cultivator. Can I just send a communication talisman directly? Yes, there's no restriction on communication talismans in Haoming City. As long as there's a response from a nascent soul cultivator, Senior can go to their area. The city guard said with a smile. Xiaohua smiled. He clapped his hand and took out a communication talisman. Under the urging of magic power, a red brilliance flashed and flew out of Xiaohua's hand. Unfortunately, what made Xiaohua slightly stunned was that the communication talisman didn't fly directly to the top of Haoming City. Instead, it turned in midair and flew directly behind Xiaohua. Why did it leave the city? Xiaohua's expression changed slightly. Could it be that something happened? Then he cupped his hands slightly towards the city guard and flew out of the city. The city guard didn't think it was strange and went to another place to welcome other cultivators. Senior martial brother. Xiaohua flew a distance away. When his divine sense passed by, a smile appeared on his face. At the same time, Xue Xue's voice came again. Unexpectedly, Xue Xue's face was a little thin. She left the two people behind her far away and flew towards Xiaohua. Xue Xue. Xiaohua was delighted and reached out his hand with a smile. There were still some cultivators nearby. Xue Xue didn't have the nerve to rush into Xiaohua's arms. She only reached out her hand and impatiently held it, as if only the warmth in Xiaohua's hand could make her feel at ease. Why did you come so late? Xue Xue's heart was calm. She looked into Xiaohua's eyes and asked with concern, I thought you'd be able to catch up to me in a dozen or so days at most. Who knew that it would take you almost a year? Hee, didn't I say I'd give you a surprise? Xiaohua said with a smile. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. I finally have the face to come back and see you. This concubine said before, this concubine doesn't want any surprises. This concubine only wants you to stay by this concubine's side. Xue Xue said tenderly. She didn't care about Xiaohua's so-called surprise at all and didn't ask a single word. Just as Xiaohua was about to explain, he suddenly felt a strange gaze shooting at him from the side. This gaze was not the kind of bone-deep hatred, but it was a kind of faint hostility, a kind of slight disdain, which Xiaohua was very sensitive to, and he was able to detect it. Who is it? Xiaohua raised his sword-like eyebrows and looked in that direction. Sure enough, it was the two people who came with Xue Xue. One of them was the ugly Huofurong. At this time, Huofurong was very tactful and kept a distance of more than 10 zhang from Xiaohua. Beside her, there was a male cultivator who looked very similar to her. His cultivation was around the middle stage of foundation establishment. A pair of big and small eyes stared straight at Xiaohua. This gaze seemed to be spitting fire and full of jealousy. What's going on? Xiaohua was slightly stunned. He turned his head and whispered to Xue Xue, Is this male cultivator Huofurong's brother? Xue Xue's face was somewhat unnatural. She nodded and said, Yes, this male cultivator is called Fire Qilin. He's Huofurong's cousin. Fire Qilin? He has the nerve to call himself Fire Qilin with that appearance? Xiaohua almost laughed out loud. And when I saw him for the first time that day, I was also this surprised. Xue Xue pursed her lips and smiled. However, this person's character can be considered good, even somewhat refined. It is somewhat similar to the so-called Confucian cultivators. Why is he looking at me like that? Xiaohua whispered. I don't seem to owe him any spirit stones, right? This. Xue Xue was somewhat embarrassed. This guy seems to be a little, Xiaohua was really stunned. Damn it, when I'm with you, I feel like I'm a flower stuck in cow dung. If this guy, then wouldn't he be? I really can't compare. Fire Qilin has a lot of etiquette. He only expressed some goodwill and didn't say anything. However, he's a foundation establishment senior. I also vaguely told Huofurong some things. Presumably, he should be aware of it. Xue Xue whispered. His cultivation is higher than yours. Don't cause trouble. Chapter 2035. However, Xue Xue covered her mouth again. Although Xiaohua's cultivation was at the early stage of foundation establishment, his strength seemed to be higher than Xiangyang, who was at the middle stage of foundation establishment. He shouldn't be afraid of the fire Qilin. Therefore, she hurriedly said, their great-grandfathers are the 3 elders of Ardent Fire Mountain. They're all early-stage nascent soul cultivators. We can't afford to offend them. Hee, I understand. Xiao Hua transmitted his voice. Then he let go of Xue Xue's hand and turned to look at Hua Furong. When Hua Furong saw Xiao Hua looking at her, she glanced at the fire Qilin from the side and sighed slightly. Cousin, let's go. This is Xiao Hua, my sister's savior. Don't embarrass him. The fire Qilin nodded and said seriously, who is your cousin? How can I lower myself to his level? But Hua Furong agreed and flew to Xiao Hua. She cupped her hands and said, fellow Daoist Xiao, we finally meet again. Your junior sister has been worried about you for the past dozens of days. Every day, she asked me to accompany her outside Bright City to wait for you. She's really affectionate. Xiao Hua didn't dare to neglect and also cupped his hands. Fellow Daoist Hua, thank you for bringing my junior sister to Bright City. Thank you for taking care of her for the past year. Don't mention it. I want to thank fellow Daoist Xiao even more. I dare not take credit for this. Hua Furong smiled and pointed. This is my cousin, Fire Qilin. He's also a famous cultivator of Ardent Fire Mountain. I am Xiao Hua, a disciple of Imperial Thunder Sect. Greetings, fellow Daoist Hua. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and greeted. The fire Qilin was also polite and cupped his hands. Fellow Daoist Xiao is indeed a talent. I'm envious. Moreover, my junior sister is indebted to fellow Daoist Xiao for saving her. Everyone in Ardent Fire Mountain is grateful to fellow Daoist Xiao. I dare not take credit for this. It's just a matter of convenience. Xiao Hua said modestly. The fire Qilin turned to Xue Xue and said, fellow Daoist Xue, since we've received your senior brother, let's return to our residence in Bright City. We still have to pay our respects to our 3 great-grandfathers. Xue Xue shook her head without hesitation and said, thank you for your kind intentions, fellow Daoist Hua. Since my senior brother is here, I won't go to the residence of Ardent Fire Mountain. I hope that fellow Daoist Hua can apologize to the 3 seniors. Oh, you're not coming with us? The fire Qilin was somewhat disappointed and said, my Ardent Inferno Mountain's residence is filled with world spirit qi. It's a good place to cultivate. No need. Xue Xue shook her head again. Seeing this, Hua Furong quickly smiled and said, since fellow Daoist Xiao has come, then little sister Xue will naturally follow fellow Daoist Xiao. However, fellow Daoist Xiao, my 3 great-grandfathers have always wanted to see you so that I can thank you for saving my life. If fellow Daoist Xiao has found a place to stay, please send me a message through your communication talisman. Xiao Hua could ignore the fire Qilin, but he couldn't ignore the 3 nascent soul cultivators of the Ardent Fire Mountain range. Since Hua Furong said so, Xiao Hua had no choice but to nod and say, sure. After I find a place to stay in Haoming City, I'll immediately send a messaging talisman to fellow Daoist Hua. I also really want to pay a visit to the 3 nascent soul seniors. The fire Qilin nodded and said, all right, since that's the case, I'll first accompany fellow Daoist Xue to find the city guards of Haoming City and help fellow Daoist Xue find an excellent place to stay. Xiao Hua smiled and said, there's no need to trouble fellow Daoist Hua. I can find the city guards of Haoming City myself. Unexpectedly, the fire Qilin ignored Xiao Hua and only looked at Xue Xue. Xue Xue was helpless and could only shake her head and say, fellow Daoist Hua, please return. I'll let senior brother arrange my residence. Oh, so it's like that? I'm a little worried. The fire Qilin hesitated and said, I'll only be at ease if I help you do it. Xiao Hua finally understood what Xue Xue meant when she said that the fire Qilin was full of etiquette. He clearly didn't understand the ways of the world. He and Xue Xue had already clearly rejected him, but he didn't seem to understand and was blindly flattering. Cousin. Hua Furong's face was somewhat embarrassed. She pulled the fire Qilin's sleeve and said, fellow Daoist Xue, fellow Daoist Xiao can arrange it. You don't have to worry. It's already late. You and I had better hurry back to pay our respects to our great-grandfathers. Yes, I know. The Fire Qilin's face turned cold as he answered. He then said to Xue Xue, fellow Daoist Xue, when you find a residence, you must send me a communication talisman. Xue Xue was obviously non-committal. However, the Fire Qilin thought that Xue Xue had agreed. He beamed with joy and actually urged Huofurong to return earlier. Huofurong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She cupped her hands towards Xiaohua and Xue Xue and urged her figure to fly away together with the Fire Qilin. Damn, this Fire Qilin is really somewhat interesting. Xiaohua scratched his head, very speechless. Hee, the Fire Qilin is a good person, but he's just a little pedantic. Xue Xue also pursed her lips and said with a smile, let's go. Don't worry about others. Xiaohua pulled Xue Xue's hand and said, after we find a residence, let's do something that this guy can't even dream of. But Xue Xue spat lightly, but there was a smile on her face, and her eyebrows were rippling with spring. There were many abodes on the mountain range of Haoming City, and they were divided into different layers of the mountain range. Even the abodes that Foundation establishment cultivators could live in were of different sizes, and the concentration of heaven and earth spiritual qi was also different. Each abode had different spirit stones to pay according to the specific conditions. If a cultivator had a more special need, as long as they could pay the spirit stones, Haoming City would provide special things for the cultivator in the abode. Xiaohua was different from before. There were many spirit stones in the space, so he found an abode with rich heaven and earth spiritual qi and an alchemy room among the abodes that Foundation establishment cultivators had the right to live in on the second layer. After handing over the spirit stones to the city guard and receiving the magic tablet and jade slip, Xiaohua was not in the mood to stroll around Haoming City. He immediately took Xue Xue's hand and flew to the abode he chose according to the direction indicated on the jade slip, doing something that Fire Qilin couldn't even dream of. Xiaohua couldn't wait to activate the magic tablet and rushed into the abode while holding Xue Xue's hand. Xue Xue's face was still red. She also missed Xiaohua very much and longed for Xiaohua's warmth, but looking at Xiaohua's anxious appearance, she was a little embarrassed. She was even thinking about what she should do if Xiaohua did something special. Should she refuse? Should she cater to him? Or should she compromise? However, when Xue Xue was hesitating, she was dumbfounded when she saw Xiaohua's real action. What? Husband, you actually know alchemy? You also got the heavenly ingress? Xue Xue was flabbergasted as she watched Xiaohua take out the three-legged vermilion bird phoenix pattern furnace. Then, he skillfully turned on the earth fire in the alchemy room and took out the sky ingress from the space as if he was presenting a treasure. Xue Xue couldn't even dream of it. Could you, Fire Qilin, dream of it? Chapter 2036. He more than that? Xiaohua looked at Xue Xue's surprise and ecstasy. He felt that his life and death in the ink cloud black forest was worth it. He patted his forehead and smiled. Look at your husband's cultivation. Ah? Husband? You're already at the middle stage of Foundation establishment? Xue Xue really didn't dare to imagine. She came out with Xiaohua, but they were both at the 12th level of qi refining. Just as they arrived at the Flame Forest Marsh, Xiaohua unexpectedly entered the early stage of Foundation establishment. Moreover, he broke the blood seal set by the male thunder beast and saved Xiang Yang and Zhuqing Yuan. Then, Xiaohua showed his prowess at Tianmen Mountain and saved the bloodline of Tianmen Mountain. Then, he concentrated on the formation and helped Tianmen Mountain set up the formation. Xue Xue saw clearly that Xiaohua didn't seem to cultivate much. Moreover, since they parted ways at Tianmen Mountain, it was less than a year. Even if 1 year at the Flame Forest Marsh and 3 years at Tianmen Mountain were added, it was less than 5 years. In just 5 years, Xiaohua actually directly jumped from the early stage of Foundation establishment to the middle stage of Foundation establishment. Is this still the Xiaohua who failed to build his foundation and failed to build his foundation after more than 10 years? What's wrong? My wife, are you shocked? Xiaohua smiled proudly, Your husband wanted to give you a surprise, but I didn't expect this surprise to be a bit big. Xue's eyes flashed with surprise, but then there was a trace of shadow. She forced a smile and said, "Yes, this surprise is really big. So big that I didn't expect it even in my dreams." Immediately, Xue hid her gloominess and showed a bright smile. She pointed at the heavenly grass and said, "Husband left me, could it be for this heavenly grass? This heavenly grass is a rare thing in the world. Where did husband get it?" Speaking of which, the story is really long. Xiaohua said with a smile, "Your husband will heat up this pill furnace and take a good look at the pill formula for refining Ling Lei pill. Then I'll slowly tell you." "Okay, I'll listen to husband's instructions." Xue was very sweet, her two limpid eyes seemed to stick to Xiaohua. Xiaohua cast a few spells that Xue didn't seem to recognize on the earth fire. The earth fire burned fiercely and wrapped around the three-legged vermilion bird phoenix pattern furnace. It slowly warmed up. Then he took the jade slip from Xue and read it carefully. Xue looked at the cauldron warmed by the earth fire, feeling a little confused. Although Xue didn't know how to refine pills, she had heard her master talk about it before. She had even dabbled in the teachings of the Thunderstorm Palace. Xue. It wasn't that her heart was far away, but that her cultivation was too far away. It was so far away that she felt a sense of fear. "It's done." Xiaohua took out his divine sense from the jade slip and said with a smile, "Your husband looked at it again. It's more or less correct. Once the pill furnace is warmed up, your husband can refine Ling Lei pill for you." "Husband, why don't you make a copy too?" Xue hid her gloominess and said with a smile, "Husband took a copy and can look at it anytime. It's inconvenient for me to give it to you." Xiaohua scratched his head and said with a smile, "There's no need. This is Xue family's secret. Your husband better not take it." "Hee, isn't Xue family your family?" Xue pursed her lips and said with a smile, "Won't it be Xiao families in the future?" "That's right. How could your husband forget?" Xiaohua saw Xue's seductive appearance and his heart itched. He reached out and hugged Xue's plump body. He buried his mouth and nose in her chest, greedily inhaling that enchanting smell. Xue was also moved. She reached out and hugged Xiaohua's neck. The two were affectionate for a long time. Only then did Xue ask while gasping for breath, "Husband Xiao, I feel very guilty. From it, I'm afraid you risked your life to pick the heavenly grass, right?" "Hee, not at all," Xiaohua said with a smile. "Speaking of which, there's a story. Moreover, your husband also obtained a lot of benefits from it." Then, Xiaohua casually told the story of Mo Black Forest. Finally, he said, "Look, didn't your husband come back in one piece? Moreover, my cultivation has improved greatly." Hearing that Xue met Mo Bao of Mo Black Forest, Xue's face was already pale. She was clear about the dangers of Mo Black Forest. That Mo Bao was the nightmare of all cultivators. Xiaohua actually received the help of the heavens and his cultivation improved greatly because of it. Although it was said that he was lucky, there were countless difficulties and endless love for her. If it wasn't for her own foundation, would Xiaohua take such a risk? Although Xiaohua didn't say anything else, Xue easily thought of the other difficulties Xiaohua encountered. "Husband." Xue couldn't help but hug Xiaohua again. Her cherry lips slightly opened and she kissed him. "You really have to pay to reap the rewards." Xiaohua didn't forget to sigh while enjoying himself. After a while, Xiaohua thought of something again. He took out a jade slip from his bosom, immersed his divine sense in it, and wrote something in it. He handed it to Xue and said, "Wife, your ancestral jade slip has recorded that even if you take the thunder pill, when awakening the thunder beast bloodline or building the foundation, there is still the danger of true qi breaking through the meridians. Your husband happens to have a special cultivation method here that can refine the meridians. You can start cultivating now. I hope it will be useful when the time comes." Xue was stunned again. She also knew that this kind of cultivation method that could refine the meridians was definitely a secret of a cultivation sect. Moreover, the scale of this sect was definitely not inferior to the thunder-controlling sect. However, now she was already used to Xiao Hua's magical powers. She reached out and took it, and only smiled slightly and said, "Husband is considerate." Immediately, she immersed her divine sense in the jade slip and looked at the most simple and most basic dragon transformation's secret art in it. Xiaohua looked at Xue's serious look, and the corner of his mouth smiled. This cultivation method was even more shallow than the one he gave Xiao Mao. After all, Xue was about to build the foundation. It was too complicated, and she might not be able to comprehend it, let alone cultivate it. Immediately, Xiaohua didn't waste time. He looked at the heat of the pill furnace, clapped his hands, and took out the corpses of the two thunder beasts. He made a gesture, took some things needed for the thunder pill from the corpses, and threw them into the pill furnace. After those things melted, he took some auxiliary spiritual herbs from the space and threw them in one by one. Then he looked at Xue, who was meditating with her eyes closed. He rubbed his hands, and 2 wisps of Samadhi true fire flew into the earth fire. In an instant, the entire earth fire turned light purple, and within that light purple, there was a trace of crimson red. Seeing that the various spiritual herbs in the pill furnace began to melt, and impurities were extracted from the liquid, Xiaohua's face showed a dignified look. He waved his hand and took out 2 jade bottles from the space. These 2 jade bottles contained the blood of the 2 thunder beasts. After being processed by Zhuoqing Yuan, they were put into the jade bottles. However, the blood of the thunder beasts used to refine the thunder pill was not simple primitive blood, but the true blood of the blood. Only this kind of true blood could stimulate the true blood in Xue's blood. Only the true blood of the thunder beasts, which was divided into yin and yang attributes, could be adjusted by the heavenly yin grass. Xiaohua closed his eyes, and very carefully meditated on the method to extract the true blood. Then, with a wave of his hand, he opened the seal on one of the jade bottles, and a ball of blood the size of a fist flew into the air. This ball of blood was very ordinary, and there was nothing special about it. However, with Xiaohua's different methods, the entire ball of blood began to boil, like boiling water. Bubbles continuously rushed out from the ball of blood. When the bubbles disappeared, the ball of blood had shrunk by more than half. At this time, the ball of blood began to flicker with brilliance. In Xiaohua's Buddhist sense, this flickering brilliance was precisely the faint formation of hair-thin lightning within the ball of blood. Quick! Xiaohua chanted an incantation and urged his magic power. A method that he had been forming for a long time struck the ball of blood. Following the incantation, strands of golden lightning were extracted from the ball of blood by Xiaohua, and like countless small fish in an oval space, they wantonly swam. These lightning strands seemed to want to break through the confinement of this oval space and rush into the heavenly Tao. However, every time they came into contact with the restriction, they could only be slightly repelled by the restriction. They simply could not cross half a step. "Rise!" Xiaohua lightly reprimanded again. His hands were like plucking the strings of a zither, and small and delicate incantations struck the lightning strands. Those lightning strands in Xiaohua's hands were like dancing, gradually gathering together. In less than half a cup of tea's time, a small lightning beast shape was formed by the lightning strands. Great! Seeing this, Xiaohua was overjoyed. His forehead was almost covered in sweat. This extraction was far beyond his imagination. It was several times more complicated than when Xiangyang took out the Tai green light rod from the Tai green light rod. If Xiaohua's magic power was not comparable to the middle Jindan stage, it might really be difficult. Go! Xiaohua knew that this was the final critical moment, and he did not dare to be careless. His hands moved nimbly again, faster than before, almost bringing along an afterimage. At this time, the place where he struck the incantation was no longer the ball of lightning strands, but the ball of blood again. Under Xiaohua's incantation, the ball of blood quickly shrank, and was soon compressed to the size of a thumb. Moreover, the ball of blood was still trembling, as if there was still room to shrink under Xiaohua's magic power. Pang! It seemed that Xiaohua lost control of his magic power, and the ball of blood suddenly exploded like a firework. However, Xiaohua's face did not have any depression, but instead showed a trace of joy. Xiaohua's eyes stared at the exploding ball of blood, and his hands quietly stopped in midair. The moment all the ball of blood began to fall, his right hand suddenly stretched out, 5 fingers stretched out, and stretched forward. It was precisely above the ball of blood, and then, with great difficulty, he lifted it up. As if he was carrying a heavy object, Xiaohua's hand actually sank slightly by an inch. Chapter 2037. A strange thing happened. The falling droplets of blood froze in midair and began to tremble rapidly. Then, from each droplet of blood, a thread thinner than a hair was pulled out. As the blood thread was pulled out, the droplets of blood fell to the ground again. Xiaohua waved his left hand, and a wisp of true samadhi fire appeared. It surrounded the droplets of blood, and all of them were burned to ashes, falling to the ground. Xiaohua's right hand stretched out and then retracted, throwing it towards the lightning beast in the air that was formed by lightning threads. Go! Seeing the blood thread approaching the lightning thread, Xiaohua opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of true essence. The blood thread used the power of true essence to hit the lightning beast. Once it hit, the blood thread instantly wrapped around the lightning beast. Kacha! A soft sound of thunder suddenly echoed in midair. It hit the lightning beast that had already turned gold and red. Seeing the lightning beast's wings and the faint lightning thread mixed with the red blood thread, it really seemed like it was going to soar into the sky. Great! Xiaohua was overjoyed. He pointed at the 3-legged vermilion bird phoenix pattern furnace, and the lightning beast flew towards the furnace. In a moment, it entered the furnace. Ah, such a divine skill, husband. I can't compare. Shui had opened her eyes at an unknown time. She looked at Xiaohua's technique and muttered, "Hee, wife, with your husband working hard for you, you can just obediently wait to build your foundation." Xiaohua said with a smile. But at this moment, Xiaohua frowned. He looked at the entrance of the cave and said unhappily, "This fire Qilin is a bit boring. Why did he come here to harass us again? Since we are hiding from him, he should understand." Hearing this, Shui smiled bitterly. This person is a bit dull, even pedantic. If he wants to do something, even 9 heavenly dragons won't be able to pull him back. According to Huo Furong, he is only a few years older than her, but he didn't like to cultivate when he was young. At the beginning, Huo Furong was in the 5th layer of the aura refining realm, and he was still in the 1st layer. The 3 elders of the ardent fire mountain racked their brains, but he just ignored them and did his own thing. But later on, for some unknown reason, when Huo Furong reached the 7th level of qi refining, she suddenly came to a realization. As a result, her cultivation speed began to spiral out of control. Other than cultivating, she did nothing else. Lord Husband must have also seen it. Huo Furong has only just entered the foundation establishment realm, while the fire Qilin is already a mid-level foundation establishment realm existence. Speaking of this, Flaming Hibiscus also bitterly smiled. Actually, I've only seen him a few times, but he began to follow me. He didn't say anything and just looked at me. In the beginning, this concubine still nodded politely. Every time he saw this, he would be wild with joy. Later on, when this concubine understood what was going on, she no longer paid attention to him. But is still pestering me. Shui said embarrassedly, "Husband, this concubine has never said a word to him. Every time, Huo Hibiscus was present." "He, my wife." Xiaohua said with a smile, "I didn't say anything. How could your husband not believe you? In this Dawn Rain continent, there are probably not many who can be more handsome than your husband." Saying this, Xiaohua flicked his hair, looking around with a narcissistic look. Shui laughed. Xiaohua said again, "It's just that your husband is busy right now. I've just finished refining the male lightning beast's true blood, and I still need the female lightning beast's true blood. Only after these things are done can I go see the fire Qilin. Let this guy stand there first." "Okay." Shui smiled sweetly and went to comprehend the dragon transformation art. After waiting for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Xiaohua also successfully extracted the female lightning beast's true blood. Immediately, Xiaohua reached out his hand and took out the heavenly yin grass from the space. With a point of his finger, the stem of the heavenly yin grass was cut off from the root and thrown into the pill furnace. The roots of the heavenly yin grass were also thrown back into the space and let the puppet carefully plant it. Xiaohua actually wanted to cultivate the heavenly yin grass first, but he was afraid that something would go wrong and delay Shui, so he left it behind and tried to plant it. When the stem of the heavenly yin grass fell into the pill furnace, under the tempering of the samadhi true fire, it immediately turned into a spiritual liquid. This spiritual liquid was clearly different from the previous spiritual herbs. It actually had two colors, one was pure white, the other was fiery red, the same color as the yin and yang of the ink cloud black forest's secret area. These two colors were clearly separated and did not seem to mix with each other. Wonderful! Xiaohua's divine sense swept through the liquid. At the same time he praised in his heart, he also doubted whether he could grow the heavenly yin grass in his space. This kind of miraculous spiritual herb could only be grown in a special place. Go, Xiaohua rubbed his hands, and the two lightning beasts' true blood that had been spreading their wings and wanting to fly together were pushed into the pill furnace by Xiaohua. Immediately after, another hand seal was cast. However, he saw that the pill liquid in the pill furnace was pouring down onto the two true blood from top to bottom. The true blood actually softened once again and seeped into the pill liquid. As his divine sense swept through, the phantoms of the male and female lightning beasts spreading their wings in the pill liquid were vivid and lifelike. Good! Xiaohua praised himself first. He knew that even if the Ling Lei Dan could be formed, he would have to refine it again to quench the impurities in the elixir. In the end, he would be able to condense the true blood of the male and female lightning beasts together to form the Ling Lei Dan. Hearing Xiaohua's praise, Shui opened her eyes again and said with a smile, "How is it? Did it succeed?" Xiaohua said with a smile, "How can it be that simple? This Ling Lei pill probably needs to be refined for 81 days before it can be completed. Now, we've only done some superficial things. Fortunately, I heard from Master that the more precious a pill is, the longer it needs to be refined. The 81 days for the Ling Lei pill is not too long." Shui nodded and said, "Moreover, the auction in Haoming City is also held during this period. We can kill two birds with one stone." "That's right." Xiaohua nodded. He had some expectations in his heart. Yes, when Xiaohua was in the Qi refinement realm, he had always been using the fire marrow flame crystal and the Big Dipper divine fist to temper his bones. Every time he used the Big Dipper divine fist, there would always be a cold current tempering all the bones in his body inch by inch. However, ever since Xiaohua entered the Foundation establishment realm, or maybe after Xiaohua absorbed the fire origin, the Big Dipper divine fist's effect became increasingly small. Previously, Xiaohua did not care about it and thought that it was just a matter of cultivation. He did not practice it enough. However, after Mo Zhao Black Forest, Xiaohua broke through to the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm. His Dharma body, meridians, and cultivation technique were all profound, but in terms of tempering his bones, it was far inferior to the fire marrow flame crystal from before. During this period of time, Xiaohua had been pondering. It was only a few days ago that Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization. When he saw the light reverse flight's demonstration of the light evasion technique, the bone tempering he saw was not just a simple Big Dipper divine fist, but several different methods. Every method, the bones would change into a different color. In other words, each method could only be used for one color. At the fire origin stage, he used the Big Dipper divine fist, and after the fire origin, it should be the earth origin. At this stage, the Big Dipper divine fist should not be used anymore. Xiaohua must find another method to temper his bones. Otherwise, even if he used up all the earth crystal Yao milk, he would not be able to complete the second stage of tempering his bones. Chapter 2038. Therefore, Xiaohua came to Haoming City to look for Shui, and to take advantage of the blazing fire mountain's 3 elders to enter a high-level auction to obtain a better bone-tempering method. However, could there be a bone-tempering method? Xiaohua really didn't know. There were many body-tempering cultivators in the Daybreak continent, and they all used body-tempering methods. Bone-tempering? Who would do that for no reason? Not using time on the Great Tao? However, Xiaohua knew his own matters. In essence, all of his cultivation was based on the space behind his head. Furthermore, the light reversal within the space was the most important. This light reversal should be his #1 priority. Since there was only the cultivation method of the light evasion, he should first master the light evasion. He was no longer too worried about basic cultivation methods. His knowledge and experience had already far surpassed that of aura-refining cultivators, and his cultivation level had also far surpassed that of foundation-building cultivators of the same realm. Under these circumstances, it would be very easy for him to find cultivation methods to advance his cultivation. Spiritual plants, medicinal pills, and so on were even less of a concern to him. Buddhism, Confucianism, dragonization art, sword cultivation, phoenix battle body, and even soul cultivation. Although they were all divine abilities comparable to Taoism, in Xiaohua's eyes, they couldn't compare to light escape. Of course, Xiaohua longed to try these divine abilities, but this would have to wait until he succeeded in using Master Brightsword's Sword Heart Origins Seed secret technique. Seeing that the pill furnace had already stabilized and the 3 medicinal liquids were arranged in a straight line, quietly tempering in the furnace fire, Xiaohua knew this stage would probably last for more than 10 days. Therefore, he set up a rabbit formation and concealed the entire pill furnace. Then he followed Xue to the front of the Immortal's cave. The front of the Immortal's cave was the reception area, and the space wasn't small. Xiaohua and Xue came here and smiled at each other. They each found a praying mat and sat on it, cultivating without mentioning it. As for the fire Qilin outside the Immortal's cave, he waited for more than half a day. The summoning talisman he sent was right in front of him, but he didn't enter the cave at all. He knew in his heart that Xiaohua didn't welcome him, but he really didn't seem to be discouraged as Xue said. He even encouraged himself in his heart, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid." Female cultivators are all shy, and it's not easy to say something. An outstanding female cultivator like Xue is even more so like this. If I leave now, how can I let her see my determination? When she left yesterday, didn't she still smile at me? Doesn't this mean that she has feelings for me? Although this Xiaohua is her senior martial brother and can be considered to be in a favorable position, but I didn't know Xue before, so I can't take the lead in her heart. But now that I know Xue, I can't neglect her. I didn't appear before Xue, but from now on, I will appear every day. I will definitely let her know who is the most suitable for her, who is the one who misses her the most. After waiting for more than 2 hours, Xiaohua's divine sense swept out and saw that the fire Qilin was still there. He couldn't help but frown. Facing such a strange person, Xiaohua really didn't know how to deal with him. The fire Qilin was a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator in name, and he was also a direct descendant of the 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain. It was impossible for him to casually kill him. At this moment, another person flew over from not far away. That person didn't wait for the entrance of the cave before shouting, "Oh, cousin, so you're here. Great-grandfather is looking for you. He's just short of sending you a messaging talisman." The person who had arrived was none other than Hua Furong. "Oh, why is great-grandfather looking for me?" The fire Qilin was puzzled. "I already paid my respects this morning, but I didn't see him say anything." "You'd better go quickly." Hua Furong curled her lips. "You'll be in trouble if he sends you a messaging talisman." "Oh, okay." The fire Qilin seemed to be afraid of the 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain. It looked at Xiaohua's cave with some reluctance before turning around and flying away. After the fire Qilin was far away, Hua Furong sighed and said loudly, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, little sister Xue, please open the cave. I have something to ask of you." Xiaohua naturally heard her. He took out a magic tablet and opened the restriction, then he and Xue went forward to welcome her. Hua Furong cupped her hands from afar and said with an apologetic smile, "My cousin is always so reckless. I've let fellow Daoist Xiao see a joke." "Is that so? Where is fellow Daoist Hua?" Xiao Hua pretended to be surprised. Hua Furong smiled and didn't mention the fire Qilin again. After entering the cave and taking a seat, she said, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, I came today to ask fellow Daoist Xiao to come to my Ardent Fire Mountains cave tomorrow. The three elders are very concerned about fellow Daoist Xiao's kindness and want to thank you in person." When Xiao Hua heard this, he quickly waved his hand and said with a smile, "Fellow Daoist Hua is too polite. It was just a small matter that day. Anyone who saw the heavenly demon sect's actions would have to intervene. I don't dare to take credit for it. Moreover, fellow Daoist Hua brought my junior sister to Haoming City and protected her safety. You've already repaid that so-called kindness. It's better not to mention this matter again." Then he thought for a moment and said, "If fellow Daoist Hua feels that you owe me, you can just give me a passage talisman on the day of the auction." "That's natural," Hua Furong said with a smile. "Since fellow Daoist Xiao has come to Haoming City, you can't not follow my Ardent Fire Mountain to participate in the auction for nascent soul cultivators. That's a good opportunity to broaden your horizons. However, the auction for nascent soul cultivators doesn't need any passage talismans. Nascent soul cultivators can participate every day, and they can even bring in 5 disciples." "Oh, so it's like that?" Xiao Hua scratched his head. It seemed that he had no choice but to pay a visit to the 3 elders of Ardent Fire Mountain. It seems that a nascent soul senior from the Imperial Thunder sect has also come. However, he's not near the Ardent Fire Mountain's abode. Hua Furong suddenly thought of something and reminded, "If fellow Daoist Xiao has the time, shouldn't you also pay a visit?" "Hee, I'm just a pawn of the Imperial Thunder sect. I'm afraid that a nascent soul senior wouldn't recognize me at all." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "Although paying a visit is a kind of etiquette, I can't pay a visit without a nascent soul senior's permission, right? Since that's the case, I'd better not ask for a snub." "Hee, that's exactly the case." Hua Furong pursed her lips and said, "When my 3 great-grandfathers arrived at Haoming City, they sent one messaging talisman after another. To tell you the truth, fellow Daoist Xiao, my great-grandfathers didn't even look at a single one of them. They were all crushed by us for fun. Some aura-refining children even competed to see who could crush the most number of messaging talismans every day." Hua Furong patted her hand and took out a palm-sized token from her storage pouch. She handed it over and said, "This is the token of my Ardent Fire Mountain. It was personally given to me by my 2nd great-grandpa. Fellow Daoist Xiao, if you take it, you'll be able to pass through Haoming City without any obstructions." Looking at the flame-like token in front of him, Xiao Hua knew that this was the face of a nascent soul cultivator, so he definitely couldn't refuse. Thus, he reached out to take it and said with a smile, "Thank you, fellow Daoist Hua. Since fellow Daoist is so considerate as a junior, it's only right for me to pay a visit to the seniors." Hua Furong was overjoyed and said, "Today, my Ardent Fire Mountain is holding a small banquet. If fellow Daoist Xiao has the time, can you go?" Xiao Hua glanced at Xue Xue. Xue Xue also smiled and said, "The 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain are famous nascent soul seniors in my state of Xi. I've always been following Big Sister Furong in Haoming City, but I haven't had the opportunity to meet the 3 seniors. Now is the perfect opportunity, so I also want to meet the 3 seniors." All right. Xiao Hua actually knew that the opportunity to meet nascent soul seniors was very important, especially if he could get some pointers. Even if it was casual, it would be of great benefit to his cultivation. Unfortunately, wasn't there a fire Qilin here? Otherwise, Xiao Hua would have already gone without hesitation. Since he was willing to meet Xue Xue, how could Xiao Hua not go? "Great." Hua Furong clapped her hands and said, "I often mention fellow Daoist Xiao in front of my great-grandpa. Presumably, there will be some benefits for fellow Daoist Xiao this time, right?" "Hee, that's the best. This Xiao likes benefits the most." Xiao Hua's face was full of smiles. Xiao Hua, Xue Xue, and Hua Furong left the cave and sealed the cave with a magic tablet. Only then did they follow Huafurong all the way to a high place. Xiao Huan naturally hadn't been to the residences of golden core and nascent soul cultivators. Along the way, when they passed by different areas, Haoming City's city guards would kindly remind them, but they definitely wouldn't forcefully stop them. Huafurong ignored them and only took out the Ardent Fire Mountain's token and shook it. Without waiting for the city guards to see if they could see it clearly, they immediately rushed past the city guards. Xiao Hua followed behind Huafurong, looking at the residences of gold core cultivators and nascent soul cultivators with great interest. He thought to himself, this Haoming City is really thoughtful. The concentration of heaven and earth spirit qi in different areas of the mountain range is absolutely different. The spirit grasses and spirit trees in each area are also poles apart. The style of the Immortal's cave is even more different. If this young master didn't come up to take a look, I really wouldn't have known the secret. Just when Xiao Hua was looking left and right to find something interesting, a divine sense swept past and locked onto the three of them. Who is it? Why would Huafurong care about this? In front of Xiao Hua, she was still fine, but in front of other people, her fiery temper was immediately born. She released her divine sense without hesitation and collided with that divine sense. Fellow Daoist Hua, Xiao Hua was slightly startled and promptly called out, "Don't be rash." Of course, the other party was in the late stage of the foundation building realm, and his divine sense was much stronger than Huafurong's. Huafurong's action was tantamount to striking a stone with an egg. However, when Xiao Hua reminded him, he came to a realization. This was the residence of a nascent soul cultivator, and this foundation-building cultivator was either a city guard or a disciple of a nascent soul cultivator here. Huafurong was a disciple of Ardent Fire Mountain, so how could she lose face for Ardent Fire Mountain? Naturally, if it was a foundation-building cultivator who broke into this place, Huafurong would be even more arrogant. Sure enough, when that cultivator saw Huafurong's reaction, he immediately withdrew his divine sense and said warmly, "May I know which cultivation group fellow Daoist is from?" Xiao Hua didn't release his divine sense. By the time he looked into the distance, an old man wearing the armor of a city guard was flying towards them with two early-stage foundation-building city guards. These three people all had swords hanging from their waists. This lady is a disciple of Ardent Fire Mountain. Have you all never seen me before? Huafurong didn't care who they were and said without any trace of politeness. Chapter 2039. Hee, I was wrong. The old man slapped his forehead and came to a realization. I went to visit Elder Hua a few days ago, so I should know what you look like. Alas, it's all because this place was a little messy just now, which angered the nascent soul senior here. That's why I was so careful. Please forgive me, Miss Hua. Although Huafurong had a bad temper, she was still a descendant of a famous sect. Seeing the old man apologize, she felt embarrassed and quickly bowed. I'm Huafurong from the Blazing Fire Mountain. I've offended you just now. May I know when fellow Daoist met my great-grandfather? I don't seem to have seen you before. It's fine, it's fine. The old man flicked his sleeves and said, I'm Yu Chen, the new captain of the city guards of the Blazing Fire Mountain. Countless cultivators visit Elder Hua's cave every day. How could fellow Daoist Hua remember me? Hey, this is the captain of the city guards who replaced Xianxia? Xiao Hua looked at the old man and thought, he looks much more humble than Xianxia. However, I wonder if Lu Cheng's material for refining tools has been delivered to him. So it's Captain Yu from the Blazing Fire Mountain. I've been disrespectful. Huafurong smiled and looked around. She asked curiously, this should be the cave of Master Qin Yen from the Mo Sang Mountain. His temper has always been good. Why did he get angry? Alas, it's because a few foundation establishment cultivators wanted to make friends with Master Qin Yen. Not only did they send a communication talisman, they even sneaked to his cave and wanted to visit him. Yu Chen smiled bitterly. You said that the rules of the Blazing Fire Mountain were clear, but they just wanted to take the risk. I can punish them according to the city rules, but they have a sect after all, so I can't really kill them. fellow Daoist Hua, you must know that the city guards of the blazing fire mountain only stopped them, but never stopped them. Yes, I understand. Hua Furong smiled and said, Master Qin Yan is famous for his good temper. He won't really kill them, so these Foundation establishment cultivators wanted to find him. That's right. They all want to go to the auction to find some good stuff, but they don't even think about it. Even if they do find something good, what do they have that would catch the eye of a nascent soul cultivator? Yu Chen nodded and then cupped his hands. Fellow Daoist Hua, please. This old man was just complaining a little. I've made a fool of myself. A lot of cultivators went to the Ardent Fire Mountain's Immortal's cave today. I'm afraid there must be something going on, right? Hua Furong smiled and said, yes, the 3 old ancestors invited their good friends. These 2 fellow Daoists from the Imperial Thunder sect are also my good friends. That's why they followed me to the banquet. So you are disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect? Sorry for the disrespect. Yu Chen hurriedly saluted Xiao Hua and Xue Xue. Xiao Hua and Xue Xue naturally returned the salute and introduced themselves. Your sect's Reverend Miyu is on the other side of Haoming City. This old man saw him a few months ago. Yu Chen said with a smile. Canlei Palace's Daoist Miyu? Joy appeared on Xiao Hua's face as he said, this Xiao has already come out to gain experience for several years. It's been a long time since I've seen him. I'll pay him a visit tomorrow. Yes, this is the filial piety of us junior disciples. Yu Chen nodded and told him where Daoist Miyu lived, then cupped his hands and flew away with the 2 city guards. After Yu Chen left, Hua Furong said with a smile, the city guards of Haoming City really have it tough. They don't dare to get too angry even when facing cultivators with lower cultivation than them. If it was me, I would have thrown a fireball at him. Who cares who he is? So Big Sister Hua is a disciple of Ardent Fire Mountain, and Senior Yu Chen is a city guard of Haoming City. Xue Xue pursed her lips and laughed. Let's go. Hua Hibiscus covered her mouth and laughed. She flew up again, and in the time it took to brew a cup of tea, she flew to a brightly lit place. This was clearly an Immortal's cave, but it was clearly much more imposing than Xiao Hua's Immortal's cave. A jade door, several dozen meters in size, stood tall among the mountain rocks. The door was exquisitely carved, and various patterns appeared. There were no fluctuations of magic power. In front of the door, there were several children dressed in brocade robes, holding bright red lanterns in their hands. They seemed to be welcoming guests. In front of them, there were a dozen or so Foundation establishment cultivators scattered about. They were looking at the door of the Immortal's cave, presumably wanting to pay a visit to the 3 elders of Ardent Fire Mountain. When those children saw Hua Furong, they all smiled and said, Martial Aunt Furong, Martial Aunt Furong. 2 of them, who looked very similar, rushed out and shouted, Martial Aunt, today, the 2 of us have crushed 32 messaging talismans, and the winner hasn't been decided. What do you think we should do? This. Hua Furong pretended to be troubled. If the winner can't be decided, then I can't give you the medicinal pills. While they were talking, one of the boys suddenly flew towards Hua Furong's side. The other boy's face was filled with shame, anger, and regret. That was because a communication talisman flew over from Xiao Hua's side and landed in the boy's hand. Just as Hua Furong had said, the boy didn't even look at the communication talisman. With a pinch of his hand, the communication talisman was crushed. I'm first. That child cheerfully shouted in midair. However, at this time, a slightly old voice came from the messaging talisman. Wuxia Shan, this old man is Lan Yu from Xianlu sect. Tomorrow at noon, I have something to discuss with you, When the boy heard these words, his dancing body came to a halt in midair. The smile on his little face also froze. Very quickly, it was replaced by a mournful expression. Clearly, he was about to cry. Martial uncle, save me. Of course, he directly called out the name of Hua Zhishan of the 3 elders of Ardent Fire Mountain and called himself Lan Yu from Xianlu sect. Wasn't he Daoist Master Lan Yu from Meng Country's Xianlu sect? He was also an early nascent soul cultivator's messaging talisman, but it was actually crushed by a gatekeeper of ardent fire mountain. How could a small child bear this kind of responsibility? He Furong saw this and sighed in her heart. She understood very well that this wasn't just a messaging talisman. It was a greeting from a nascent soul cultivator. That child should have delivered it to the three elders in a complete and respectful manner. To crush it so rashly, it really showed that Ardent Fire Mountain didn't have any rules. However, He Furong was also annoyed. She couldn't blame the child. As long as a nascent soul cultivator came to visit, they would first send a disciple to deliver a name card. It wasn't as simple as using a messaging talisman. This messaging talisman was somewhat rude. Don't be afraid. Martial Ant will take this messaging talisman inside. He Furong reached out and took it. She smiled and said to the child, "However, today's medicinal pills are gone." "Many thanks, Martial Ant." The child's face immediately beamed with joy. "As long as Grandmaster Grandfather doesn't blame me, this little one is happy." Chapter 2040. I've let fellow Daoist Xiao see a joke. He Furong held the summoning talisman in her hand and said to Xiao Hua very apologetically, "My blazing fire mountain's rules are strict, but I can't bear it." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "Fellow Daoist Hua is so kind. How could you be wrong? I actually feel that this is very heartwarming." He Furong was very happy and said with a smile, "I'm already satisfied that fellow Daoist Xiao doesn't see a joke. I'm a bit arrogant with such praise." Seeing He Furong restraining her temper and talking to Xiao Hua, the group of children was curious and looked at Xiao Hua without blinking. "Fellow Daoist Xiao, little sister Xue, please," He Furong said and led Xiao Hua and Xue into the courtyard. Behind the courtyard was a restriction. Although there was a bead curtain, it wasn't a screen wall but a spacious corridor behind the bead curtain. The corridor was quite peaceful and didn't seem to be chaotic. Just as He Furong stepped into the corridor, she saw a person walking quickly from the other end of the corridor. As soon as he saw He Furong, he shouted, "Furong, when did grandfather call me? How could you lie to big brother?" Xiao Hua frowned. Wasn't this person the Fire Qilin? What a coincidence. Just as he stepped into the blazing Fire Mountain's immortal cave, he immediately ran into the person he didn't want to see the most. "Oh, fellow Daoist Xue." Xiao Hua and Xue also turned into the corridor and were immediately seen by the Fire Qilin. How could the Fire Qilin still have time to complain about He Furong? His face was full of surprise and he quickly walked over and bowed very seriously. A few days without seeing fellow Daoist Xue is like 3 years. Cough cough, Xiao Hua took a step forward and blocked the somewhat embarrassed Xue behind him. He cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Daoist Hua, we seem to have just met yesterday, right? How many days have we not seen each other?" "Is that so?" The Fire Qilin only glanced at Xiao Hua and immediately looked at Xue. "I've always been with fellow Daoist Xue. Although we haven't seen each other for a day, it feels like we haven't seen each other for several days." Xue was greatly embarrassed and said in a low voice, "Senior Hu, be careful with your words. When have I been with you all this time?" "Why not?" The Fire Qilin was somewhat anxious. He pointed at Fire Hibiscus and said, "Hasn't fellow Daoist Xue been with I and Hibiscus for the past 100 days? Xue breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua saw that the Fire Qilin only had eyes for Xue and was truly speechless. If the Fire Qilin had made any moves, Xiao Hua could have used it as a pretext to make a fuss, or even leave in a huff. But this guy had the appearance of an infatuated child, and didn't even say a single unreasonable word. Xiao Hua really didn't know what to do. "Fellow Daoist Hua," Xiao Hua smiled. He held Xue's hand and said with a smile, "Fellow Daoist Hua, my humble junior sister was taken care of by the 2 fellow Daoist Hua. This Xiao is very grateful. Today, I specially came to your esteemed residence to thank you." "It's nothing." Fellow Daoist Xue's appearance is like a celestial being, and her character is noble and pure. She's just like a true immortal that has been banished to the mortal world. We mortals have to protect her with our lives. The Fire Qilin didn't have Xiao Hua in its eyes at all. It only stared at Shui as it spoke with sincerity. Cousin. At the side, Hua Furong had an awkward expression. She managed to get the fire Qilin to come back with great difficulty. She didn't expect that she would bump into them the moment she returned to the Immortal's cave. Moreover, she was very clear about the relationship between Shui and Xiaohua. Naturally, she also talked to the fire Qilin in detail. Unfortunately, the fire Qilin didn't listen at all. She was also helpless. Great-grandfather wants to see fellow Daoist Xiao. We should hurry and go in. Hua Furong reminded. Then let fellow Daoist Xiao go in. Why does fellow Daoist Shui have to follow? The fire Qilin was stunned. Great-grandfather is entertaining those snobbish people. What fun is there inside? Fellow Daoist Shui might as well go with Furong to see the lovely flowers. Right now, they should be blooming. It's the most gorgeous time. Senior Hua, Junior wants to accompany senior brother in. If you don't want to go, you can admire the lovely flowers by yourself. Shui leaned her body against Xiaohua and smiled apologetically. Oh, since that's the case, I will also accompany fellow Daoist Shui in. Although the fire Qilin was disappointed, it still smiled. Damn it, Xiaohua almost wanted to use his hand to slap his forehead. At this moment, an amiable voice resounded. Furong, Qilin? Who are the two of you talking to? Hua Furong's face reddened. She promptly smiled and said, Great-grandfather, what are you saying? Didn't you ask the boy to invite fellow Daoist Xiao here? Xiaohua, I know. Let this child come in quickly. The voice was slightly stunned, but it was still amiable. Hua Furong's face showed an apologetic expression. Fellow Daoist Xiao, you see, great-grandfather is also old. I reckon that he drank a lot of spiritual wine last night. He even forgot what he said just now. It's fine, Xiaohua smiled and said, I reckon that right now, the banquet is full of nascent soul and golden core seniors. I'm already satisfied to be able to see Elder Hua. Then, fellow Daoist, please. As Hua Furong spoke, she glanced at the fire Qilin. That guy's gaze was still on Shui's face. He didn't have the awareness of being a senior and leading the way at the front. Without any other choice, Hua Furong could only lead Xiaohua and Shui. The fire Qilin followed behind them and walked through the long corridor. As soon as Xiaohua and the others turned around the long corridor, their eyes immediately lit up. A burst of music filled their ears. They saw that this was a hall that was several hundred feet in size. The decorations were extremely gorgeous, and all kinds of strange patterns covered the entire hall. Even the floor was paved with huge pieces of spirit stones. On top of the spirit stones, Xiaohua first saw a dozen or so beautiful smiling female cultivators with graceful waists. Each and every one of these female cultivators wore strange clothes. Most of their snow-white skin was exposed, and their arms and legs were casually dancing. Their limbs exuded a kind of lazy feeling. After Xiaohua's gaze paused for a moment between these dancers, he looked at his surroundings again. Around him were some jade tables that cultivators often used to entertain guests. At this time, they were divided into 3 places. There were 5 tables at the head, and there were 5 tables at the left and right sides. Behind the table at the center of the head was a tall nascent soul cultivator wearing a fiery red Daoist robe. This cultivator's face was very strange. His forehead was bulging, his nose was sunken, his mouth was bloody, and his ears were strangely small. His entire face was very similar to Hua Hibiscus and Hua Qilin. Behind his left hand was a nascent soul cultivator's table, and behind his right hand was a nascent soul cultivator's table. There were also 2 nascent soul cultivators wearing fiery red Daoist robes. They looked almost exactly the same as him. No wonder. When Xiaohua saw the appearance of the 3 people, he immediately understood. Previously, he had suspected that Hua Hibiscus also knew a secret technique to deceive the world like him and could change her appearance like Kai Wuxia. Now, it seemed that this was her true appearance. Seeing Xiaohua's group of 4 enter, everyone in the main hall very naturally swept their divine senses over them. There was no need to mention Hua Hibiscus and Hua Qilin. Their faces were their signature. Who didn't know them? They swept their divine senses over Xiao Hua and Xue Xue a few times. However, when they saw that they were Foundation Establishment and Qi refining disciples, they withdrew their divine senses. Only the Foundation Establishment cultivator on the right had a shocked expression on his face. Naturally, the one sitting in the center was the eldest of the 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain, Hua Zhishan. However, even though he was called the eldest, he wasn't that big of a deal. The second elder, Hua Yishui, and the third elder, Hua Picong, followed closely behind him. They were the triplets' twin brothers. Since young, these triplets' minds were connected and their aptitudes were the same. Among the disciples of the Ardent Fire Mountain, they were known as geniuses. And the most interesting thing was that these 3 people's cultivation advancement was also the same. Their breakthroughs in Foundation Establishment, Gold Core, and Nascent Soul realms were definitely not more than 10 days apart. In the country of Xi, the Ardent Fire Mountain was neither big nor small. It was precisely because of these 3 brothers that their strength was ranked very high. The most amazing thing was that in the present day, when the ancient formations had been lost, the 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain somehow managed to obtain a combination of 3 people. The 3 of them together could fight against 6 nascent soul cultivators. With this, the reputation of the 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain became even more resounding in the country of Xi. After the group of dancers retreated, Hua Furong brought Xiao Hua and Xue Xue to the front. She bowed and said, "Great-grandfather, this is the Xiao Hua that the boy often mentioned to you." It was fellow Daoist Xiao who saved the boy from the evil clutches of the heavenly demon sect that day. Junior's Imperial Thunder sects Xiao Hua and Xue Xue greet Senior Hua. Xiao Hua didn't dare to neglect and pulled Xue Xue forward to greet him. "Get up." Hua Zhishan smiled. The pockmarks on his face became even brighter. With a wave of his hand, a great force stopped Xiao Hua and Xue Xue's figures. He smiled and said, "Who is your master? Is it someone this old man knows?" Junior's master is Thunderclap Palace's helplessness. Xiao Hua smiled apologetically. "I'm afraid Senior Hua doesn't know." Junior's master is Thunderclap Palace's Sun Ming. Xue Xue also said, "Oh, Thunderclap Palace's Thunderclap spiritual master. This old man has heard of him but has never seen him before." Hua Zhishan smiled. "Fellow Daoist helplessness, I really don't know him. What is his cultivation level?" Junior's master is at the late stage of Foundation Establishment. Xiao Hua carefully said, "Only at the late stage of Foundation Establishment?" Hua Zhishan on the left shouted, "No wonder this old man was pondering just now." "All right, Senior Hua knows. Junior has also just reached Foundation Establishment. Master? Of course it's impossible for him to be at Golden Core." Xiao Hua bitterly smiled. Since ancient times, don't ask about a hero's origin. As long as you have cultivation and strength, who cares about your origin? Another Hua Zhishan said, "You saved our Furong, so you have fate with our Ardent Fire Mountain. Come, arrange a seat for Xiao Hua." "Yes," the distant Ardent Fire Mountain disciple replied, placing a table at the end of the left and placing spirit wine, spirit fruits, and other things on it. At this time, Hua Zhishan smiled. Come, Xiao Hua, greet the 2 seniors beside this old man." As he spoke, he pointed to the left. "This is Lan Li Sec's Xian Yunzi." Xiao Hua understood Hua Zhishan's meaning and quickly stepped forward, bowing deeply. "Junior Xiao Hua greets Senior Xian Yunzi." And Xian Yunzi slightly nodded, ignoring him. Hua Zhishan smiled. "Fellow Daoist Xian Yunzi, if you meet Xiao Hua in the future, please take care of him for this old man's sake." Chapter 2041. Well said. Xian Yunzi nodded again. Xiao Hua didn't dare to neglect Xian Yunzi and said happily, "Thank you, Senior Xian Yunzi. This is Huangdao Sec's Daoist Shui Mo, the nascent soul cultivator." On Hua Zhishan's right smiled. "Daoist Shui Mo, please take care of him in the future." Junior Xiao Hua greets Senior Shui Mo. Xiao Hua bowed again. Get up. Daoist Shui Mo waved his hand. Imperial Thunder Sect is a big sect, not something Ardent Fire Mountain, Blue Li Sect, and Huangdao Sect can compare to. Hehe, Xiao Hua is just a junior. Although he has Imperial Thunder Sect's background, there will always be times when he meets difficulties. If you two fellow Daoists can meet him, it will be as easy as lifting a hand. Hua Zhishan smiled and raised his cup. Come, fellow Daoists, please. Please, Xian Yunzi and Daoist Shui Mo raised their cups and said. Xiao Hua was quite surprised to see Hua Shrouded Mountain talking to the two nascent soul cultivators. He thought it would be great if he could meet the two nascent soul cultivators and report their names. Who would have thought it would be like this? Hua Zhishan must love this junior named Hua Furong very much. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua didn't see Hua Furong's shocked expression, or he would be even more surprised. When Hua Zhishan and the others put down their cups, a mid-gold core cultivator on the left stood up. It was Lan Li Sec's Bai Yu. He smiled and said, Junior congratulates Senior Hua's nephew for being able to escape from Heavenly Demon Sec's evil hands. However, after listening to what Senior Hua said just now, I don't understand. Does nephew have any questions? Hua Zhishan looked at Xian Yunzi and asked Bai Yu. Bai Yu said, Junior has a disciple who just entered Foundation establishment. However, in this junior's opinion, this junior's disciple's cultivation is even inferior to Ardent Fire Mountain's Hua Furong. Furthermore, Xiao Hua just said that he had also just built his foundation. How could he possibly save Hua Furong? Moreover, according to Elder Hua, Heavenly Demon Sect has 3 foundation establishment cultivators. Xiao Hua also has a Qi Refinement junior sister. How could he save Hua Furong? It would be good enough if he didn't run away, right? Bai Yu said again, if Xiao Hua and his junior sister saved Hua Furong, then turned around and left, then Junior would not have anything to suspect. Moreover, he only came to Haoming City to look for Senior Hua after nearly a year with junior sister. Senior Hua has to be on guard against Xiao Hua and Xue Xue's intentions. Senior Bai, what do you mean by this? Before Xiao Hua could speak, the Fire Qilin walked over from behind Xue Xue and said with a frown, Fellow Daoist Xue came to Haoming City with Furong several months ago. How could it be like what you said? Besides, with fellow Daoist Xue's character, why would he do such a dirty thing? Bai Yu was slightly startled, then he smiled and said, I don't know the details. I only heard Elder Hua asking about the whereabouts of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Only then did I know about this. I'm just stating facts. I'm somewhat doubtful about Xiao Hua's cultivation. That's just a wild guess. Fellow Daoist Xue would never do that. The Fire Qilin retorted without hesitation. Qilin, Hua Pakong stopped him. Bai Yue is your senior, you can't be so rude. Besides, you're usually rather refined. Why are you so reckless today? He can talk about anyone, but he can't talk about fellow Daoist Xue. The Fire Qilin said stiffly. You child. Hua Paishui smiled. Bai Yue is just reminding you. It's nothing. Even reminding is not allowed. Damn it. Xiao Hua had a good impression of the Fire Qilin. This guy seems to be somewhat infatuated. Even I feel ashamed of my inferiority. Hua Paishui was somewhat helpless. He knew the Fire Qilin's temper. He could only smile and point at the table. Furong, accompany Xue Xue to rest over there. Hua Furong didn't dare to disobey. She glanced at Bai Yu and said, At that time, I was captured by the Heavenly Demon Sect disciples and was unconscious. When I woke up, there was only Xiao Hua and Xue Xue beside me. The 3 demons had already been executed. It was Xiao Hua who did it. How can I be wrong? After that, she didn't speak anymore. She pulled Xue Xue's hand and walked towards the table. The Fire Qilin naturally didn't hesitate to follow. Only Xiao Hua stood there. When Furong told me about this matter, I was also shocked. First, I had only heard of the Heavenly Demon Sect's name and didn't know the details. Therefore, I just wanted to ask my fellow Daoists about their knowledge. Second, Heavenly Demon Sect actually dared to make a move on my Ardent Fire Mountain's direct disciple. It can be said that their ambition is truly hateful. Third, I didn't believe what you said just now. An early-stage foundation establishment cultivator can kill 3 cultivators of the same level. Huopai Shui smiled. However, after I carefully thought about it and made some inquiries, I found out that the Heavenly Demon sect is made up of devil cultivators. In addition, their foundation establishment cultivators can't compare to our foundation establishment cultivators. Moreover, Xiaohua is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Their lightning cultivation method is the nemesis of devil cultivators. Since Senior Hua said so, this junior can't say anything. Baiyu smiled. This junior is only reminding you as an outsider. Don't fall into the trap of others. Even if it's a famous sect, there are still some direct disciples who can't do such dirty things. Seeing Baiyu sit down, Huopai Shui laughed. Many thanks for Blue Li Sect's fellow Daoist concern. My ardent fire mountain naturally knows the severity of this matter. In fact, Furong has already said that it was because she was careless. It seems that she knew that loose cultivator in the past. Therefore, she fell into the trap. If it was a normal time, those 3 cultivators might not be able to catch her. Then he said to Xiaohua, "Xiaohua, tell me what happened that day." After all, Furong was unconscious at that time and didn't see it. This junior doesn't dare to disobey. Xiaohua knew that when he came here, he would definitely be asked about the process. He had already thought about it. Anyway, there were no secrets, only the Samadhi true fire. As a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, knowing the Samadhi true fire, it wasn't too strange. Thus, Xiaohua recounted everything that had happened. You know the Samadhi true fire? Hua Zhishan's face revealed a happy expression. Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and nodded. Good, Senior Hua knows. If it wasn't for the Samadhi true fire, this junior would have fallen into the hands of the Heavenly Demon sect. Xiaohua felt that it was inappropriate. He regretted not changing the Samadhi true fire to the Thunder Palm. But really, how could the Thunder Palm defeat cultivators of the same level? Show it to me. Hua Zhishan laughed. This, Xiaohua said embarrassedly. Ardent Fire Mountain is a sect that controls fire. This junior shouldn't reveal this little bit of pettiness, right? Chapter 2042. Good boy, you're quite generous. Xian Yunzi of the Blue Li sect mocked. I'm not proficient in Samadhi true fire, and you say it's petty. Junior doesn't dare. Junior. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. No matter, show it to me. Hua Paokong smiled. Everyone here is your senior, what's there to be afraid of? When Xiaohua heard this, he could only brace himself and open his hand. An inch-long Samadhi true fire appeared in his palm. Seeing that the Samadhi true fire only had a strand of red within the pure purple, the cultivators present all sucked in a breath of cold air. Although Xiaohua's Samadhi true fire was small, it was pure. Xiaohua was only at the early stage of foundation establishment. If he was at the nascent soul stage, how big would the Samadhi true fire be? All the nascent soul cultivators were well aware of this. Damn it, I finally understand why you were able to easily kill the 3 demons from the Heavenly Demon sect. Hua Paokong smiled. Your Samadhi true fire is their nemesis. Yes, Xiaohua put away the Samadhi true fire and said with an apologetic smile. Junior was also forced to activate this Samadhi true fire after various spells were ineffective. If this thing is still unable to do anything, Junior can only take Junior's sister and flee. And this thing hit the demons. No wonder it didn't leave behind any remains. Hua Zhishan grinned and said, Xiaohua, take out the demons' things and let the seniors have a look. Let's see if there are any clues about the Heavenly Demon sect. Xiaohua had already prepared this item and unhesitatingly took out a storage pouch from his waist. Hua Zhishan waved his hand and Xiaohua's storage pouch was sucked into his hand. He scanned it with his divine sense and frowned, then passed it to Master Shuemo. After everyone had finished looking, the last foundation establishment cultivator on the right handed the storage pouch back to Xiaohua. Xiaohua glanced at this somewhat familiar-looking cultivator, but before he could think, he heard Xian Yunzi say, This matter is somewhat troublesome. The methods of the heavenly demon sect are quite strange. I've only heard of similar methods among the demonic cultivators. Many of the methods of the demonic cultivators are not things that we cultivators can practice. Could it be that the sect leader of the heavenly demon sect found a method to practice the demonic techniques? Yes, that should be the case. Master Shuemo also said, I've previously heard about the heavenly demon sect's disciples, but in the cultivation's 3 kingdoms, every year, there are small sects and small sects at the same time, some small sects and small sects, small sects and small sections. Who would have thought that the heavenly demon sect, they sect? The key point is that since they dared to make a move on my blazing fire mountain, they will definitely make a move on the Blue Li sect and Huangdao sect. In the future, they will definitely make a move on the Imperial Thunder sect and Huanhua sect. This kind of sect is terrifying. Yes, we need to think about this at length. Hua Zhishan nodded, then turned to Xiaohua and said, Xiaohua, take your place. Originally, this old man wanted to give you some rewards in front of these 2 Dao friends. Consider it my ardent fire mountain's gratitude, but since you know the Samadhi true fire, this old man will have to consider it carefully. Yes, Junior understands. Xiaohua didn't dare to say any more humble words. He bowed and walked to the lowest table on the left. Although Fire Qilin didn't sit next to Shui, Hua Hibiscus couldn't block Fire Qilin's gaze. Fellow Daoist Xiao, Hua Hibiscus smiled apologetically, I've told grandfather everything I know and what Sister Shui told me. Grandfather naturally believes in fellow Daoist, but I didn't expect the disciples of the Blue Li sect to. Xiaohua saw that the hot-tempered Hua Hibiscus was so obedient and smiled. Don't worry, what they said makes sense. If I didn't have the true Samadhi fire, I wouldn't dare to say that I could save fellow Daoist Hua from the heavenly demon sect. Hua Hibiscus grinned. Although she looked ugly, her eyes were sincere. She raised her cup. This is my fiery mountain's fiery wine. It's the most effective for fire-type physiques. Fellow Daoist Xiao should drink a few more cups. Spiritual wine again. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. However, he thought that everyone present were nascent soul and golden core cultivators. He was just a small character. No one would plot against him. The moment the fiery wine entered his mouth, he instantly felt a burning hot current rush into his body. Xiaohua choked and almost shed tears. Immediately, the hot current turned into spiritual energy and rushed into his meridians. Like a fire snake, it followed the Heart Sutra and went through a cycle. Only when Xiaohua's entire body was boiling hot did the spiritual energy dissipate in his meridians. What a tyrannical spiritual wine! Xiaohua sighed and said, Hee, this spiritual wine has a benefit, Hua Hibiscus said with a smile. However, just as she said that, her face turned red and she stopped. Xiaohua didn't see it and asked curiously, There's a special benefit? I'm all ears. This, Hua Hibiscus murmured, I heard grandfather say that it seems to be related to dual cultivation. Although Hua Hibiscus was ugly, her skin was extremely white. At this moment, her earlobes and neck were slightly red. Sweat, Xiaohua was also embarrassed. He was about to hide something when he heard someone transmit sound in his ear. Xiaohua, this old man has already introduced the nascent soul cultivators. As for the golden core cultivators present, let Hibiscus bring you to toast them. In the future, when you walk around Dawn Rain Continent, it will be convenient. Xiaohua looked up and saw Hua Zhishan's ugly face looking at him with a smile. Xiaohua didn't dare to transmit sound in fear of being discovered by the other nascent soul cultivators. At this moment, Hua Hibiscus also received Hua Zhishan's order. She waved her hand and asked the ardent fire mountain disciple behind her to bring a wine pot and a jade cup. She whispered to Xiaohua, Fellow Daoist Xiao, the cultivators present all have some face in Xi or Meng country. This servant's master is an ardent fire mountain and didn't come with grandfather. This servant can only toast them. Fellow Daoist Xiao is a disciple of Imperial Thunder sect and also this servant's savior. This can be considered as getting to know them. In the future, It should be helpful to fellow Daoist Xiao. Good. Xiao Hua stood up with Hua Hibiscus. He knew that this was an opportunity given to him by Hua Zhishan. Whether he was willing or not, he had to get up and toast. The two nascent soul cultivators wouldn't accept Xiao Hua's toast. Therefore, Hua Hibiscus led Xiao Hua to toast from the left side. There were 5 tables on the left side. They were the 2 middle gold core stage cultivators of Blue Li sect, Bai Yu and Qingqiang, the middle gold core stage cultivator of Blazing Flame sect, Meng Shi, and early gold core stage cultivator of Blazing Flame sect, Lu Lanlan. At the bottom, next to Xiao Hua, was the middle foundation establishment stage cultivator of Lian country, Wang Ming. The other cultivators were easy to talk to. For the sake of Ardent Fire Mountain's face, they all smiled and greeted Xiao Hua. After drinking the spirit wine, only Bai Yu coldly looked at Xiao Hua and asked, "Xiao Hua, this old man feels that you have some problems. Let's not talk about your Samadhi true fire. How can this Samadhi true fire burn 3 foundation establishment cultivators at the same time? As long as you burn one of them, the other 2 will attack you at the same time. Can you escape? Moreover, after you saved Hua Hibiscus, you suddenly disappeared and only sent your junior sister to Haoming City. Where have you been for nearly a year? How can this old man not suspect that you have colluded with the heavenly demon sect?" Similarly, without waiting for Xiao Hua to speak, Hua Hibiscus was also displeased and coldly said, "Senior Bai Yu, this is something that my Ardent Fire Mountain should consider, right? Since Xiao Hua is hiding something, he is also a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. It is impossible for him to collude with the demons of the heavenly demon sect. Even my great-grandfather believes it. There is no need for Senior to worry too much." Hee. Bai Yu smiled and looked at Hua Hibiscus and then at Xiao Hua. He didn't say anything and didn't drink that cup of wine. Xiao Hua originally didn't want to be meddlesome, but this Bai Yu's repeated suspicions also made Xiao Hua somewhat angry. He cupped his hands and said, "Senior Bai Yu's suspicions are indeed reasonable. Of course, I can't tell Senior where I went this year, but I can explain to Senior how I was able to escape the attacks of 2 foundation-building cultivators. If you can convince this old man will drink this cup of wine," Bai Yu said with a smile. "Senior only knows that Junior is a foundation establishment cultivator, but don't forget Junior's origin." Xiao Hua faced Bai Yu. "Junior is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Junior naturally has the strengths of the Imperial Thunder sect's disciples." "You actually know the lightning evasion technique?" Bai Yu was somewhat surprised. This old man has a friend who is also a foundation establishment disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. He is already in the late stage of foundation establishment, but he has yet to learn the lightning evasion technique. He is a direct disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. You, from your surname, you shouldn't be a direct disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, right? How is it possible for you? Hee. Senior Bai Yu, what is impossible in this world? Xiao Hua looked at Bai Yu with a smile. "Forget it." Bai Yu raised his cup and said with a bitter smile, "This old man is asking for trouble today. This old man will drink this cup of wine." The last cultivator on the right had been paying attention to Xiao Hua. When he heard the conversation between Xiao Hua and Bai Yu, his face unconsciously revealed a thoughtful expression. After toasting the 5 cultivators on the left, it was the 5 cultivators on the right. These cultivators were Huang Dao sect's middle stage golden core stage cultivator Xing Ting and early stage golden core stage cultivator Su Yun. Meng country's Immortal music sect's middle stage golden core stage cultivator Li Qingshu and middle stage foundation establishment cultivator Zhiming. The last cultivator, Xiao Hua, who looked somewhat familiar, was Xuanyan School's middle stage foundation establishment cultivator Liang Yu. However, although Xiao Hua was paying attention to Liang Yu, he didn't have the slightest impression of this unfamiliar name. Liang Yu also followed the rules, as if he didn't know Xiao Hua at all. Thus, Xiao Hua casually said a few words to these 5 cultivators and returned to his seat. It could be said that he had completely thrown Liang Yu's matter aside. After a moment, Hua Zhishan, Daoist Shui Mo, and the others roared with laughter as if they were talking about something extremely interesting. Huazhikong called the dancers over. After watching the dance that made Xiaohua feel somewhat embarrassed, everyone dispersed. Huazhishan left Xiaohua and Shui alone while he and his two brothers sent Daoist Shui and Xianxia out of the cave. Chapter 2043. Fellow Daoist Xiao, please. Huafurong ordered the disciples of Ardent Fire Mountain to clean up the other tables before inviting Xiaohua and Shui to sit on the left. However, before Xiaohua and Shui could sit, Huazhishan and the other two had already returned. Huazhishan smiled and said, Xiaohua and Shui, come with this old man. Xiaohua and Shui had already stood up. Hearing this, they looked at each other in surprise and followed Huazhishan into the hall. Frong, you come too. Fire Qilin did not need Huazhishan's order and had already followed behind Shui. Huafurong was hesitant because Huazhishan clearly had something to tell her. However, hearing Huazhishan's call, Huafurong quickly followed. After the hall, there were several different corridors. Huazhishan did not hesitate to choose the middle corridor and walked in. Fire Qilin only had Shui in his eyes and did not care, but Huafurong frowned. When Huazhishan stopped in front of the last room, Huafurong was even more confused. This room was where the three elders of Ardent Fire Mountain usually cultivated. Outsiders were not allowed to enter. Even Fire Qilin and Huafurong could not enter without being summoned. Huazhishan looked at the four people kindly and waved his sleeve, opening the room's restriction and entering first. Then the other two elders looked at each other with a mysterious smile and followed him in. Xiaohua entered the room and realized that it was extremely large. It was probably half the size of the reception hall. In the room, there were 3 praying mats placed in a triangular formation. Below them were some simple decorations such as jades and bottles. Qilin, Furong, you two accompany Xiaohua and Shui. Huazhishan waved his sleeve and walked to the center praying mat. He smiled and said, this old man has some matters to discuss. Although Fire Qilin should be the one to respond, Huafurong could only answer on his behalf. Fellow Daoist Xiao, please sit. Huafurong reached out and took out a few praying mats from her storage pouch. She casually placed them in the quiet room and invited Xiaohua to take a seat. Although Huazhishan wanted Xiaohua and the others to sit as they pleased, how could Xiaohua dare? He smiled and said, this Xiao is prepared to stand. If I sit down, I'm afraid it would be disrespectful to the seniors. Seeing this, Shui naturally nodded and said softly, let's stand here and talk. Okay, I'll listen to fellow Daoist Shui. The Fire Qilin, who had been silent all this time, waved his hand and put the several praying mats back into his storage bag. Fire Qilin. Huafurong was a bit angry. She said in a low voice, fellow Daoist Xiao and little sister Shui are guests. Grandfather ordered them to sit. They are just being polite, so how can you take it seriously? Okay. The Fire Qilin was like a puppet that had lost its soul. With a flick of its hand, the 4 praying mats fell to the ground. Shui looked at Xiaohua awkwardly. Xiaohua also looked at the Fire Qilin, but it turned a deaf ear to Xiaohua's gaze. Sigh. Thinking about how the Fire Qilin protected Shui, Xiaohua did not know how to treat it. Cough, cough. Above the cultivation room, the 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain had smiles in their eyes. They communicated in a low voice for a moment before nodding. Huazhishan coughed and said, Xiaohua, you all should sit down. This old man has something to say to you. This junior obeys. Xiaohua bowed and sat down. Just now at the banquet, the disciples of Lan Li sect doubted you. Please don't take it to heart. Huazhishan thought for a moment and said, this old man knows that you are a disciple of Imperial Thunder sect. You would not collude with any demon from Sky Demon sect. However, the Lan Li sect has always wanted to be at the forefront of the cultivation sects in the country of Xi. They are quite hostile towards the Huanhua sect and the Imperial Thunder sect. This old man understands his intentions. When he asked you to reveal some spells, it was also to let you become famous. Yes, this junior understands. This was the first time Xiao Hua knew that Lan Li sect was hostile towards Huan Hua sect and Imperial Thunder sect. However, he was very happy that Huozhi Shan was explaining this to him. The regret from before was swept away. You saved my family's Furong. The three of us are very happy. After hearing the benefits that Furong promised you, the three of us also agreed. Let's not talk about bringing you to participate in the auction. Just now, this old man has already prepared some benefits for you. We don't dare. As long as senior can bring this junior to participate in the auction, this junior will be very grateful. Xiao Hua quickly smiled. That's easy. When the time comes and you see something that you are satisfied with, just tell this old man. This old man will help you bid. Huozhi Shan said casually. However, in the auction that we will participate in, any item will cost a lot of spirit stones. This old man and the others have already arranged the auction for my Huozhi Shan. If you want to bid for something, you will have to pay the spirit stones yourself. Of course. This junior left for a year to prepare. Xiao Hua smiled. I don't dare to trouble the seniors. At this time, Huo Furong said, Great-grandfather, just now when the boy accompanied fellow Xiao here, he received a message from a cultivator. The boy knows that great-grandfather hates this kind of message, so he crushed it. I didn't expect it to be a message from Immortal Music Sect's Daoist Blue Feather. As she spoke, Huo Furong took out the message talisman that the boy crushed. And I know, Huozhi Shan didn't even look at it. He flicked his sleeve and said, This guy came for the item that my Huozhi Shan is bidding for. Today, Immortal Music Sect's Li Qingshu came to visit this old man. He didn't even bring his name card. He is obviously using his Mongolian sect's arrogance. Yes, the boy understands. Huo Furong was overjoyed and put the broken message talisman into her storage bag. Seeing Huo Furong take the blame for the boy, Xiao Hua had a new understanding of this temperamental female cultivator. In fact, appearance didn't mean everything. For example, the beautiful Chen. Xiao Hua, actually what this old man wants to say is far from this. Huozhi Shan looked at Huo Furong. He obviously knew what this junior boy had done. He turned to Xiao Hua and said, This old man saw your true samadhi fire and in just now, all my previous thoughts were overturned. I want to give you more. Xiao Hua was stunned. He felt that something was wrong. How could there be free spirit wine in this world? He quickly waved his hand and said, This junior really only wants to ask for a small favor from senior. What are you in such a hurry for? Boss hasn't finished yet. Huo Picong said angrily. We have been discussing for half a day and you don't appreciate it? Third brother? Huozhi Shan smiled. Don't scare the child. This temper of yours, Furong has learned it from you. Chapter 2044. Boss, Furong is my direct descendant, how can she not follow me? Huo Peikong laughed. Qilin is also my direct descendant, how can she not follow me? Huo Shishui looked at the infatuated fire Qilin and said angrily. Huo Shishui Shan ignored the two and clenched his hand. Xiao Hua felt the world's energy in the room suddenly gather in Huo Shishui Shan's hand. Huo Shishui Shan waved his hand and a red light flashed in the air. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in the air and started to absorb the world's energy. In the blink of an eye, it became big. Xiao Hua was somewhat dumbstruck. The trembling light was actually a fiery red firebird. That firebird was extremely lifelike. Aside from the fact that there wasn't much spiritual light in its eyes, even the fine feathers on its forehead could be seen. It was exactly the same as a real firebird. On the left side of the firebird, an extreme heat radiated in all directions. Xiao Hua was not too close, but he could already feel the heat. Whoosh! That firebird actually spread its wings and pounced toward Xiao Hua. Ouch! Xiao Hua was startled. When the firebird flew, it actually gave off an intimidating aura that could cover Xiao Hua and restrict his flight. Moreover, this momentum was so terrifying. Although it was much worse than the vermilion bird transformed by the vermilion bird Great Array in Tianmen Mountain, it was not something that Xiao Hua could easily dodge. The bird flew in front of Xiao Hua. half an inch closer and Xiao Hua would turn into ashes. But the bird spread its wings again and flew in front of Shan. Seeing the bird in his hand, Shan looked at Xiao Hua with pride and said, "Xiao Hua, what do you think of this old man's fire controlling technique?" "It's really amazing," Xiao Hua said willingly. "This is the first time this junior has seen such a technique. This junior is full of admiration." "This is nothing." Shan smiled. "My ardent fire mountain is a fire sect. We have many fire controlling techniques. I just don't know, your Imperial Thunder sect also has fire attribute disciples. Have you learned this kind of fire controlling technique?" This. Hearing Shan's question, Xiao Hua hesitated. After all, he represented the Imperial Lightning sect and couldn't embarrass them. But in reality, he hadn't learned any fire control techniques from the Imperial Thunder sect. "That brat Yoda. Boss is asking you, how can you be so rude?" Hua Pekong shouted. "You're just a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect with a different surname. How could you have learned such a miraculous fire-controlling technique?" Xiao Hua nodded. "Senior Hua is right. Junior has indeed never had the opportunity to learn such a fire-controlling technique. However, Junior believes that my Imperial Thunder sect surely has such a miraculous fire-controlling technique as well?" "There is, but can you practice it?" Shan looked at Xiao Hua with interest. Junior doesn't know. Xiao Hua could only tell the truth. "Do you want to learn my fire control technique?" Shan asked. Xiao Hua was taken aback. He shook his head and said, "Junior doesn't want to." "Why not?" Hua Pekong was anxious. Xiao Hua glanced at Hua Pekong, not knowing why he was so anxious. He could only reply, "This is a secret technique of Ardent Fire Mountain. Junior is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. How could I learn Ardent Fire Mountain's secret technique? Even if Junior wants to, I'm afraid I can't." "Why not?" "As long as you want to," Hua Pekong said. "Senior, what do you mean?" Xiao Hua was startled. "What do you think of Farong?" Shan suddenly asked. "Not bad?" Xiao Hua blurted out. But then his expression changed. He knew that something was wrong. He looked at Xue Xue. Xue Xue also understood, her eyes flashing with surprise. Shan laughed. "You have good eyesight, great-grandfather, what do you mean?" Furong's face turned red as she hurriedly asked. "You silly child." Shan laughed. "This year, you've mentioned Xiao Hua many times in front of this old man. If this old man still doesn't know your intentions, then this old man will really be a fool." "That's not it, great-grandfather." Furong's neck was completely red as she anxiously said, "Fellow Daoist Xiao is this child's benefactor. This child only mentioned this in front of you so that great-grandfather can reward him greatly. Boy knows that fellow Daoist Xiao and Sister Xue are a match made in heaven. Sister Xue's yearning for fellow Daoist Xiao in this year, boy has seen it all. How can a boy steal someone's love? This absolutely cannot." "Why not?" Hua Pekong angrily said. "You're a direct disciple of Ardent Fire Mountain. Your future will be bright. Xiao Hua is just a neglected disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. What future does he have? If he dual cultivates with you, this old man will teach him all the secret techniques of Ardent Fire Mountain. When he reaches Golden Core or Nascent Soul, this old man will give him the position of an elder of Ardent Fire Mountain. Wouldn't that be more glorious than being in the Imperial Thunder sect? Great-grandfather, dual cultivators cannot be forced." Hua Furong naturally knew that Shan and the others cared for her, but she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She hurriedly defended herself. But before she could finish, Hua Pekong berated her. "Furong, although you've been like your great-grandfather since you were young and have a bad temper, unlike a little girl, you've always been kind to others. Great-grandfather and the others can clearly see that. Let's not talk about other things, just take that demon from the Heavenly Demon sect for example. Wasn't it because of your kindness that he caused so much trouble? Also, the mistake of the boy at the door, you didn't even ask about it and just took responsibility for it. You have to know that there are some things you can be kind to others, but there are some things you can't. This old man also knows that you're a female cultivator and have always been inferior to others because of your appearance. Many times, you've avoided others and even used your bad temper as an excuse. Hua Picong continued, however, your happiness is something you have to fight for yourself. You can't rely on others' charity. Xiao Hua's appearance is grand, and he also has a fire attribute constitution. He's proficient in Samadhi true fire. This kind of cultivator is very hard to find in the Dawn Rain continent. If he were to dual cultivate with you, it would definitely be extremely beneficial to your cultivation. Moreover, Xiaohua's cultivation would also definitely advance greatly because of your assistance. Why don't you take the initiative to seize this kind of beneficial matter? This old man knows that you're thin-skinned, so today, I brought you and Xiaohua into the quiet room and made this matter clear in front of you. It's also Xiaohua's good fortune to have you, the daughter of the first wife of Ardent Fire Mountain. Great-grandfather, Ho Furong smiled bitterly. Everything you said is correct. This boy also doesn't object to what you said. A woman will dress up for the person she likes. With this kind of appearance, which cultivator would be willing to dual cultivate with a boy? Those who send themselves to my door, saying sweet words and loving words, which one of them doesn't have ulterior motives and want to rush to my Ardent Fire Mountain's inheritance? Boy has long been sick of it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have followed great-grandfather to Bright Dawn City. It's all right, Furong. When you reach nascent soul, you'll definitely be able to reforge your body. At that time, you can do whatever you want to him. Hua Zhishan smiled. Don't be like this old man and the others, thinking too highly of yourself and not wanting to wallow in the mire with others. Hua Furong smiled bitterly again and bowed. Great-grandfather, boy is only in the early stage of foundation establishment. Nascent soul is something that will happen thousands of years later. In any case, boy doesn't intend to reforge his body. Sigh, great-grandfather, to put it bluntly, boy doesn't even like Xiaohua. Aren't you forcing the boy to go against his heart? Hee, how is that possible? Hua Picong smiled. This old man also came here when he was young. How can I not see it? Back then, when this old man was dual cultivating, it was exactly the same as you are now. A forcibly picked melon won't be sweet. Great-grandfather, this old man understands your feelings. Boy. Hua Furong was somewhat dejected as she spoke softly. What do you mean by a forcibly picked melon won't be sweet? Hua Picong said, feelings can be cultivated. Back then, this old man also forced himself on her. Third brother. Hua Zhishan scolded and then said to Hua Furong, it's different now. Furong, you have 3 great-grandfathers supporting you. There are cultivators all over the world, and you can choose one by one. This old man also likes Xiaohua. Just his true Samadhi fire is a gift from the heavens. Fellow Daoist Xiao is Sister Xue's lover. Hua Furong said word by word. Boy isn't ashamed to the point of fighting over a junior's partner. Ha, Hua Zhishan laughed. Do you even need to consider this? This old man and the others are all optimistic. Didn't you see how distracted your cousin is? If Xue and Qilin dual cultivate, and you and Xiaohua dual cultivate, wouldn't that be a natural couple? Ah? At this moment, whether it was Xiaohua, Hua Furong, or even Xue, they were all stunned. Previously, when Hua Furong argued with the 3 elders of Ardent Fire Mountain, Xiaohua was a bit embarrassed. He looked at Xue and did not speak. Xue naturally knew that Xiaohua and Hua Furong had only met once and did not have any dirty thoughts. But after hearing Hua Zhishan's arrangement, she was a bit afraid. Xue seems to be of the lightning attribute, similar to Qilin's fire attribute. After dual cultivating, their cultivation will be the same as yours, complementing each other. Why not? Hua Zhishan said proudly. Qilin? Boy is here. Hua Qilin ignored Hua Zhishan's call. Only after shouting twice did he look away from Xue's anxious expression. He asked curiously, why did great-grandpa call boy? Do you like Xue? Hua Zhishan asked decisively. I like her. Hua Qilin was even more straightforward. Are you willing to let Xue dual cultivate with you? Ah. Hua Qilin stared blankly, then became overjoyed. Of course, boy is very willing. Damn this. Xiaohua was slightly angered. Xue Xue's face was also ashen. Look, how good is this? Huozhishan laughed. The two of you are this old man's treasures. Once Xiaohua and Xue Xue come, all the problems will be solved. This old man is happy to death. Damn it. Xiaohua cursed inwardly. Isn't this randomly matching a couple? Chapter 2045. Immediately after, Xiaohua stepped forward and bowed. 3 seniors, this junior greatly admires ardent fire mountain, but the problem is the same as what fellow Daoist Huofurong said. This junior and fellow Daoist Huofurong have only met a few times, and I don't have any thoughts in this regard. Senior has forced us to be together, and we are simply unable to dual cultivate. Besides, this junior has been in love with Xue Xue for a long time, and this life can't be without Xue Xue. Senior's good intentions. This junior can only accept it. That's right. Xue Xue stepped forward and grabbed Xiaohua. Their fingers interlocked and she said, this junior will only dual cultivate with Xiaohua in this life. Others would rather die than submit. Rather die than submit? Hua Pakhong laughed. I said the same thing back then, but after I dual cultivated with her, third brother. Hearing Hua Pachong's words, Huozhishan hurriedly scolded, don't talk too much. Boss, it's nothing. Hua Pakhong said innocently, I just wanted to say that she always makes me drink blaze brew. I know. Huozhishan was angry and amused at the same time. He turned to Xiaohua and said, how can a junior like you interfere with our decision? When my ardent fire mountain tells this good news to the Imperial Thunder Sect, even Qian Lei Zi of the Imperial Thunder Sect will be happy. I'm sorry, senior. Xiaohua rejected. This is this junior's private matter, and it has nothing to do with the Imperial Thunder Sect. This junior will say the same thing as Xue Xue. I would rather die than submit. Then you can wait to die. Hua Pakhong was already impatient. He grabbed, and before Xiaohua could react, he felt the heaven and earth spiritual qi around him being sucked dry. He had no way to borrow strength, and an irresistible restrictive force appeared in midair, firmly holding him in place. Xiaohua was shocked. Just as he was about to spit out the spiritual fire and forcefully break through the shackles, the power of the shackles had already landed. The true essence around his body was completely frozen, just like in the Inkzhao Black Forest. Bitter. Xiaohua sighed. Great-grandfather. Huofurong hurriedly stood in front of Xiaohua. You have taken Xiaohua's life. How can that boy still have the face to continue living in this world? Tisk, Hua Pakhong put his hands inside his Taoist robe. I was just scaring him. How could I bear to do anything to such a good son-in-law? As long as he and Xue Xue change their minds and agree to this matter, this old man will naturally release them. Ah! Xiaohua quickly turned his head. Sure enough, Xue Xue was also standing there, unable to move at all. This nascent soul cultivator's technique was really not something that Xiaohua and Xue Xue could deal with. Qilin, Furong, I'll leave Xiaohua and Xue Xue to you too. Huozhishan flicked his sleeve and said, persuade them well. Once they agree, this old man will send the news to your parents in Ardent Fire Mountain, and my Ardent Fire Mountain will head to the Imperial Thunder Sect to propose marriage. Great-grandfather, Hua Hibiscus still wanted to explain, but Hua Mengshui waved his big sleeve. The 4 of them only felt their vision blur, and they all appeared outside the quiet room. Ah, fellow Daoist Xiao, it's all this servant's fault. Hua Hibiscus smiled apologetically. This servant only wanted to give fellow Daoist some rewards. I didn't expect such a change. No matter. Xiaohua did not have the strength to complain about her. He only gave her a look and said, this Xiao does not have anything else to think about right now. I only ask. Without waiting for him to finish, the fire Qilin said with a smile of exultation, fellow Daoist Xue, this way please. I did not expect this fire Qilin's thoughts to be seen through by great-grandfather. This is truly a match made in heaven. I hope that fellow Daoist Xue will treat this fire Qilin with respect in the future. Pei, Xue Xue glared and said angrily, This concubine's heart is Xiaohua's, and her body is also Xiaohua's. This concubine will definitely not dual cultivate with you in this life. Just give up on this idea. Then she said to Xiaohua, Xiaohua, rest assured. This concubine will commit suicide by biting her tongue. Io, fellow Daoist Shui. The fire Qilin originally extended his hand to support Shui, but at this moment, he was so frightened that he hurriedly retracted his hand. He said with an ashen face, could it be? I, a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator, cannot compare to you, an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator, Xiaohua? I, who will be able to control the ardent fire mountain in the future, cannot compare to you, Xiaohua, who is destined to be unknown in the future. Could it be that you are also like those vulgar women who only care about a cultivator's appearance and no longer appreciate a cultivator's heart? Shui did not show any expression. She sneered and said, this has nothing to do with appearance. This concubine only knows that there is Xiaohua in this world. Other male cultivators are all dung. If I cannot dual cultivate with Xiaohua, this concubine would rather die. Hearing this, the fire Qilin's originally grief-stricken face flushed red. He said anxiously, fellow Daoist Shui means, you are not doing this because of Ai's appearance? But because there is Xiaohua in this world? That's right. Shui answered without hesitation, there is Xiaohua in this world. No matter what other people, this concubine will not give half a glance. What if there is no Xiaohua in this world? The fire Qilin's eyes narrowed. Shui hesitated and said coldly, then there is also no concubine in this world. What nonsense are you talking about? Why aren't you taking one away each? Otherwise, this old man will kill you with one palm. Huopai Kong's angry roar sounded. Yes, great-grandfather, Huofurong smiled bitterly and said in a low voice, fellow Daoist Xiao, please follow this servant first. Otherwise, it will be troublesome, but how could Xiaohua let Shui leave him? He shook his head slightly. Little sister Shui, please follow big sister first. Hua Hibiscus understood Xiaohua's intentions. She pulled Shui to her side and slowly walked along the corridor. Seeing this, Xiaohua glanced at the fire Qilin and also followed them. The fire Qilin hung its head dejectedly for a moment and could only continue walking. Huofurong did not dare to disobey the orders of Huizhishan and the others and did not arrange for Xiaohua and Shui to be in the same room. Fortunately, the two rooms were facing each other. Xiaohua could see Shui on the other side with a glance. Only then did Xiaohua's heart calm down. Huofurong sat beside Xiaohua with a bitter face. In that room, the fire Qilin was even more dejected, as if all of its energy had been sucked away. Even after several hours, Xiaohua still didn't have any countermeasures. He was really anxious, as if his heart was on fire. Being imprisoned here did not matter, but inside the cave, he still had to refine the Ling Lei pill. This was related to Shui's foundation. There was only one heavenly ingress. If the refining failed, Shui's foundation would become fleeting. However, could he agree to dual cultivate with Huofurong? Could Shui agree? Very quickly, a day and night passed. Xiaohua sat cross-legged and stared at Shui in the other room. Shui was as calm as water and looked at Xiaohua with a smile. No matter what, I have to think of a way. Xiaohua naturally knew Shui's intention to die. Chapter 2046. At this moment, he heard Huofurong secretly transmit her voice. Fellow Daoist Xiao, no one in the entire ardent fire mountain dares to disobey the words of great-grandfather. Furthermore, he has never rashly acted against low-level cultivators. This time, he must have made his decision. This servant knows the feelings of you and little sister Shui, and this servant does not wish to separate the two of you. However, the situation is pressing. This servant thinks that it would be better if we first compromise and wait for the three great-grandfather to feel at ease. We will coax them until they are happy and release the four of us. At that time, You and little sister Shui can escape to a faraway place and quickly return to the Imperial Thunder Sect. Could it be that they still want to chase after the Thunderclap Peak? Xiao Hua's heart was moved. This was not a bad idea. After all, dual cultivation was not something that could be done in a short period of time. There were still many things that needed to be prepared. If he and Shui left, what could they do? However, just as Xiao Hua was about to nod, his heart was moved again. He thought of Hua Pekong's forced himself on her. He transmitted his voice to Hua Furong in a low voice. He saw that Hua Furong's face was also flushed red and she slightly lowered her head. Indeed, Xiao Hua's misgivings were absolutely reasonable. How could three nascent soul cultivators who had lived for several thousand years be fooled by two people? When the time came, it would be too late to steal the chicken and end up losing the rice used to lure it. Then what should we do? Hua Furong was somewhat at a loss. At this moment, Shui, who was in the other quiet room, suddenly raised her head. Her face revealed a frightened expression. Fellow Daoist Hua, quickly! Xiao Hua's heart was also grasped as he hurriedly called out to Hua Furong. Hua Furong saw this and felt that things were not good. Just as she was about to run into the other quiet room, she felt a force coming from the quiet room and pushing her back. Immediately, the quiet room was sealed. Fire Qilin! Xiao Hua's face was pale as he roared loudly. Cousin, Fire Qilin! Hua Furong was even more shocked. She crawled up from the ground and rushed into the quiet room. At this moment, Xiao Hua did not care about anything else as he angrily said, Fire Qilin, if anything happens to my Shui, I... As he spoke, Xiao Hua opened his mouth and forced the spiritual fire into his mouth. On the other hand, his arms, he wanted to use the strength of his corporeal body to break the seal. However, right at this moment, Hua Hibiscus's figure that was pouncing towards the restriction was knocked back, and she crashed into Xiao Hua's body. Shui's face was pale as she sat on the ground. There was blood on the Fire Qilin's lips, and its face was ferocious. It walked out of the room step by step, completely ignoring Xiao Hua and Hua Furong. It walked into the corridor. Little sister Shui. Hua Furong hurriedly ran over, and Xiao Hua naturally followed. I'm fine. Shui seemed to be a little frightened, but she still appeared calm. The blood on the Fire Qilin's mouth is from its own bite. Just now. Hua Furong glanced at Xiao Hua, who had an extremely abnormal expression. She wanted to say something but hesitated. Hee. Even if Hua Furong didn't ask, Shui still had to say it. Just now, when the Fire Qilin opened the restriction of the quiet room, it asked this concubine a question. Words? Hua Furong asked curiously. He would rather die than dual cultivate? Shui said calmly. This concubine said yes. Then this concubine wanted to bite my tongue, but the Fire Qilin bit its own lips and stopped this concubine's action. Then, it opened the restriction and went out by itself. What is the Fire Qilin doing? Xiao Hua frowned. Why is it so mad? This concubine will go and take a look. Hua Furong wanted to leave but hesitated, afraid that something might happen. In the end, Hua Furong opened the restriction of the quiet room and quickly left. However, not long after, Hua Furong turned back with a worried expression. What's wrong? Shui asked in a low voice. The Fire Qilin sealed all the meridians in his body and knelt in front of great-grandfather's quiet room. Hua Furong said in a low voice. He is kowtowing. Xiao Hua and Shui were immediately stunned. He wants to earnestly ask the three great-grandfathers to retract their orders. Hua Furong said sadly. We will go too. Xiao Hua quickly said. Don't. Hua Furong quickly stopped them. The Fire Qilin is great-grandfather's favorite. It is fine as long as he is here. If we all go, I am afraid that we will lose their face and make things worse. Sigh, this fellow Daoist Hua. Xiao Hua sighed in his heart and sat down. This was the first time he changed that guy to fellow Daoist Hua. Shui also sighed. After knowing what the Fire Qilin was doing, Hua Furong didn't dare to go over and watch for fear of angering the three great-grandfathers. Just like that, the three of them sat there for a day and a night. Just when Xiao Hua was thinking blindly, A boy quietly came in and called Huofurong out. After another hour, Huofurong came in with a spiritual talisman in her hand and a trace of worry on her face. "How is it, fellow Daoist Hua?" Xiaohua asked anxiously. Huofurong activated the spiritual talisman and hit Xiaohua and Xue's bodies. The restriction on their bodies was immediately removed. "Go, great-grandfather has let you go," Huofurong said calmly. Xue glanced at Xiaohua and said in a low voice, "Where is Senior Fire Qilin?" "Sigh, cousin kowtowed for a day and a night. His forehead is completely broken and he has already fainted." Huofurong forced a smile and said, "However, with little sister Xue's question, cousin will definitely be happy." Sigh. Xue shook her head slightly and pulled Xiaohua's arm. "Let's go." Xiaohua also didn't want to say anything more. After leaving the cave, Huofurong said apologetically, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, I won't send you off. I still have to go back and see cousin. The auction is not far away. When the time comes, I will go and find fellow Daoist." "No need." Xiaohua quickly waved his hand. "I and junior sister Xue are preparing to return to Imperial Thunder Sect. It is better not to participate in this auction. Great-grandfather said that we must repay the favor." Huofurong said awkwardly. "Fellow Daoist Xiao, you should go together." Xiaohua was in a difficult position and looked at Xue. Xue sighed and said, "Since Senior doesn't mention this matter anymore, I'm afraid he won't mention it again in the future. If Xiaohua wants to go, then go. After all, it's Senior's order." "All right." Xiaohua nodded. "This Xiao and junior sister will be waiting for you inside the cave." Immediately, Xiaohua pulled Xue and flew down the mountain without looking back. Huofurong looked at the two figures and sighed. Then, she turned around and quickly entered the cave. Xiaohua and Xue's hearts were filled with mixed feelings. They felt like they had just survived a disaster. They could only clench their fists tightly and didn't say anything. When they were about to reach the core formation cultivator's residence, Xiaohua suddenly whispered, "Xue, don't you think this nascent soul cultivator is too overbearing?" "Naturally," Xue said with lingering fear. "If not for the fire Qilin, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to leave the cavern dwelling in Ardent Fire Mountain." It seems like we were wrong," Xiaohua said with a frown. "Since Reverend Miyu has come to Haoming City and wants to participate in the auction, how could we, as disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect, not pay him a visit? Otherwise, not only would we be unable to explain our etiquette, but we'd also be too embarrassed to look for him if something happened." Xue nodded. "Husband, you're right. Let's go now. Otherwise, we'll have no reason to meet him in the auction." According to the directions given by Yu Qin, Xiaohua and Xue found a cavern dwelling that was slightly larger than the one in Ardent Fire Mountain. They saw that it was similar to the one in Ardent Fire Mountain. There were more than 10 brocade-robed disciples guarding the entrance. They were all foundation-building and aura-refining disciples. Xiaohua and Xue didn't dare to be negligent. They took their tokens and went forward to pay their respects, clearly stating that they were disciples of the shocking Thunder Palace. Unexpectedly, the disciple who took the tokens only glanced at them and took out a jade slip. It seemed like he was recording something inside. Then, he returned the tokens to Xiaohua and said with an expressionless face, "I understand. You can wait for your experiential learning. Reverend Miyu has her own matters to attend to, so she won't see you." Disciple understands. Xiaohua and Xue took the tokens and looked at each other. Then, they turned around and flew away from Reverend Miyu's cavern. They knew that there must be a lot of disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect who went out for experiential learning. There must be a lot of people who knew that Reverend Miyu had come to Haoming City. In the Imperial Thunder Sect, it was indeed very difficult to meet Reverend Miyu, but in Haoming City, it was easy. Everyone wanted to get close to a nascent soul cultivator. Unfortunately, Xiaohua was only a foundation-building disciple and Xue was an aura-refining disciple. Among the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect who came out for experiential learning, their cultivation was the lowest. It would be strange if they could meet Reverend Miyu. Of course, since Xiaohua was experiential learning in Haoming City, he had to come and pay his respects. It was normal for a nascent soul cultivator to not see him, but if he didn't come to pay his respects, it would be rude. If Reverend Miyu found out, it would be a big sin. This was something Xiaohua understood after being taught a lesson by a nascent soul cultivator. After returning from Reverend Miyu's Immortal's cave, Xiaohua saw that the restrictions on his Immortal's cave were safe and sound. Only then did he let out a long sigh of relief. He swept his divine sense left and right. Seeing that there wasn't anything unsightly, he opened the restrictions and entered the Immortal's cave. Sure enough, the formation around the earth fire was still there. The earth fire inside the formation was licking the pill furnace. Everything was safe and sound. Shui, Xiaohua glanced at Shui, who was still somewhat restless, and said with a sigh, "It's all because of my incompetence that you suffered such an unexpected calamity." Shui calmed herself down, stepped forward, and sighed. She hugged Xiaohua's waist, buried her head in his chest, and said, "Husband, it's all this concubine's fault. You obviously didn't want this concubine to go, but this concubine insisted on going, and actually caused so much trouble. Alas, although I didn't want you to go, it's obviously a nascent soul senior. You can't not go and pay your respects. What can you do?" Xiaohua stroked Shui's black hair and comforted her. Shui made an "in" sound and murmured, "In the end, it's still because my cultivation is shallow. It's just like Uncle said, unless you cultivate to the nascent soul realm, otherwise, no one dares to be arrogant on Dawn Rain Continent." "That's right, strength is everything." Xiaohua's eyes slightly narrowed, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed through his expression. "Husband." Shui's face was red and her body was slightly hot. She said in a low voice, "Today, I'll dual cultivate with husband. I'll give you my primordial Yin body as soon as possible. Only then can I be at ease." Chapter 2047. When Xiaohua heard this, his heart swayed and he hugged Shui tightly. But then he smiled and said, "Wife, don't think too much. After all, you have not built your foundation. If you dual cultivate now, it will definitely affect your cultivation. Even if your husband is selfish, it is impossible for me to take your primordial Yin. Besides, the Ling Lei pill is about to be refined. Why should you and I be anxious?" "Husband, this concubine is afraid." Shui raised her neck and said, kissing Xiaohua's lips. Her strength was extremely strong, as if only by doing so could she abandon the fear in her heart. Xiaohua knew that Shui was frightened and her state of mind was damaged. If he did not make up for it in time, it would definitely affect her cultivation. Thus, he hugged Shui and said some lingering words in her ear, coaxing her to sleep. Then, Xiaohua sat cross-legged and entered his space. "Little Huang, you are awake?" In the space, little Huang stretched and lay on the ground with half-closed eyes. Mother," little Huang replied, "I should be awake, but I am still a little sleepy." Xiaohua looked at little Huang. There did not seem to be any special changes, only his figure was slightly bigger. If he did not pay attention, he might not be able to see it. "Good," Xiaohua replied and began to think about his own matters. Xiaohua originally wanted to wait for the Sword Heart Yuan Seed technique to succeed in dream execution before splitting his primordial spirit according to the secret technique and cultivate different techniques. But in front of the absolute strength of the three elders of Ardent Fire Mountain, he could not remain calm. He did not want to waste any time and urgently needed to protect himself and protect Shui's strength. However, when he activated the secret technique and was about to use it, he hesitated again. Last time, when he split his primordial spirit, the pain of his primordial spirit had just subsided. Moreover, the Ling Lei pill was being refined. At this time, even if he succeeded in splitting his primordial spirit, it would definitely hinder the refinement of the pill. After pondering for a long time, Xiaohua understood. He smiled bitterly and thought to himself, "What is wrong with this young master? I'm not calm at all." Now, this young master has a secret technique that others do not know, but it must be done step by step and not be disturbed by external things. Senior Huang Yi has suffered so much, this young master still has not understood his own feelings? Stay calm, stay calm. Only by remaining unchanged can we be victorious in every battle. As he thought about this, Xiao Hua's mind left the space and silently operated the Buddhist sect's mental cultivation method. Only then did his mental state slowly calm down. Goldie was flabbergasted as he watched Xiao Hua come in and go out. Inexplicably, he stretched his body again, and his figure quietly grew a little bigger. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. Xiao Hua and Xue Xue only cultivated behind closed doors and didn't even take half a step out of the cave. During this period of time, neither the fire hibiscus nor the fire qilin appeared in front of the cave. On the other side of Xiao Hua's Immortal's cave, which was also a foundation-building cultivator's Immortal's cave, Xuanyan School's Liang Yu was whispering to Yen Yu. He then said, "Senior Martial Brother Yen, I'm afraid we can't carry out the plan we discussed." Although that Xiao Hua appeared in Haoming City, he saved Huafurong of the Ardent Fire Mountain and is now favored by the 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain. If we attack him, I'm afraid, we'll bring about endless harm. It's just the Ardent Fire Mountain. How can it be compared to my Xuanyan School? Yen Yu's expression was very gloomy. Obviously, he didn't like hearing this news that made him angry. Moreover, this matter, not only must we do it, we must do it quickly. Senior Martial Brother Yen, do you want to die? Liang Yu advised in astonishment. If Xiao Hua were to die in our hands, wouldn't the 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain fly into a rage? With the fiery tempers of Hua Baikong and Hua Yaishui, wouldn't they pinch us to death? They simply wouldn't care about our identities as disciples of the Xuanyan School. Moreover, do you think that the masters would be serious with the 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain, who are comparable to 6 nascent soul cultivators, for the sake of you and me? Yen Yu narrowed his eyes and stared at the darkness inside the Immortal's cave for a long time. He then said in a low voice, although Xiao Hua saved Huafurong, he wasn't a disciple of the Ardent Fire Mountain after all. Why would the 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain protect him? We secretly killed him. Even the Imperial Thunder sect doesn't know who did it, so how would the 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain know? This Dawn Rain continent is so big. Even a spirit-severing cultivator might not be able to find the reason for the disappearance of a Foundation establishment cultivator, right? Little brother, from the looks of the 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain, it seems that they don't just want to treat Xiao Hua as Huafurong's savior. Liang Yu frowned and explained, listening to their tone, it seems that they want to treat Xiao Hua as Huafurong's dual cultivation partner. They actually introduced him to Xian Yunzi and Daoist master Shui Mo. Moreover, Huafurong even accompanied Xiao Hua to propose a toast to us. "Oh, really?" Yen Yu was somewhat dazed. He said in a flustered and exasperated manner, "If that's the case, then it's really troublesome. Could it be that this old man's grandson will die in vain? Therefore, Senior Martial Brother Yen, you and I better not take the risk." Liang Yu advised, "If your grandson is gone, then let the younger generation give birth to another one. Isn't everything settled? If I can give birth, then why would I waste so much effort to take revenge?" When this was mentioned, Yen Yu was ashamed and angry again. "My bloodline is in that little bastard's body. If he dies, where will my bloodline be passed on?" Liang Yu knew Yen Yu's bitterness. He chuckled and no longer spoke. Sitting on a chair, Yen Yu drank mouthful after mouthful of spirit wine. However, he suddenly asked, "That's not right, Junior Martial Brother Liang. Didn't you say that Xiao Hua has an aura-refining junior martial sister who is with him? Their attitude is very intimate. Moreover, this Yen has also seen that female cultivator who is as beautiful as a celestial being. She is 100 times better than the incomparably ugly Huafurong. How could Xiao Hua abandon his partner and find someone else?" Speaking of this, Liang Yu still has to tell you. Liang Yu wasn't blind. Of course, he saw the fire Qilin's infatuation with Xue Xue. He whispered this matter to Yenyu. Forget it. Yenyu slapped the chair and said dejectedly, is there still a need to say it? How could Xiaohua and Xue escape the clutches of the three elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain? I'm afraid that this matter has already been decided. The two beauties of the Imperial Thunder sect will be occupied by two ugly people. Therefore, even if Xiaohua isn't willing, in order to make him willing, the three elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain will definitely start with Xue. Senior Martial Brother Yen, you should let this matter go. Liang Yu said with a smile after seeing that he had persuaded Yenyu. Even if I don't want to, I have to. Yenyu said with a flick of his sleeve, I'm not stupid enough to go against a nascent soul cultivator. Saying this, Yenyu got up from the chair and walked out. Where is Senior Martial Brother Yen going? Liang Yu asked with a smile. I'm going out for a stroll. Yenyu said, if I see any aura refining brat I don't like, I'll kill him while I'm at it. I'll make other cultivators as depressed as I am. Chapter 2048. Liang Yu laughed, knowing that Yenyu was truly depressed. However, in less than an hour, Yenyu returned with a look of exultation. What? How many qi refinement brats did you kill? Liang Yu put away a jade slip and asked with a smile. I got some news again. Yenyu whispered a few words to Liang Yu. Liang Yu frowned and said with displeasure, Senior Martial Brother Yen, this matter is clearly impossible. Why force yourself? Junior Martial Brother Liang, don't you want the storage pouches of those gold core cultivators? Don't you want Xiaohua's Samadhi True Fire cultivation method? Yenyu laughed. Maybe Xiaohua's Samadhi True Fire was obtained from the storage pouches of those gold core cultivators. He's just an early foundation establishment brat, yet he can cultivate the Samadhi True Fire in just a few years. What if Junior Martial Brother Liang obtains the Samadhi True Fire? Besides, in the storage pouches of those gold core cultivators, there's probably something even better than the Samadhi True Fire, right? Thinking about how Xiaohua's early foundation establishment cultivation was actually able to deal with 3 heavenly demon sect disciples of the same cultivation level, Yenyu naturally knew that Xiaohua obtained a lot from the storage pouches of those gold core cultivators. How could he not covet it? Seeing that Liang Yu was tempted, Yenyu said again, according to my plan, we don't have to act against Xiaohua right now. Let's first see the attitude of the 3 elders of Ardent Fire Mountain and Xiaohua's movements. After all, that's a gold core cultivator's storage pouch. I'm also somewhat tempted. If it weren't for the fact that I don't have absolute confidence right now, I'd definitely act myself. Why would I need to inform Junior Martial Brother? Yenyu pondered for a long time, then gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, Xiaohua's Samadhi True Fire is very powerful, and from what I heard, his flying technique is also very successful. I'm afraid the two of us won't be able to easily deal with him. We might even have to call Senior Martial Brothers Jie Ming and Qian Han over. And that's the only way. Yenyu nodded and said, we also swore that if there's news of Xiaohua, we'll immediately send a message. Moreover, on the way back, I also thought a lot. Now that Xiaohua has the backing of Ardent Fire Mountain, besides the Imperial Thunder sect, he has to do it cleanly. We can't leave any hidden dangers. For this, I have to prepare something. Liang Yu was taken aback. His eyeballs spun a few times as he asked curiously, what other tricks does Senior Martial Brother Yen have up his sleeve? This Yen will prepare for this matter alone. When I need Junior Brother Liang, I will naturally inform you. Yenyu said with a smile, this is the only time. We absolutely cannot let Xiaohua escape. Junior Martial Brother Liang, please send the message talisman. I'll take a look at the shops in Haoming City. Alright. Liang Yu wasn't sure what Yenyu wanted to do, so he could only nod and send out the transmission talisman. Inside Xiaohua's cave, the pill liquid of the Ling Lei pill had been refined. Under Xiaohua's alchemy technique, it had gradually fused. The 2 kinds of pill liquid, yin and yang, were fused smoothly under the condensation of the sky yin grass juice. Xiaohua sat upright in front of the cauldron, concentrating. Xue was also not in the alchemy room at this time. She was only sitting in the quiet room, meditating with her eyes closed, carefully comprehending the technique that Xiaohua gave her. This technique was very strange. It was completely different from what Shui practiced together, so it was quite strenuous. After a few more days, Xiaohua came out from the alchemy room, somewhat exhausted. Shui immediately opened her eyes and asked considerately, "Husband, did the refining go smoothly?" Who is your husband?" "He is a genius." Xiaohua boasted, "It's all a piece of cake, no big problems." Shui covered her mouth and laughed. The previous faint worry had already disappeared. Looking at Xiaohua's exhausted appearance, she said, "Husband is tired. Why don't you let me accompany you for a walk?" Before my husband came, Senior Farong accompanied me to walk around Haoming City a few times. There were many good things in many shops. And it seems that there are also a few shops that sell talismans. According to Senior Farong, they are very powerful. Hearing that there were good things, Xiaohua's heart moved again. However, he immediately rejected this matter and said with a smile, "It's better to avoid trouble. The plan now is to cultivate quickly." But Shui understood Xiaohua's heart and nodded. Then she picked out a few difficult parts of the dragon transformation art and asked Xiaohua. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days passed. On this day, Xiaohua was cultivating when he felt that there were some changes in the cave's restriction. When he swept out with his divine sense, a complicated expression appeared on his face. Seeing this, how could Shui not know what was going on? She smiled apologetically and said, "Did the people from the Ardent Fire Mountain come? This concubine will cultivate in the cave. This concubine will not participate in the auction." "And that's for the best." Xiaohua nodded. However, when Xiaohua was about to get up, Shui smiled and said, "Husband, did Fire Qilin come?" "And he came with Fire Farong." Xiaohua didn't hide it. "Then I will go out," Shui said with some hesitation. Xiaohua smiled and said, "Everything is up to my wife." When Xiaohua opened the cave's restriction, the first thing he saw was Fire Qilin directly ignoring him and looking behind him. When he saw that there was no one behind Xiaohua, he actually asked, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, where is fellow Daoist Shui? Why didn't she come out?" Xiaohua was speechless. Just when he was about to answer, Shui's voice was heard. "Senior Fire, may I know why Senior is looking for Junior?" Hearing Shui's voice, Fire Qilin's spirit was raised even more than when he took a nascent pregnancy pill. His eyes immediately lit up, and he cupped his hands and said, It's nothing. I just came to invite fellow Daoist Shui to participate in the auction." "Oh, the auction is a matter for nascent soul seniors. Junior is just an aura-refining disciple, so I won't disturb you." Shui said with a smile, "It's just that my husband is a little curious, so he can go." "Husband? Who's your husband?" Fire Qilin actually asked such a stupid question. It really didn't match a middle-stage foundation-building cultivator. Fellow Daoist Fire, my wife's husband is naturally Xiaohua." Xiaohua said with a smile, "He's right in front of you." "Oh." Fire Qilin was extremely disappointed, but he still didn't look at Xiaohua. He looked at Shui anxiously and asked, You really don't want to go?" "I won't go." Shui shook her head, but she immediately smiled again. Junior is at a critical juncture in her cultivation. However, Junior heard that Senior Fire was coming, so Junior came out to see you. Without waiting for Shui to finish, Fire Qilin said in surprise, "Fellow Daoist Shui, you came out especially for me?" "And that's right." Shui nodded. Junior came to thank Senior Fire for begging in front of the 3 elders that day, and also to thank Senior for helping Junior and my husband. After saying that, Shui bowed. No need. Fire Qilin hurriedly reached out to help Shui, but Xiaohua blocked his way. "All right, Senior Fire, Junior has already thanked Senior. Junior wants to go back and cultivate." Shui said with a smile. Junior hopes that Senior Fire can find a suitable dual cultivation partner like Junior. After saying that, Shui turned around and entered her immortal's cave, not looking back again. But Fire Qilin immediately looked as if he had lost his soul. Looking at Shui's disappearing figure, he opened his mouth but didn't say a word. Fellow Daoist Xiao. At the side, Huafeng didn't say anything. After waiting for Fire Qilin to finish speaking, she cupped her hands and said, "Today is the day of the auction. I specially came to invite fellow Daoist Xiao." "All right, I'll have to trouble fellow Daoist Hua." Xiao Hua smiled and returned the greeting. He took out a magic tablet and activated the Immortal's Cave's restriction. Seeing the Immortal's Cave's door disappear in front of his eyes, Fire Qilin seemed to feel that all hope had disappeared, and there was a disheartened look in his eyes. Seeing this, Xiao Hua also felt some sympathy in his heart. He cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Daoist Hua, these few days, my wife has been praising fellow Daoist's benevolence in front of me, and wanted to thank fellow Daoist for his great kindness. Now, she can finally fulfill her wish." "Is that so? How did she praise I?" Fire Qilin's eyes gave birth to a trace of spirit. "Let's go, we'll talk as we walk," Xiao Hua said with a smile. He actually patted Fire Qilin's shoulder, and Fire Qilin actually let Xiao Hua come closer. Huafeng shook her head as she watched from the side, but what could she say? Arriving in front of Ardent Fire Mountain's Immortal's Cave, a flame-shaped flying magic tool that seemed to be cast from gold and stones stopped in front of the door. The dazzling golden color refracted the glaring sunlight, and in Xiao Hua's eyes, it was like a ball of resplendent flame. At the edge of the flying magic tool, there were already several gold core and foundation establishment cultivators standing there. There were also many children who were dressed in embroidered clothes and had solemn expressions. "Fellow Daoist Xiao, please wait a moment." Arriving in front of the flying magic tool, Huafeng said in a low voice, "Great-grandfather hasn't come out yet. We can only go up after he comes out." "Okay," Xiao Hua agreed and stood respectfully at the side. At this moment, although Fire Qilin wasn't as dispirited as before, he was still somewhat dispirited and listless. It seemed that the words Xiao Hua said on the road weren't enough to dispel his infatuation. Not long after, a melodious sound came from inside the Immortal's Cave, and the three elders of Ardent Fire Mountain slowly walked out, surrounded by a group of Ardent Fire Mountain disciples. When the three elders of Ardent Fire Mountain arrived in front of the flying magic tool and saw Xiao Hua, their expressions were somewhat different. Hua Paikong and Hua Yishui coldly swept their gazes over, and Xiao Hua could feel the piercing gaze from afar. Hua Yishui lightly asked, "Shui didn't come?" Without waiting for Xiao Hua to speak, Fire Qilin opened his mouth again. "Okay, great-grandfather knows that Shui is cultivating to break through to foundation establishment, so she can't come. Foundation establishment is just a matter of raising one's hand and hearing. If she knows, then this old man will let her reach foundation establishment today." Hua Yishui sneered. Hua Paikong unhappily said, "I didn't ask you, stand aside." "Yes, boy knows." Fire Qilin didn't refute and obediently stood to the side. Xiao Hua apologetically smiled and said, "My junior sister's knowledge is shallow and doesn't dare to take up Ardent Fire Mountain's precious spot. She's also cultivating, so she can't go." And Huishui nodded, looked up, and said a few words. On the flying magic tool, a golden core disciple bowed and said, "Disciple understands." Chapter 2049. Let's go, Hua Zhishan said as he floated onto the flying magic artifact and sat on a jade chair. Xiao Hua and the others also boarded the flying magic artifact. Then, without waiting for Xiao Hua to stabilize himself, the Foundation Establishment disciples activated the magic artifact. A huge suction force appeared from the bottom of the flying magic artifact, blooming like a lotus flower. A series of rumbling sounds were heard as the entire flying magic artifact flew up. Contrary to Xiao Hua's expectations, the flying magic artifact didn't fly down the mountain, but straight up. Above the residence of a nascent soul cultivator should be the residence of a spirit-severing cultivator. Could it be? Xiao Hua was surprised, but the flying magic artifact flew up several dozen feet and the mountain became steeper. Although the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was rich, the layout was far from that of a nascent soul cultivator's residence. It couldn't even compare to a foundation establishment cultivator's residence. Oh! Xiaohua immediately understood. Although Haoming City was one of the 7 major cities in the country of Xi, it could only accommodate nascent soul cultivators. How could a spirit-severing cultivator come to Haoming City? Even if a spirit-severing cultivator came, Reverend Yanhong would have to go out and welcome them. How could a spirit-severing cultivator stay here? The city lord's residence was more like it. After flying for a while, they arrived at a huge platform that occupied the entire mountain peak. Huo Zhishan's magic artifact rose up, but it didn't land on the platform. Instead, it floated in midair, as if waiting for something. Ding! A loud sound rang out. It was as if there were countless bells. 4 colors of brilliance blossomed on the platform, illuminating the entire sky. The previously unclear sky was now clear and bright. At this moment, Xiaohua noticed to his astonishment that there were actually around 20 flying magic tools parked around the enormous platform, and every single one of them was unique and extremely strange. When all sorts of magical artifacts appeared, more than 20 powerful divine senses swept out one after another. It seemed like they were spying, but also seemed like they were having a contest. Wang, another beehive-like sound rang out, and the platform began to vibrate. Gradually, the light fog was lifted, and a huge palace appeared on the platform. The palace was carved with pillars, and its style was simple and unadorned. It was very imposing, but in Xiaohua's eyes, it was a little strange. The pillars of the palace were abnormally thick, and the space was abnormally large. It was actually more than 10 times larger than an ordinary palace. Whoosh! A rainbow flew out from one of the palace gates and landed directly below Mount Hualai's flying artifact, supporting it. However, the rainbow didn't move at all, and the flying artifact didn't move at all. Huo Zhishan took out an oval-shaped badge and threw it into the rainbow. The rainbow emitted a burst of ripples and began to vibrate. As the rainbow shrank, the flying magic tool also began to move and gradually approached the palace. With a light boom, the flying magic tool leaned against a corner of the palace. The palace gates slowly opened, and 2 golden core cultivators walked out and respectfully lined up on either side of the palace gates. "Let's go." Huo Zhishan stood up from his jade chair and walked towards the palace gates. Huo Zhishui and Huo Picong didn't even look at Xiaohua and followed him. When Huo Zhishan got off the flying magic tool, the fire qilin and fire hibiscus nodded at Xiaohua and quickly followed him. The golden core disciple that Huo Zhishan sent a message to said, "Wait here, don't move around." Then, the disciple also walked behind Xiaohua and got off the magic tool. "Greetings, 3 seniors from Mount Hua." The 2 golden core cultivators who were waiting respectfully were rather polite as they bowed and said, "We're Haoming City's guest elders. We're here to welcome the 3 seniors. Thank you for your trouble." Huo Zhishan saw that the 2 cultivators were at the late golden core stage and didn't dare to be disrespectful. "Seniors, please come this way." The 2 cultivators didn't introduce themselves and only spread out their hands, inviting the 3 elders from Mount Hua to enter the palace gates. Huo Zhishan knew that the guests of Haoming City weren't disciples of Haoming City, but rather, they paid a special price to invite other cultivators to make decisions for Haoming City. Their backgrounds and sects were different from Haoming City, so he didn't dare to be disrespectful and slightly nodded before entering the palace gates. When it came to the fire qilin and fire hibiscus, they were even more humble and bowed, greeting the seniors. Naturally, Xiaohua also hurriedly bowed. The 2 gold core cultivators nodded slightly. When the last gold core cultivator from the Ardent Fire Mountain entered the palace, the 2 gold core cultivators glanced at each other and released their divine sense. After sweeping the palace gate for a moment, one of the cultivators extended his hand and took out a strange-looking Dharma tablet from his bosom. Under the activation of his magic power, it emitted a strange spiritual movement. The cultivator threw the magic tablet into the ground of the palace gates. A multicolored light appeared on the ground, wrapping around the palace gates. When the two Jindan stage cultivators walked through the palace gate, the multicolored light suddenly entered the palace gate. Xiaohua only felt a burst of chaos in front of his eyes. The perfectly straight path he saw earlier had already disappeared and was replaced by a long suspended bridge. At the palace gates, after the multicolored light disappeared, the palace gates also disappeared, leaving only Mount Huajishan's flying magic tool floating in the air like a flame. Xiaohua looked at the suspended bridge that Mo Zhao had appeared on and was somewhat stunned. He was now a foundation establishment cultivator and had even been to the core of Mo Zhao's Black Forest. He had seen many incredible things in the cultivation world. However, the suspended bridge under his feet was 10 feet wide and was very transparent. There was a faint brilliance flowing on it. If not for the divine sense, who could see it? This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that the entire palace seemed to be a boundless space. This transparent suspended bridge was crisscrossing, and there were thousands or tens of thousands of them. Moreover, under the suspended bridge, there seemed to be a bottomless abyss. Xiaohua probed with his divine sense, but there was no trace of a bottom. Moreover, Xiaohua stole a glance at the golden core cultivator beside him. There seemed to be a trace of surprise on his face. Obviously, even the divine sense of a golden core cultivator could not reach the bottom. Good heavens! The foundation of this Haoming city is too strong, isn't it? Xiaohua's eyes turned rapidly as he looked at the suspended bridge in the space that was almost a ball of thread. 3 seniors, please. 2 golden core cultivators appeared in front of Huajishan and the others. They smiled slightly and led the way. Thank you for your trouble, fellow Daoists. Huajishan smiled. In his heart, he was similar to Xiaohua. However, he only looked at his 2 brothers and did not say anything. Although this suspended bridge was invisible, it was slightly soft when one stepped on it. Moreover, unlike other magic tools, it could not carry people. Xiaohua and the others could only cast spells and follow the golden core cultivators in front of them. Chapter 2050. Fortunately, although the atmosphere inside the palace was majestic, it didn't restrict one's cultivation. Apart from the faint sound of the wind outside the floating bridge, there was a kind of huge suction force that even divine senses couldn't escape. Everything else was similar to the outside of the palace. After walking for half the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the group had already arrived at the top of the floating bridge. At this time, the previously empty floating bridge was gradually filled with the silhouettes of other cultivators. Many divine senses also swept over. The divine senses of nascent soul cultivators were like eyes. After sweeping over, it was fine. However, one of the divine senses swept over the group from Blazing Fire Mountain again and again. Not to mention Xiaohua, even Hua Ferong and the others were astonished. At this time, the 2 golden core cultivators in front of them heard this and took out a magic tablet from their bosom. After activating it, they threw it on top of the floating bridge. Rumble! The entire floating bridge immediately shook. The other half of the floating bridge in front of them rapidly rose from the distance and struck towards them like the tail of a spirit snake. Woo! With a burst of fierce wind, the floating bridge suddenly stopped in front of Xiaohua and the others. Then it began to fall. A burst of light and shadow changed. Before Xiaohua's eyes could react, a fortress-like building appeared in front of him. The 2 golden core cultivators were standing at the entrance of the fortress. 3 seniors, this is the entrance to Xian Kong Pavilion. Forgive us for not being able to enter. The 2 golden core cultivators respectfully bowed and said, Senior, you can enter by following the path inside. Okay, Huajishan only slightly curled his lips. He knew that this was all deliberately done by Haoming City. He nodded and entered first. When Xiaohua entered and saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but be moved. He saw that this was a huge palace. In front of him was a path that was dozens of feet long, leading straight ahead. On both sides of the path, There was a huge statue every 10 feet or so. Good heavens! How is this a place where cultivators live? Xiaohua thought. This is probably a palace left behind by those celestials. Xiaohua naturally thought of the huge white bones in his space. If the white bones were to come back to life and walk in this huge palace, they would be able to bring out the best in each other. They would then look like dwarves. Sure enough, the fire Qilin, who hadn't made a sound for a long time and had been focused on Xiaohua's cave, also woke up and released his divine sense. After looking for a long time, he whispered, "Feng, this place seems to be related to my blazing fire mountain." Qilin, Huizhishan in front coughed and scolded, "Qilin, don't talk too much. Use your eyes, use your ears, and use your heart." Yes, this boy understood Qilin's voice. Blazing fires of the mountain? Xiaohua's of the blazing fire Qilin, S's fire Qilin. Let's go, Huizhishan called again. His body flew up and slowly floated towards the end of the road. Xiaohua flew in the air, but his divine sense was looking at the huge statues around him. These statues were either ferocious giants or ferocious beasts. They all had frightening faces. Moreover, he didn't know what these statues were made of, but his divine sense couldn't penetrate them. Xiaohua even used his Dharma eyes to secretly look at them a few times. He could see the outlines of the statues, but they were pale. Oh, these statues are actually somewhat similar to the Dharma idol in my space. Xiaohua's divine sense suddenly saw a statue. It was also a human body with a snake tail. However, this human body was a stalwart man. His face was firm and his muscles were bulging. Moreover, he was wearing a strange armor. In his hand was a weapon that looked like a fork. Just as Xiaohua's gaze focused on the statue and wanted to take a closer look, he heard a cold voice from afar. "Fellow Daoist Hua, you're really angry. You can even ignore I's invitation? Could it be that you think you can exchange that thing for something that you want at the auction in Haoming City?" Following that voice, naturally, there was a divine sense sweeping over. Xiaohua's heart trembled. Wasn't this the same divine sense that had swept over everyone on the floating bridge? Oh, isn't this Daoist blue feather from the immortal music sect of the Meng Kingdom? Huizhishan's voice sounded. He asked curiously, "Fellow Daoist blue feather, when did you give me an invitation? Or did you send a disciple here with a token? It seems that I was drinking and chatting with your sect's 2 disciples, Li Qingxiu and Jiming, a few days ago. I didn't hear them mention you?" "I was the one who sent you a message during the banquet that day." Daoist blue feather still didn't appear, but her voice sounded. "Oh? Fellow Daoist blue feather?" Huizhishan interrupted. So it's a message talisman. This old man and the others have been in Haoming City for a long time. Every day, countless juniors would send a message talisman to our blazing fire mountain for no reason, asking to meet us. Why would we care about these boring message talismans? Every day, our disciples would place bets on these message talismans to see who would crush the most. I'm sure fellow Daoist Blue Feather's message talisman is among them. You. Daoist Blue Feather's tone was a little angry. I sent you a message talisman, but you actually dared to let your disciples crush it. Fellow Daoist Blue Feather, Huizhishan laughed. The rule of the cultivation world in the kingdom of Xi has always been to return courtesy with courtesy. If our blazing fire mountain wants to pay a visit, the fellow Daoist of the Imperial Thunder sect will definitely send a disciple of our sect over on the first day. Although we have arranged a time, we can only pay a visit when the fellow Daoist of the Imperial Thunder sect has the time. Otherwise, our blazing fire mountain may be regarded by the Imperial Thunder sect as a sect that doesn't know etiquette and is a low-class cultivator. Oh, perhaps the rules of the Kingdom of Meng are different from those of the Kingdom of Xi. This old man will go back and take a look. I want to know which disciple, who doesn't know the importance of etiquette, actually dared to crush the message talisman of the famous immortal music sect's Daoist Blue Feather. Huizhishan's last sentence was one word at a time. He especially emphasized the words, message talisman. Daoist Blue Feather laughed instead of being angry. Brilliant idea, brilliant idea. This old man's trip to Haoming City has really broadened my horizons. When did the blazing fire mountain become so unyielding, daring to sneer at our immortal music sect like a needle hidden in cotton? Fellow Daoist Blue Feather, Huozhishan laughed. Did my brother's words offend the immortal music sect? We three brothers of the blazing fire mountain have always spoken without meaning. Everyone in the kingdom of Xi knows this. Why is it that when it comes to fellow Daoist Blue Feather, it becomes a needle hidden in cotton? If there's a needle hidden in cotton, wouldn't it be obvious with a sweep of your divine sense? Hee. Following the voice, a short and stout cultivator's silhouette faintly flashed in the air above Huozhishan and the others. There was actually a strange ear-piercing sound. Huopai Kong flicked his sleeve, and the silhouette shattered like glass. He sneered. Fellow Daoist Blue Feather's name is not bad, but your appearance has nothing to do with elegance. There's no need to show off here. No matter how elegant I am, I'm still better looking than you three ugly ghosts. Daoist Blue Feather laughed. When your nascent soul formed your body, you didn't even know to modify it a little. You're really embarrassing the kingdom of Xi's cultivators. This old man doesn't want to fix it. So what? Huopai Kong stomped his feet. This old man still wants to use this face to scare people. Third brother, why are you being so long-winded with him? Huozhishan sneered. In any case, is my blazing fire mountain a small sect that judges people by their appearance? You. Daoist Blue Feather was at a loss for words when facing the three elders of the blazing fire mountain. I want to see if you can get what you want in the auction. Don't come begging for I when the time comes. You don't have to worry about that. Huopai Kong sneered. At worst, this old man will take it back to raise my children. Then, Daoist Blue Feather's voice disappeared. The three elders of the blazing fire mountain continued to fly slowly. Ding. Another chime sounded, and a suction force suddenly appeared from the path. Xiaohua was shocked. Just as he was about to move, he heard a faint voice say, "Fellow Daoists, the way to enter the Xian Kong Pavilion is rather special. Please do not resist." Not to mention Xiaohua, even Huozhishan was a little embarrassed and angry. They were just participating in the auction. Although the opponents were all nascent soul cultivators, and the rewards would be plentiful, Haoming City repeatedly played these tricks. They were really petty. However, they had already come this far, and Huozhishan and the others seemed to be unable to turn back. This situation was really annoying. At this moment, the suction force on the path grew stronger, and its direction changed, going straight ahead. Forget it. Huozhishan flicked his sleeves and said coldly, I want to see what tricks Haoming City is playing. As he spoke, light flashed around his body, and only a protective brilliance appeared. His figure gradually flew forward along with the suction force. Xiaohua and the others naturally followed closely behind. This speed seems to be getting faster. However, as the suction force increased, Xiaohua and the others' flying speed also increased. In just a few breaths, they had already surpassed the flying speed of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Moreover, their speed was still increasing. The pressure around them also increased. Whoosh! Huopai Kong, who was the closest to Xiaohua and the others, frowned slightly. He stretched his right hand behind him and gently flicked his middle finger. A meteor-like brilliance appeared, and the brilliance exploded in midair, forming a layer of light that tightly covered Xiaohua, Hibiscus, and the fire Qilin. Although he felt the pressure disappear, Xiaohua smiled bitterly in his heart. Previously, when he saw the increase in speed, he was secretly delighted. He practiced the lightning evasion technique, and speed had always been his forte. If he could see an even faster evasion technique after the bright lightning evasion technique, especially if he could experience it himself, it would be even more beneficial to his lightning evasion technique. Unfortunately, Huopai Kong's finger had shattered all of his hopes. Chapter 2051. Let's go, Huozhishan said, and his figure floated onto the flying magic tool. He sat on a jade chair and coldly looked into the distance. Xiao Hua and the others immediately boarded the flying magic tool. Then, without waiting for Xiao Hua to stabilize himself, the group of Foundation establishment disciples urged the magic tool. A huge suction force appeared from the bottom of the flying magic tool, and a flame bloomed like a lotus flower. A series of rumbling sounds slowly came out, and the entire flying magic tool flew up. Contrary to Xiao Hua's expectations, the flying magic tool didn't fly down the mountain, but straight up. It passed through Ardent Fire Mountain's Immortal's cave and many restrictions. Above the residence of a nascent soul cultivator should be the residence of a spirit-severing cultivator. Could it be? Xiao Hua was a bit surprised, but the flying magic tool flew up several dozen feet, and the mountain became steeper. Although the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was rich, the layout was far from the residence of a nascent soul cultivator. It couldn't even compare to the residence of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Oh, Xiao Hua immediately understood. Although Haoming City was one of the 7 major cities in the country of Xi, it could only accommodate nascent soul cultivators. How could a spirit-severing cultivator come to Haoming City? Even if a spirit-severing cultivator came, Daoist Master Yao Hong would have to go out and welcome them. How could a spirit-severing cultivator stay here? The city lord's mansion was more like it. After flying for a while, they actually arrived at a huge platform, directly occupying the entire mountain peak. Ardent Fire Mountain's magic tool rose up, but it didn't land on the platform. Instead, it floated in midair, as if waiting for something. Dang! A loud sound rang out. It was as if there were countless bells. 4 colors of brilliance blossomed on the platform, illuminating the entire sky. The previously unclear sky was now clear and bright. At this moment, Xiao Hua noticed to his astonishment that there were actually around 20 flying magic tools parked around the enormous platform, and every single one of them was unique and extremely strange. When all sorts of magical artifacts appeared, more than 20 powerful divine senses swept out one after another. They seemed to be spying, but also seemed to be competing. Wang, another beehive-like sound rang out, and the platform began to vibrate. Gradually, the light fog was lifted, and a huge palace appeared on the platform. The palace was carved with pillars, and its style was simple and unadorned. It was very imposing, but in Xiao Hua's eyes, it was a little strange. The pillars of the palace were abnormally thick, and the space was abnormally large. It was actually more than 10 times larger than an ordinary palace. Whoosh! A rainbow flew out from one of the palace gates and landed directly below Mount Hualai's flying artifact, supporting it. However, the rainbow didn't move at all, and the flying artifact didn't move at all. Huajishan reached out and took out an oval badge. He casually threw it into the rainbow. The rainbow emitted a burst of ripples and began to vibrate. As the rainbow shrank, the flying magic tool also began to move and gradually approach the palace. Boom! The flying magic tool leaned against a corner of the palace. The palace gates slowly opened, and 2 golden core cultivators walked out and respectfully lined up on either side of the palace gates. Let's go! Huajishan stood up from his jade chair and walked towards the palace gates. Huajishui and Huapikong didn't even look at Xiao Hua and followed him. When Huajishan got off the flying artifact, the fire Qilin and fire hibiscus nodded at Xiao Hua and quickly followed him. The golden core disciple that Huajishan sent a message to said, "Wait here, don't move around." Then, the disciple also walked behind Xiao Hua and got off the artifact. Greetings, 3 seniors from Mount Hualai. The 2 golden core cultivators who were waiting respectfully were rather polite as they bowed and said, "We are Haoming City's guest elders. Welcome, seniors. Thank you for your trouble." Huajishan saw that the 2 cultivators were at the late stage of the golden core and didn't dare to be disrespectful. "Seniors, please come this way." The 2 cultivators didn't introduce themselves and only spread out their hands, inviting the 3 elders from Mount Hualai to enter the palace gates. Huajishan knew that the guests of Haoming City weren't disciples of Haoming City, but rather, they paid a special price to invite other cultivators to make decisions for Haoming City. Their backgrounds and sects were different from Haoming City, so he didn't dare to be disrespectful and slightly nodded before entering the palace gates. When it came to the fire Qilin and fire hibiscus, they were even more humble and bowed, greeting the seniors. Naturally, Xiaohua also hurriedly bowed. The two gold core cultivators nodded slightly. When the last gold core cultivator from the Ardent Fire Mountain entered the palace, the two gold core cultivators glanced at each other and released their divine sense. After sweeping the palace gate for a moment, one of the cultivators extended his hand and took out a strange-looking Dharma tablet from his bosom. Under the activation of his magic power, it emitted a strange spiritual movement. The cultivator threw the magic tablet into the ground of the palace gates. A multicolored light appeared on the ground and wrapped around the palace gates. When the two Jindan stage cultivators walked through the palace gate, the multicolored light suddenly entered the palace gate. Xiaohua only felt a burst of chaos in front of his eyes. The perfectly straight path he saw earlier had already disappeared and was replaced by a long suspended bridge. At the palace gates, after the multicolored light disappeared, the palace gates also disappeared. Only the flying magic tool of Mount Hualai was left floating in the air like a flame. Xiaohua looked at the suspended bridge that Mo Zhao had appeared on and was somewhat stunned. He was now a foundation-building cultivator and had even been to the core of Mo Zhao Black Forest. He had seen many incredible things in the cultivation world. However, the suspended bridge under his feet was 10 feet wide and was very transparent. There was a faint brilliance flowing on it. If one didn't use their divine sense to scan it, who could see it? This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that the entire palace seemed to be a boundless space. This transparent suspended bridge was crisscrossing and crisscrossing. He didn't know how many thousands or tens of thousands of them there were. Moreover, under the suspended bridge, there seemed to be a bottomless abyss. Xiaohua used his divine sense to explore it, but there was no trace of a bottom. Moreover, Xiaohua stole a glance at the golden core cultivator of Mount Hualai beside him. There seemed to be a trace of surprise on his face. Obviously, even the divine sense of a golden core cultivator couldn't reach the bottom. Good heavens! The foundation of Haoming City is too strong, isn't it? Xiaohua's eyes turned rapidly as he looked at the suspended bridge in the space that was almost a ball of thread. 3 seniors, please. 2 golden core cultivators appeared in front of Hua Zhishan and the others. They smiled slightly and led the way. Thank you for your trouble, fellow Daoists. Hua Zhishan smiled. In his heart, he was similar to Xiaohua. However, he only looked at his 2 brothers and didn't say anything. Although the suspended bridge was invisible, stepping on it made one feel a little soft. Moreover, unlike other magic tools, it could not carry people. Xiaohua and the others could only use magic techniques to follow the golden core cultivators in front of them as they moved forward. Chapter 2052. Fortunately, although the atmosphere inside the palace was majestic, it didn't restrict one's cultivation. Apart from the faint sound of the wind outside the floating bridge, there was a kind of force that sucked people downwards. Even their divine senses couldn't avoid it. Everything else was similar to the outside of the palace. After walking for half the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the group had already arrived at the top of the floating bridge. At this time, the previously empty floating bridge was gradually filled with the figures of other cultivators. Many divine senses were also sweeping over. The divine senses of nascent soul cultivators were like eyes. After sweeping over them, it was fine. However, one of the divine senses swept over the group from Blazing Fire Mountain again and again. Not to mention Xiaohua, even Hua Furong and the others were astonished. Who is being rude? Xiaohua frowned as he thought to himself. At this time, the 2 golden core cultivators in front of him heard this and took out a magic tablet from their bosom. After activating it, they threw it on top of the floating bridge. Rumble! The entire floating bridge immediately shook. The other half of the floating bridge in front of them rapidly rose from the distance and struck towards them like the tail of a spirit snake. Woo! With a sharp gust of wind, the floating bridge suddenly stopped in front of Xiaohua and the others. Then it began to descend. With a burst of light and shadow, before Xiaohua's eyes could react, a fortress-like structure appeared in front of him. The two golden core cultivators were standing at the entrance of the fortress. 3 seniors, this is the entrance to Xian Kong Pavilion. Forgive us for not being able to enter. The 2 golden core cultivators respectfully bowed and said, Senior, you just need to follow the path inside and enter. Okay, Huozhishan only slightly curled his lips. He knew that this was all deliberately done by Haoming City. He nodded and entered. When Xiaohua entered and saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but be moved. He saw that this was a huge palace. In front of him was a path that was dozens of feet long. It led straight ahead, and on both sides of the path, there was a huge statue every 10 feet or so. Good heavens! How is this a place where cultivators live? Xiaohua thought to himself. This is probably a palace left behind by those celestials. Xiaohua naturally thought of the huge white bones in his space. If the white bones were to come back to life and walk in this huge palace, they would be able to bring out the best in each other. They would then look like dwarves. Sure enough, the fire Qilin, who hadn't made a sound for a long time and had been focused on Xiaohua's cave, also woke up and released his divine sense. After looking for a long time, he said in a low voice, Feng, this place seems to be related to my blazing fire mountain. Cough, cough. Huishui coughed and scolded, Qilin, don't talk too much. Just use your eyes, ears, and heart to remember. Yes, boy understands, even though the fire Qilin was a fool, he wasn't stupid. He had just blurted it out and was now on guard. The ardent fire mountain also has such a place? Xiaohua naturally heard it. These places are probably ancient ruins. Who knows, there might be some secret techniques left behind from ancient times. Let's go, Huishui called out again. His figure flew up and slowly floated towards the end of the road. Xiaohua flew in the air, but his divine sense was looking at the huge statues around him. These statues were either ferocious giants or ferocious beasts. All of them had frightening faces. Moreover, he didn't know what these statues were made of. His divine sense couldn't penetrate them. Xiaohua even used his Dharma eyes to secretly look at them a few times. He could actually see the outlines of the statues, but they were pale white. These statues are actually somewhat similar to the Dharma idol in my space. Xiaohua's divine sense suddenly saw a statue. It was also a human body with a snake tail. However, this human body was a stalwart man. His face was firm and his muscles were bulging. Moreover, he was wearing a strange armor and held a fork-like weapon in his hand. Just as Xiaohua focused his gaze on the statue and wanted to take a closer look, he heard a cold voice from afar. Fellow Daoist Hua, you're really angry. You can even ignore Ai's invitation? Could it be that you think you can exchange that thing for something that you want at the auction in Haoming City? Following that voice, naturally, there was a divine sense sweeping over. Xiaohua's heart trembled. Wasn't this divine sense the one that swept over everyone on the floating bridge? Isn't this Daoist blue feather from the immortal music sect of the Meng Kingdom? Huishui's voice sounded. He asked curiously, Fellow Daoist blue feather, when did you give me an invitation? Or did you send a disciple with a token? It seems that I was drinking and chatting with your sect's 2 disciples, Li Qingxiu and Jiming, a few days ago. I didn't hear them mention you? I was the message talisman you sent that day at the banquet. Daoist blue feather still didn't appear, but her voice sounded. Oh? Fellow Daoist blue feather? Huishui interrupted. So it's a message talisman. We've been in Haoming City for a long time. Every day, countless juniors would send message talismans to our blazing fire mountain for no reason, asking to meet us. Why would we care about these boring message talismans? Every day, the boys under the sect would place bets on these communication talismans to see who could crush the most talismans. I'm sure fellow Daoist Blue Feather's message talisman is among them. Daoist Blue Feather's tone was a little angry. I sent you a message talisman, but you actually dared to let your disciples crush it. Hee, fellow Daoist blue feather, Hui Shui laughed. The rule of the cultivation world in the kingdom of Xi has always been to return courtesy with courtesy. If our blazing fire mountain wants to pay a visit, fellow Daoist from the Imperial Thunder sect will definitely send a disciple of our sect over on the first day. Although we've arranged a time, we can only pay a visit after the fellow Daoist from the Imperial Thunder sect has time. Otherwise, our blazing fire mountain might be seen as a sect that doesn't know etiquette by the Imperial Thunder sect, an unorthodox cultivator. Oh, perhaps the rules of the kingdom of Meng are different from those of the kingdom of Xi. I'll go back and take a look. I'll see which disciple, who doesn't know the severity of the matter and etiquette, actually dared to crush the message talisman of the famous immortal music sect, Daoist Blue Feather. Hui Shui's last sentence was one word at a time. He especially emphasized the three words, message talisman. Daoist Blue Feather laughed instead of being angry. Brilliant, brilliant. This trip to Haoming City has really broadened my horizons. When did the blazing fire mountain become so unyielding, daring to mock our immortal music sect like a needle hidden in cotton? Fellow Daoist Blue Feather, Hui Shui laughed. Did my brother's words offend the immortal music sect? Our three brothers of the blazing fire mountain have always spoken without meaning. Everyone in the kingdom of Xi knows this. Why is it that when it comes to fellow Daoist Blue Feather, it becomes a needle hidden in cotton? If there's a needle hidden in cotton, wouldn't you be able to detect it with a sweep of your divine sense? Hee. Following the voice, a short and fat cultivator's silhouette faintly flashed in the air above Hui Shui and the others. There was actually a strange ear-piercing sound. Huopai Kong flicked his sleeve, and the silhouette shattered like glass. He sneered. Fellow Daoist Blue Feather's name is not bad, but your appearance has nothing to do with elegance. There's no need to show off here. No matter how elegant I am, I'm still better looking than you three ugly ghosts. Daoist Blue Feather laughed. When your nascent soul formed your body, you didn't even know to modify it a little. You're really embarrassing the kingdom of Xi's cultivators. This old man doesn't want to fix it. So what? Huopai Kong stomped his feet. This old man still wants to use this face to scare people. Third brother, why are you being so long-winded with him? Hui Shui sneered. Anyway, is my blazing fire mountain a small sect that judges people by their appearance? You. Daoist Blue Feather was at a loss for words when facing the three elders of the blazing fire mountain. I want to see if you can get what you want in the auction. Don't come begging for I when the time comes. You don't have to worry about that. Huopai Kong sneered. If worse comes to worst, this old man will take it back to raise my children. Then, Daoist Blue Feather's voice disappeared. The three elders of the blazing fire mountain continued to fly slowly. Ding. Another chime sounded, and a suction force suddenly appeared from the path. Xiaohua was shocked. Just as he was about to move, he heard a faint voice say, "Fellow Daoists, the way to enter the Xian Kong Pavilion is a little special. Please don't resist." Not to mention Xiaohua, even Hui Zhishan was a little embarrassed and angry. They were just participating in the auction. Although the opponents were all nascent soul cultivators, and the rewards would be plentiful, Haoming City repeatedly played these tricks. They were really petty. However, they had already come this far, and Hui Zhishan and the others seemed to be unable to turn back. This situation was really annoying. At this moment, the suction force on the path grew stronger, and its direction changed, going straight ahead. Forget it. Hui Zhishan flicked his sleeves and said coldly, I want to see what tricks Haoming City is playing. As he spoke, light flashed around his body, and only a protective brilliance appeared. His figure gradually flew forward along with the suction force. Xiaohua and the others naturally followed closely behind. This speed seems to be getting faster. However, as the suction force increased, Xiaohua and the others' flying speed also increased. In just a few breaths, they had already surpassed the flying speed of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Moreover, their speed was still increasing. The pressure around them also increased. Whoosh! Huapai Kong, who was the closest to Xiaohua and the others, frowned slightly. He stretched his right hand behind him and gently flicked his middle finger. A meteor-like brilliance appeared, and the brilliance exploded in midair, forming a layer of light that tightly covered Xiaohua, Hua Hibiscus, and the fire Qilin. Although he felt the pressure disappear, Xiaohua smiled bitterly in his heart. When he saw the increase in speed, he was secretly delighted. He practiced the lightning evasion technique, and speed had always been his forte. If he could see an even faster evasion technique after the bright lightning evasion technique, especially if he could experience it himself, it would be even more beneficial to his lightning evasion technique. Unfortunately, Huapai Kong's finger had shattered all of his hopes. Chapter 2053. Putting aside Xiaohua's gloominess, Hua Zhishan and the others were flying faster and faster. When they reached a certain limit, sparks appeared on the light barrier around Xiaohua and the others. Even the nascent soul cultivators' expressions changed. Xiaohua and the others felt as if they had bumped into something and stopped again. It was as if they had broken through an extremely powerful restriction. Xiaohua and the others arrived at another place. Hiss! When Xiaohua came back to his senses, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. At this time, everyone was standing in the void. The void was boundless and showed endless secrets. In the void, there were countless spheres of various sizes. Above Xiaohua and the others, there was a fireball that was tens of thousands of feet large and emitted flames that were hundreds of thousands of feet wide. It was quietly floating. Sky Dao Starry Sky? Xiaohua couldn't help but groan in his heart. He originally thought that his Sky Dao Starry Sky was the only one in the world. However, seeing something similar to the Sky Dao Starry Sky in his own space, he knew that there were many powerful cultivators in the world. It seems something is wrong. Xiaohua was surprised at first, but then he sensed that all the spheres and the starry sky were lifeless. They didn't understand anything at all. They were far from the mysterious changes in his space. Xiaohua's eyes turned and looked at the fire Qilin and the others. Sure enough, it wasn't just Xiaohua who was surprised. Everyone from Ardent Fire Mountain was also stunned. A voice resounded through the entire starry sky. Then, like a curtain being lifted, the entire void disappeared with a whoosh. A bright sunny day appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Moreover, to the left of Xiaohua and the others, more than 20 nascent soul cultivators appeared in the void. Xiaohua followed the light and looked down. Under his feet was the platform that everyone had entered from. Many flying artifacts were quietly parked around the platform. Fellow Daoists, forgive I for being presumptuous. A tall and dignified middle-aged man with a horsetail whisk in his hand and a light golden Daoist crown on his head appeared in the void. He stood at the same level as everyone and cupped his hands in greeting. This is the Xiankong Pavilion that my Haoming city obtained more than 10,000 years ago. Because the restriction inside is too ancient, it hasn't been completely broken. Until today, only a small part of it can be used. I used the Xiankong Pavilion as the venue for today's auction. This is where I's sincerity lies. Hua Pikong was the first to sneer. Yen Hong, I didn't come to participate in the auction to be humiliated by your Ming city. Time and time using some restriction magical ability. Do you think that only your Haoming city has ancient ruins from ancient times? Hua Pikong's temper was not good. This was obviously what the other nascent soul cultivators thought as well, so everyone was silent. Reverend Yen Hong wasn't angry. He waved the horsetail whisk in his hand and said with a smile, if you want to explore the mysteries of the great Tao, you must have great methods. It seems that no one can understand my painstaking efforts. Great Tao? A slightly exaggerated voice sounded. Yen Hong, you're saying that your Xiankong Pavilion actually has the mystery of the great Tao. As expected of the Imperial Thunder Sex Miyu. Your knowledge is extraordinary. Yen Hong smiled as he looked across from Xiaohua. Over there were several golden core cultivators from the Imperial Thunder sect. Mystery of the Great Tao? Hearing me use words, the expressions of several nascent soul cultivators who knew some ancient secrets changed. Yanhong, this is the legendary Void Palace that was built by the ancient Celestials? The Void Palace that is said to be able to turn one's body into a saint just by peering into its mystery? Alas, when the seniors of my Haoming city obtained this palace, they also thought so. They all wanted to comprehend the great Tao from it and peek into the mysteries of heaven before reaching the great ascension stage. Unfortunately, how could we have such fate? Yanhong smiled bitterly. This is just a magic tool that looks like an ancient palace. The Xian Kong pavilion inside has some great Tao, but this starry sky is lifeless. There's nothing to comprehend. Otherwise, how could I dare to take this thing out? Am I not afraid of being distracted by the seniors? In fact, to tell you the truth, I have already asked a senior to look at it. It should be an imitation. It has the shape but not the essence. Oh. The nascent soul cultivators were all regretful and glad at the same time. Although it's an imitation, it may give us a glimpse into the situation of the ancient Void Palace. I appreciate fellow Daoist Yanhong's painstaking efforts. A handsome female cultivator said with a smile. Thank you for the praise, Fairy Miao Chang of the Five Elements sect. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Yanhong patted his chest and smiled. Fairy Miao Chang covered her mouth and laughed. Since we have seen the ancient palace of Haoming City, shouldn't fellow Daoist Yanhong's auction begin? Yes, I will begin now. Yanhong clapped his hands and there seemed to be some fluctuations of spiritual power. Then, the void began to change again. Many jade tables appeared in front of everyone. According to the number of nascent soul cultivators, the jade chairs also appeared in front of everyone. In the end, a ring-shaped brilliance connected the jade tables together. Xiaohua was still amazed at first. He couldn't tell whether this thing rising out of the void was Yanhong's spell or the Xian Kong Pavilion's forbidden spell. However, when the ring-shaped brilliance appeared, Xiaohua understood that these jade tables and chairs were prepared and definitely not born out of thin air. Fellow Daoists, Yanhong stood at the head of the table without a disciple beside him and said with a smile, Fellow Daoists, you are all nascent soul cultivators of the sects in the three kingdoms of cultivation. I think you are all familiar with each other, so I won't introduce you one by one. As for the fellow Daoists dressed in camouflage robes, I also know their origins. I can guarantee the origin of these fellow Daoists. Of course, if any fellow Daoist has any objections, you can withdraw from the auction now. I and the other fellow Daoists won't stop you. After waiting for a while and seeing that no one responded, Yanhong raised his hand and said, Fellow Daoists, please sit down. My Haoming city's once-in-a-century auction officially begins. Once everyone was seated, Daoist Yanhong said, Thank you, fellow Daoists. Our vast brilliant city holds this auction once every 100 years. Firstly, it's a chance for us nascent soul cultivators to exchange cultivation experiences. Secondly, it's a chance for us to exchange cultivation experiences. In view of this, starting from today, within 10 days, my Haoming city will also hold auctions for cultivators of different realms. This is also as seen in my country of Xi. My Haoming city will also profit a lot because of this. Chapter 2054. Fellow Daoist Yaohong, you seem to have to say this once every 100 years. I'm tired of hearing it. Can you use some new words? A withered cultivator said indifferently. Fellow Daoist Qi Jianghai, you said the same thing last time, right? Reverend Yanhong didn't seem to be angry and replied, I wonder what good things your Xianghua sect can take out this time? I'm a cultivator of the Xianghua sect, but this time, I did it myself. It has nothing to do with the sect. Qi Jianghai was still as cold as ever. Then, he rolled his eyes and looked at the other old man who looked to be in his 50s. Unlike a certain someone, every time he uses the name of Qi Qiao sect, the things he brings out are worthless. Old man Qi, who did you say used the 7 skills sects banner? An old man around 50 years old answered and slapped the table in front of him. The table instantly turned into fragments. I just sat down and you won't let me feel at ease? Reverend Kuyi. Reverend Yen Hong immediately waved his hand and smiled. Fellow Daoist Chi is only joking. Every time, fellow Daoist will be tricked. Hee, isn't that so? Last time, wasn't it because Kuyi got angry that fellow Daoist Chi took the lead? Reverend Miyu said with a smile. Ever since he appeared in Xian Kong Pavilion, he didn't even look at Xiaohua. It was as if he had never seen Xiaohua before. Reverend Kuyi from the Seven Skills sect seemed to have suffered from Qi Jianghai's trick before. He coldly snorted and sat down. Reverend Yen Hong waved his sleeve and another table appeared in front of Reverend Kuyi. Fine, I won't say anything more. The rules of this auction are the same every year. The only thing that changes is the location of the auction and the positions of fellow Daoists. Reverend Yen Hong nodded. Let's start from my right hand. Fellow Daoist will take out the items one by one and we'll bid. We'll bid according to fellow Daoist's conditions. Reverend Yen Hong glanced at the cultivator in camouflage clothing on his right hand and said, Fellow Daoist, please. Immediately after, Daoist Master Yen Hong sat down. The cultivator in the camouflage robe stood up and a hoarse voice sounded, This thing of mine is a bit strange, so I can't meet you with my original appearance. As he spoke, the cultivator slapped his hand and took out a long sword that was over a foot long from his storage pouch. He placed it on the table and said, This old man obtained this from the Emozhao Black Forest. In my opinion, this flying sword belongs to Changbai sect's Reverend Bright Sword. Immortal Bright Sword of the Changbai sect? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. They all looked at a cultivator with sword-like eyebrows that reached his temples and a very arrogant expression on his face. And what about Xiaohua? Their expressions changed several times. There was no restriction on divine sense in the Xian Kong Pavilion. Everyone's divine sense had already scanned the area when the cultivator took out the long sword. Xiaohua also released his divine sense. He had a deep impression of this long sword. After all, he had died once under that sword. Could it be that there are also nascent soul cultivators in Ink Cloud Black Forest? Xiaohua was shocked and couldn't help but release his divine sense. However, when he saw the appearance of the long sword, he was slightly stunned and showed a trace of understanding. This sword was similar to the sword that had killed Xiaohua, but there seemed to be something missing. But what exactly was missing, Xiaohua couldn't say for the time being. After all, Reverend Bright Sword's so-called sword intent had been stored in Xiaohua's space along with his long sword. Reverend Bright Sword had clearly said that Xiaohua's long sword was not the long sword he usually used. The arrogant cultivator was Changbai sect's Li Tsangqing. When he saw everyone looking at him, he sneered, Reverend Bright Sword is a senior of my Changbai sect. His sword technique is something I can't compare to. Moreover, his Dao is still spreading in my Changbai sect. I can't be sure if this long sword is his or not. Of course, my Dao sect's flying sword is different from the flying sword of sword cultivators. It doesn't have a sword spirit. Even if someone can comprehend the essence of my Changbai sect's sword technique, it would be extremely difficult. Fellow Daoist, is this what you want? Hee, I am not as despicable as fellow Daoist Li says. The Mi-Wan cultivator also replied, I got this long sword. I don't specialize in flying swords, so I brought it out for everyone to see. Perhaps some of you will like it? That's easy. Fellow Daoist, how about we take a look at the long sword? Daoist Master Withered Leaf from the Seven Skills sect said with a smile. His gaze swept towards Qi Jianghai. Of course, the Mi-Wan cultivator slapped his hand and the long sword slowly moved towards Daoist Withered Leaf through the halo on the table. Xiaohua now understood that the halo had such a use. Sure enough, when the long sword arrived in front of Daoist Withered Leaf, he didn't take the long sword from the halo. Instead, he pulled the long sword out of the scabbard and carefully examined it. Then he narrowed his eyes. No one knew what he was planning. I also want to take a look. The Blue Li sect's Xian Yunzi slammed the table in the distance, and the long sword slowly arrived in front of him. Daoist Withered Leaf seemed to have thought it through and asked in a low voice, "Fellow Daoist, how would you like to exchange for this long sword?" Hehe, although I don't use the long sword, I am currently refining a magic treasure. I am missing a few materials: owl space gold, tranquil stone, secret gong, fan tong, and Qing Ling moon. If Daoist Withered Leaf has these 5 materials, then this long sword will be yours. What? Daoist Master Withered Leaf was stunned. Owl space metal is an ethereal material. Any magic tool or magic treasure that has owl space metal added to it will not only have its weight reduced by 30%, it will also be able to avoid detection by spiritual sense. Tranquil stone can remove the restrictions of the 5 elements. Secret gong can increase the hardness of magic treasures. Needless to say, they are all rare materials used to refine magic treasures. With just one of those materials, the quality of magic treasures will rise to a new level. Fellow Daoist actually wants 5 materials in one go. Isn't this asking for too much? Forget it, fellow Daoist, I won't be thinking about this long sword. Then how many materials does fellow Daoist have? The Mo cultivator was not surprised and only asked. I only have secret gong and fan tong, Daoist Withered Leaf said unhappily. I still want to use them to refine magic treasures. Fellow Daoist Withered Leaf, your secret gong and fan tong, can you trade with I? The distant Xianxia said. Fellow Daoist Xianxia is actually interested in these things? Daoist Withered Leaf was slightly stunned and nodded. I have accumulated a lot of secret gong and fan tong to refine magic treasures. I can trade with fellow Daoist Xianxia. But Xianxia immediately sent a sound transmission to Daoist Withered Leaf to discuss the price. The distant Hua Hibiscus sent a sound transmission to Xiao Hua. Fellow Daoist Xiao, Daoist Brightsword's long sword is a bidding item. Its price must be known by everyone and cannot be transmitted through sound transmission. The transaction between Senior Withered Leaf and Senior Xianxia is private and can only be known by the 2 of them. In addition, if Senior Xianxia only has 1 or 2 of the materials, he can also ask other seniors for the remaining materials. Similarly, the transaction will be completed through sound transmission. Oh, Xiao Hua nodded slightly. This kind of bidding method guaranteed the completion of the transaction to the greatest extent. It would not make a nascent soul cultivator come all the way here. Sure enough, after Daoist Withered Leaf and Xianxia finished their discussion, Xianxia had a satisfied expression. He raised his head and asked, I only have owl space gold and tranquility stone. Now I still lack Qing Ling moon. I wonder which fellow Daoist has this item? I am willing to trade. Unexpectedly, after Xianxuanzi's voice fell for a long time, perhaps falling into the mountain range of Haoming City, there was still no response. Xianxuanzi was somewhat helpless and almost mocked. Alas, I was also a bit impatient. This Qing Ling moon is a magic treasure. How can it be easy to obtain? If a magic treasure can obtain a drop, it can be upgraded to a spirit tool. Immediately, Xianxuanzi raised his head again and said, Fellow Daoist, I only have these 4 materials. Do you want to trade? The cultivator did not answer directly, but whispered, Fellow Daoists, are you not interested in this flying sword? Hehe, the others did not answer, but Li Congqing laughed coldly. His laughter did not matter, but Xianxuanzi's face showed hesitation. Forget it, fellow Daoist, I will also take a step back. This flying sword is yours. The Mi-Ho cultivator sighed and said. He took a step back, but Xianxuanzi was somewhat hesitant. What? Fellow Daoist, you don't want it anymore? The Mi-Ho cultivator laughed and said, This flying sword belongs to Daoist Brightsword. Moreover, looking at the sword body, it is not like what we expected. The sword body is damaged, so I risked my cultivation to find this item. Let's not talk about the refining of the flying sword. I believe fellow Daoist Li knows better than I. Fellow Daoist Xianxuanzi used these 4 materials to return this flying sword. No matter from which perspective, it is a profit. Good. I agree. Xianxuanzi nodded and slapped his hand. He took out a storage pouch and placed it on the halo. The storage pouch slowly turned in front of Daoist Withered Leaf. Daoist Withered Leaf was also ready. He put his hand in and placed 2 small jade boxes. There were some flickering restrictions on the jade boxes. Xianxia did not take the jade boxes. He slapped his hand and took out 2 jade boxes from his storage pouch and placed them on the halo. The 4 jade boxes slowly turned towards the Mi-Ho cultivator. Wait! At this moment, Changbai Sect's lead Sangqing shouted. Sorry, fellow Daoist Li. Daoist Yen Hong smiled and said, Fellow Daoist Xianxia has already made a deal with this fellow Daoist. Fellow Daoist Li should wait for the next time. Li Sangqing snorted and glanced at Xianxia. Although Xianxia was a cultivator of the Lan Li sect and was not as powerful as the Changbai sect, he was still a nascent soul cultivator. Moreover, he was in the country of Shi and not the country of Meng. Why would he be afraid of him? Rolling his eyes, he reached out and grabbed the long sword in his hand. At this moment, the sword seemed to have been unsealed and was easily held in his hand. Xianxia held the sword in his hand and casually pulled out the flying sword from the scabbard. With a clang, a green sword light flashed through the air. Chapter 2055. The onlookers were envious, thinking that it was appropriate to exchange 4 kinds of refining materials for this flying sword, but Xiao Hua frowned, because this flying sword was absolutely different from the one he had encountered before. Clat, clat, clat. Immortal Yen Hong clapped his hands and said, Great, the first transaction of today's auction is a success, which is quite beyond I's expectation. I hope all of you can get what you want. Next to the Mi-Ho cultivator was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. He was Immortal He Ping of the Utopia faction. Seeing that it was his turn, he thought for a moment, stood up, clapped his hands, took out a jade box, and put it on the table in front of him. He said with a smile, The Utopia faction doesn't have anything good, but I got this by chance when I was practicing in the Xianyin dreamland 100 years ago. Xianyin spiritual grass? Immortal He Ping was sitting next to Immortal Shangqing of the Taiqing sect, a thin cultivator with a sage-like demeanor. We have a lot of it in the Taiqing sect. Yes, I know you have a lot of it, so I don't dare to show off too much. Immortal He Ping was not angry. He said with a smile, It's just that this Xianyin spiritual grass is too old, so I dare to show it to you. Then I have to take a look. Immortal Shangqing was stunned and said with a smile, My fellow cultivator, please. Immortal He Ping made a magic art and hit the jade box. With a flash of brilliance, the restriction was removed. He clapped his hands, and the jade box floated in front of Immortal Shangqing. Immortal Shangqing raised his hands carefully and opened the jade box. He glanced at it, and an incredible expression appeared on his face. At the same time, many divine thoughts swept over. With a clap, Immortal Shangqing looked at it for a long time and closed the jade box again. He said with a wry smile, My fellow cultivator He Ping, I really admire you. You can find this Xianyin spiritual grass that is tens of thousands of years old. But what do you want to exchange it for? If I have prepared it in my storage bag, we can do the trade now. Yes, I need 3 drops of red dragon blood. Immortal He Ping said calmly, 3 drops of real red dragon blood. Crimson dragon blood? Daoist Master Shangqing was flabbergasted. My Taiqing sect's guardian python dragon is only at the 7th rank, it can't truly become a dragon. Fellow Daoist, the red dragon you're talking about is at least at the deity transformation stage. How can a nascent soul stage cultivator like me obtain it? Besides, how could there be a true crimson dragon in my Dawn Rain continent? What do you need the scarlet dragon blood for? Fellow Daoist Shangqing, it's I's business what it's useful for. If it's not useful, I'll just keep this profound Yin spirit grass for myself. I don't believe that we can't find the real crimson dragon blood since there are Xianyin spiritual herbs that are tens of thousands of years old. At this moment, a light voice drifted over. Fellow Daoist He Ping, let me ask you something. Do you really want crimson dragon blood? What about the other black dragons and white dragons? White dragon? Xiaohua originally didn't care, but when he suddenly heard this, he felt his entire body tremble, and even his hair stood on end. He couldn't help but think of Shang Huaming's yellow flower ridge, which was covered in blood. Hee, so it's Fairy Poyu of the Xuanyan school. I'll let you know that the black dragon blood is too tyrannical, while the white dragon blood is too cold. Daoist Ping laughed. I'm afraid that only the crimson dragon blood is most suitable for I. So it's like that. Fairy Poyu's face showed a trace of disappointment. I have several drops of dragon blood. Yes, I can guarantee that it's the blood of a true dragon, but it's not the crimson dragon's. So it's like that. Daoist Ping was also disappointed. He whispered, I wonder what kind of true dragon blood you have? Why should fellow Daoist Ping know? Fairy Poyu shook her head. I can only tell you if fellow Daoist agrees to take a step back. Daoist Ping closed his eyes for a while, as if he was thinking. Soon after, he opened his eyes and sighed. Forget it. Since ancient times, everything in this world is difficult. I'll take half a step back. Fellow Daoist Poyu, this dragon blood doesn't have to be the crimson dragon's, but it has to be the blood of a true dragon. Otherwise, our deal is off. Wait. Before the overjoyed Fairy Poyu could nod, Qi Jianghai and Daoist Master Withered Leaf both shouted at the same time. Daoist Master Withered Leaf saw Qi Jianghai and angrily said, Fellow Daoist Qi, why are you opposing me again? You also have true dragon blood? What? Withered Leaf, only your 7 possibilities sect has it. Why can't my splendid sect have it? Qi Jianghai bluntly retorted. This is Bright City's auction. As long as I have true dragon blood, why can't I bid? What? You also have true dragon blood? Fairy Poyu almost covered her mouth. Daoist Ping's face was filled with ecstasy. That's right. I have 1 drop of dragon blood. Qi Jianghai replied. He then looked at Daoist Master Withered Leaf and asked, What about fellow Daoist Withered Leaf? Do you have 2 drops? I also only have 1 drop. Daoist Master Withered Leaf sighed and looked at Fairy Poyu. Fairy Poyu's beautiful eyes wandered around. She had an indescribable feeling as she said, I also have 1 drop. Ha! Daoist Master Yen Hong laughed. Fellow Daoist Ping, it seems like you won't be returning empty-handed from this auction. That's right. Daoist Ping was practically beaming with joy. My only worry is whether or not the 3 drops of true dragon blood of the 3 fellow Daoists are completely different. I only need 2 drops to be similar, so the 3rd drop won't be a problem. My drop is white dragon blood. Fairy Poyu said with a smile. Clang. Xiaohua's heart jumped. Like everyone else, he looked at Qi Jianghai and Daoist Master Withered Leaf. My drop is also white dragon blood. Daoist Master Withered Leaf said with a smile. Clang. A second loud sound echoed in Xiaohua's heart. Could it be? Xiaohua had a trace of doubt in his heart. However, when everyone looked at Qi Jianghai said with a smile, Since fellow Daoist Ping doesn't care about the 3rd drop, I won't say anything. Then, Qi Jianghai transmitted his voice to Fairy Poyu and Daoist Master Withered Leaf. It seemed like they were discussing something. An entire stalk of profound Yin spirit grass. If the 3 of them were to share it equally, it would be appropriate. The key point was that the profound Yin spirit grass was tens of thousands of years old. Even Daoist Master Pure of the Taiching sect coveted it. They couldn't let it go. Sure enough, the 3 of them argued for a while and seemed to have reached a temporary agreement. They clapped their hands and took out an exquisite jade bottle from their storage pouches. They placed it on the table and flew to Daoist Ping along with the halo. Xiaohua's divine sense scanned the jade bottle. Unfortunately, there were countless restrictions on it. His divine sense couldn't penetrate it, so he couldn't see what kind of dragon blood was inside. Chapter 2056. Daoist Ping looked at the 3 jade bottles in front of him and waved his sleeves. seemingly setting up a restriction around him to block all divine senses. Then he carefully removed the restrictions on the outer layer of the jade bottles and scanned them with his divine sense. Joy appeared on his face, and he waved his hand to put them all into his storage pouch. Thank you, fellow Daoists. Who should I give this profound Yin spirit grass to? Give it to Fairy Poyu. Daoist Ku Yi and Qi Jianghai looked at each other. They didn't dare to trust each other too much, so they could only give it to Fairy Poyu first. Damn it, I've really learned something new. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Zhang Yu Tong and Zhang Yu he didn't hesitate to take out a sword cultivation technique for a 6,000-year-old profound Yin spirit grass, but they still couldn't get what they wanted. Now, a 10,000-year-old profound Yin spirit grass has appeared, and there's even real dragon blood. Speaking of 10,000-year-old spirit grass, the first spirit grass I planted is probably tens of thousands of years old, right? Can I also use a 10,000-year-old spirit grass to exchange for some good stuff? Unfortunately, he only thought about it for a moment before he killed it in his head. There were nearly 20 nascent soul stage cultivators here. Any one of them could easily kill him. If he took out a spiritual herb that they coveted, he would be courting death. With the top-grade spirit stones in my storage pouch alone, I'm afraid I can also bid for a technique that might appear, Xiaohua thought to himself. Great! Daoist Yanhong laughed again. The second fellow Daoist also got what he wanted, so let's take the next one. Daoist Mi Yu of the Imperial Thunder sect stood up next to Daoist He Ping. She didn't take out anything, but cupped her hands and said, I's item is a set of ancient formations with detailed records. It's called the Capital Star Formation. I also just got it, and I's understanding of formations isn't very good. I studied it for a long time but still couldn't get the gist of it. So, I'm taking it out to exchange with a fellow Daoist who's meditating on formations. Capital Star Formation? Several nascent soul cultivators couldn't help but gasp. Among them, Fairy Fei Yen of the Profound Heaven sect said anxiously, Are you sure it's the Capital Star Formation? That's a great formation with the power to destroy the world. I can't be sure. Daoist Mi Yu looks at the beautiful woman in red clothes on the right and says with a smile, I don't understand formations. Can we take a look? The other two nascent soul cultivators also asked. Sorry. Daoist Mi Yu shook her head and said, I don't have any restrictions on this formation, and I don't dare to set up too many restrictions. Therefore, if fellow Daoists don't have what I want, I'm afraid I can't show it to you. What does fellow Daoist Mi Yu want to exchange? Fairy Fian asked with a smile. As long as I have it, I'll definitely exchange it with you. Hee. Daoist Mi Yu laughed. Fire essence flame crystal, wood essence flame crystal, earth essence yao milk, water essence ice essence, or metal essence revitalizing essence. All 5 are fine. I only need 3 drops. Ah? Fairy Fian was dumbfounded. She bitterly smiled and said, Fellow Daoist Mi Yu's request is too unimaginable. Although I've heard of the 5 elements essence for thousands of years, I've only seen it in ancient books. I've never seen the real thing. Fellow Daoist wants 3 drops at once. It seems like I have no hope. Soon after, she unwillingly asked, Apart from these, fellow Daoist doesn't have any other plans? Thank you for your kindness, Fairy Fian. Daoist Mi Yu shook her head and said, I am currently lacking this. And Xiaohua understood. He knew that Daoist Mi Yu's lightning escape technique had reached the end of its cultivation. She had no choice but to use these external items to temper her body. Only then would she be able to reach a higher level. Xiaohua himself had earth essence yao milk, but his cultivation completely depended on it. He didn't know what that great sky star formation was, so he naturally couldn't exchange it with Daoist Mi Yu. Hee, Sun Ming and Qian Tian didn't even dare to reveal anything, so he wouldn't dare either. The other 2 nascent soul cultivators also looked at each other helplessly. But then, the Mi-Ho cultivator sitting on the second left of Daoist Yanhong said, Fellow Daoist Mi Yu, this old man has 2 drops of water element ice essence. Moreover, I know where the water element ice essence might be found. Would you consider it? Really? Daoist Miyu was a little surprised. She nodded and said, "If fellow Daoist swears that the location of the water element ice essence is true, I can consider it." Unfortunately, this old man is not interested in your great sky star formation, the Mi-Ho cultivator said regretfully. "I don't know what fellow Daoist Fian of the mysterious sky sect, Daoist Xianjing of the Kunlun sect, and Jiang Mingzi of the Immortal Ascension sect have to exchange with this old man." Great. The three of them were all happy. They immediately transmitted their voices to the Mi-Ho cultivator and explained their rare items. The Mi-Ho cultivator pondered for a moment and nodded. "Fellow Daoist Xianjing's item is to my liking. This old man is willing to exchange with fellow Daoist Xianjing." "And, fellow Daoist?" Daoist Miyu's face showed joy and reminded, "You can only tell I the location of the water element ice essence. Moreover, fellow Daoist has to swear that you won't reveal it within 100 years. "I'm sorry, fellow Daoist Miyu. This old man can swear that the location is true, but it's impossible for me to not reveal it within 100 years. The Mi-Ho cultivator refused. They seemed to have sent out many disciples, but they still couldn't subdue that spirit beast. What kind of spirit beast is that? Could it be the soul of an 8th grade spirit beast? Daoist Yanhong looked around and saw that many cultivators were listening attentively, so he asked. The spirit husbandry sect didn't reveal the details. Daoist Lan Yu smiled bitterly and said, "Only the 4 elders of the spirit husbandry sect know. I can't be bothered to find out." Actually, Daoist Yanhong hesitated for a moment and said, I guess that all of you have some doubts. May I know why fellow Daoist Lan Yu is looking for the soul of an 8th grade spirit beast?" This Daoist Lan Yu was also a little hesitant. Then he smiled bitterly and said, "Forget it. Since it has come to this stage, I won't hide it from you. I have a damaged spirit weapon and I want to use the soul of an 8th grade spirit beast to repair it." Ah? The eyes of the nascent soul stage cultivators flashed with astonishment, but they didn't show too much shock on their faces. It was obvious that some cultivators had already vaguely guessed it, but they didn't dare to guess too much. Daoist Yanhong's face showed a hint of understanding and he nodded slightly. Indeed, if you're looking for the soul of an 8th grade spirit beast to repair a spirit weapon, you can. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for it at Chidian.com. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.